What's the strongest ship in the fleet? And I know fleets. Friendship. Scene snobs, you guys are great.
Welcome to the Scene Snobs.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast. I'm your host, Mick Manhattan, from here, and also Warp Factor Fiction.
Yes.
So go check out both shows. And I'm joined, as always, by my number one, my first commander, if you will. Or it could be the other way around. I'm just saying.
No, I am definitely second in command here, bro, and I dig it.
In my fantasy world, I can be Rob.
Well, we're both just second in commands. Who's the captain? We don't know.
I have no idea anymore.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. A pleasure as always. It's wonderful on a Tuesday night to be alongside you as always, my friend. Here on the strongest ship. Good night. That makes me happy every time. The fact that he said that, goodness, that was phenomenal. Between him and Will Wheaton, it's been such great guys, man.
Too. So if anybody doesn't know that we're talking about, we interviewed Jonathan Frakes. We're very lucky to do that. And yes, Will Wheaton as well. You can check that out. But Jonathan Frakes was fantastic. Dream come true talking to him because we love him. But we did tell him that our sort of that mantra that we do, that the thing that I used to was drunk and say to him, what's the strongest ship in the fleet? And then of course it's friendship. We have t-shirts made. You can go check it out on snobsmerch.com. But he was tickled by it. He laughed and he really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was a hoot, man. It was so exhilarating. It was such a rush. Then when it was over, it was like, no.
Oh, that's for sure, man. But yeah, if you guys do want to check that out, it's up on Patreon now. And it'll be there for a little bit. You guys will be able to check it out on our YouTube channel, or it will be out in podcast format as well. I'm excited for that, but also to talk about that we have coming out, Warp Factor Fiction. That came out last Thursday.
Yes, it did. First episode drop, buddy.
This is our we call it a chronological analysis of the history of Star Trek on screen. We are watching in chronological order every Star show that's animated, all the movies, everything that could be on screen and is connected canonically to it is going to be watched, and we're going to have a great time doing it. We've already put out the first episode. We do it twice a month, 2 episodes a month, and it is a season of the series. So we're on Enterprise season 1. We just put out the first episode, which is the first half of that season,
because those seasons are giant.
Exactly, they really are, man. But then we're going to jump to the second half, which will be out on Thursday. But we have another special for you. If you're not on our Patreon, but you are trying, we have a companion series, a mini show called Quarter Impulse.
Yeah, these are the bits where we handle kind of the side stories that continue on our conversations. So they're kind of appendices, if you will. Yes, little side quests, little ventures, as we discuss major points that have importance. Especially in this first one where we bring up the Prime Directive. Mm-hmm. And how the first season of Enterprise really a lot on the Prime Directive. And so we discuss what it means overall and the importance in Star Trek. So it's a hoot. It's a blast.
And that is
one of our favorites.
Sure. Yeah, that's one for sure. I think that we will revisit because it's such a big thing. And this is the early days of Trek. But we want to talk about aspects of Star Trek on that show where a certain actor who's popped in. Like we'll talk about Jeffrey Combs and his history, mm-hmm. or we'll talk about actual things going on in world or things like that. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you check both those. You can check out our Patreon in the link down below. Great tiers, great perks. Go join up, be part of the Snob Nation. But I feel like we've been talking a lot about what we're doing and what we can sell.
Yes, this is true. We do this very frequently.
But I wouldn't say that. Just probably more than always.
More than never.
More than that is true. It is definitely more than never. That is for sure.
Happy middle ground.
I want to ask you. Let's sell ourselves a little bit. How's your week going, buddy?
Man, my week has been fantastic. It was busy. It's been really crazy. I'm really enjoying the things I have going on in my life. Work is nuts. Got to hang out with River, and that was a hoot. Unfortunately, she was a little sick, so I had to play, Dr. Daddy. One of my favorite roles. My bedside manner is, second to none. It's pretty solid. After the great Crusher and, the EMH, anyhow, Julian Bashir, which we'll discuss more, obviously, at Warp Factor Fix. The wonderful doctors, Bones, all the really sweet doctors, the kind
can
ones.
I ask with her and she's sick, maybe she's laying down, she's not feeling well. Are you literally just scanning her with the remote control?
All the time. I'm constantly to use the PlayStation remote because it has a blue light on it, so it gives more of the effect. So that way, it feels more realistic. You got to get in the moment.
No real medicine required.
Nah, not at all.
Can I have cough syrup? No, you'll take your blue light and shut up.
You're gonna enjoy it. But because then I get to use crazy terms and talk about what she might have and what she might be going through, like hemorrhagic fever or some weird thing. And what does that mean? And I'll make something up. A weird prognosis.
Gonna put your space slugs on it.
Exactly. Yeah, precisely. And then I'll go back noises upstairs and act as if I'm corralling some creature, and then come downstairs and really scare her with something like a stuffed animal, throw it at her. Fear, it's a wonderful healing power.
Very true. You always hold the dodgeball up at them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they never know. Like, sure. whoa. No, we did actually have a sit down at one point. She was like, I need to laugh. And I was like, you're right. Laughter is one of the best medicines. So I sat and read this joke and we were cracking up. So
what was the book again? Schindler's List?
Yeah, the funny one.
that was the list you were in.
It was the hoot. She really liked when they were like figuring out how to make enamelware. She loved that part.
She's holding her gut, rolling around on the floor because more.
Oh wow.
We're going crazy.
I love it. It's off the rails. I love it.
Embrace her. Did that wrong.
Embracing absurdity. Oh, we did. Speaking of embracing absurdity, we did also. She learned about the live act, the Last Airbender, and she was like, "I have to watch this movie. Why? There's a live action. Why wouldn't you tell me, Daddy?" I was like, "I was trying to protect you from it." She was like, "Well, come on, it can't be that bad." So the trailer for it that we have is the extended, like 5-minute trailer, because for some reason they needed that, which is basically just the clip to the whole movie. So we played that, and she watched it. And I was like, "Do you want to watch the whole thing?" She goes, "No, that looks awful." I'm like, "Yeah."
What is kids saying? Well, it can't be that bad when they have no idea. At what point in our tribesman demeanor or just our innates did kids, the young, say that old person doesn't know anything, and I'm gonna touch the stove and maybe hold it until I see if it's really hot or not? Because
all humans are a little stupid. We're all a little stupid. We all need to experience it for all about. Hence part of the human experience. I mean, that's what it is. We want to experience it all. Like, you tell me it's hot, but what does hot mean? Like, what kind of hot?
Like, certain levels and degrees that you have to go through. Literal.
I mean, I had to stick a coin in the socket.
My brother did that, and I was just like, nah, I'm good. I learned my lesson.
It's ridiculous because I think about how much like protecting and preparing a child, and how much everything had to be covered, and everything had all of the locks everywhere in the cabinets. And then I think back to when kid, and my parents were like, go ahead, see how it feels, go ahead. It's like, oh my God.
This entire place.
Like, so much of I'm not changing anything. You just need to learn to live in this.
That's
it really was death or learn, which is great in some ways if you're like a wolf, or if you're hunting is a natural skill, and running, and if you're not good at those, you're dead. Sure, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's legit. We do have a special guest tonight. and he's in the green room, so we're gonna bring him in.
All right,
and
let's do it.
this man has a new film coming out called Written by Mike. We're going to be talking about that in the industry for a while. Ryan Cudahy, I always say Cudahy. I don't know why I go that route, but I always screw it up. Ryan, welcome, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. This is Casey. I don't think you guys have met before. Ryan and Casey. Casey and Ryan.
Casey, nice to meet you. Just
Pleasure
from
to
the
meet
voice,
you.
I thought you were Chris Evans. That just like him. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that before, but
I have not heard that.
So I'm
Captain
sure
America
people,
himself.
people will catch it now. Mick, you actually had it right the first time. It's actually Cudahy. So well done on your first guess. I'm impressed. Most people don't get it.
I am trying. I'm trying to learn. Like I said, everything is either you're going to learn.
I'll tell you what, Mick, it takes
takes me a
2
little while.
seconds. It takes 2 seconds listening to this to remember that I'm not as knowledgeable on film as I think I am when I hear you guys talk about it. And actually, before we get started, I have a funny story. So my dad years ago was at some convention, and they were talking. They had to enter, what do you think would be the best prequel that someone could make? And the top answer was, we're running low on airbenders. I thought that was pretty clever. So
Yeah,
yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely,
Super
man.
stoked to
Thank
have
you.
you.
So, let's get into it. Let's talk about your movie. So this is your first project in a little while, and since last we talked, I think, and so I want to talk about this one. Going into it, I know that you're big on film, Virginia, so you're going to be filming here, right?
Oh yeah, I've kind of been in film limbo for a while now. That's been something that I haven't worked on a project in a while. However, what I have done is really kind of tried to push the Virginia film scene as much as I can. So right now, I'm loving my job. I'm working for the Fredericksburg Economic Development and Tourism Department in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Nice.
And, I've been closely knit in my office before, and I decided, completely unrelated to this, if the Commonwealth can do film incentives, realities. So Fredericksburg recently, under my direction, has passed a film incentives program. So any filmmakers who are watching this and are interested in filming in Virginia, in addition to getting money from the Virginia Film Office, if you want to shoot your feature or anything else that qualifies in the city of Fredericksburg, Virginia, you get a % reimbursement if you apply. So I've really been trying to walk the walk when it comes to getting film to Virginia, and I've been doing my part to make that happen. Not there yet. There's still a lot we have to do. But hopefully with this project that I'm working on, which is called Written by Mike, we can get there even further.
Fantastic, man. That's wonderful to hear. I'm glad you were able to push that incentive forward, and hopefully we get a lot more of filmmakers, coming around, especially in Fredericksburg. Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who represents the city of Fredericksburg in many ways, I'm proud to, because we got everything you need, not just for film production, but for a city in general. But with this film, almost all of it's being shot in Fredericksburg. We have one scene shot in Culpeper and then 2 in Stafford. So we're keeping it pretty local. And the nice thing is the businesses and places we're shooting as locations have been amazing.
That's great.
I love that. And yeah, we have talked quite a bit, about your involvement in film in Virginia and trying to bring more film productions. I think it's a great location all around statewide just to shoot anything really. And I'm a big advocate for it as well. You see the surges in Atlanta, things like that, Louisiana. I think Virginia should be right up there.
Yeah, those states are bums. Make it all in Virginia. Come on. It's gorgeous here. We got mountains, we got valleys, we got everything. We got beaches. Bring it on.
That's literally my point. I've always said that Virginia, its locations are at its daily weather patterns. Yeah, I mean, that is a hindrance when it comes to this. But you look at Georgia. I mean, Georgia becoming saturated when it comes to film production. I've heard that certain localities are getting kind of annoyed by it, which is also, I think, a good reason for people to look at Virginia. What do these states have that Virginia doesn't? We have every single type of location you need, except for desert. And I'm pretty sure film crews won't be upset about the fact that we don't have deserts.
Oh, there's plenty of things that take place outside of the desert, but are shot in LA and it looks like a desert. every day, yes, and I see, and it's been a long time, thank you, but when they go to Manassas Park and they treat it like it's an actual park, and, and it's dirt and mountains, I'm like, that's not what that looks like.
Well, the funniest one to me was I was watching Mindhunter, which is a great show.
Oh, awesome.
But, there's a scene in the first episode when they drive up and it just to some random town just says Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm from Charlottesville, Virginia. That's where I grew up. That made our whole family laugh. It is not Charlottesville, and I get it, but that's an example of where like the incentives. If we were to raise them in Virginia, maybe Mindhunter would have been shot in. So that's a good example of a wasted opportunity for Virginia.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I 100% agree. And
I would have loved to have seen. Sorry, I would have loved to have seen Real Alexandria.
Yeah, right.
Because it kind of feels that way sometimes. It's pretty close. That locale works.
Well, they shot. Well, I'm sure you know this, but they shot it in Hopewell, far off. But
They were
the
too
same
far
way-
off.
Yeah, the same way that if there's a scene that takes place in DC, it's most likely Baltimore, Richmond, or LA.
Mm-hmm.
Since you've been working very closely with the film commission here in Virginia, and trying to get as a filmmaker, somebody who's worked independently from the film commission and what do you think some pros and cons, and so we can talk to maybe some other indie filmmakers, especially in the state, and see, kind of open their eyes to maybe why we should go to the film commission with things that maybe why not.
Well, it's interesting because I have no qualms whatsoever about the Virginia Film Office. They have been extraordinary for me in my career. I've been trying to be an ally of theirs, and I'm not just saying that because we applied to the grant today, but we did. But they're truly just wonderful people. Andy Edmonds and Don Blackston are running a tight ship there. And but what is interesting is the reasons I kind of phased out a little bit is I was working on a TV series in Richmond. Full-blown Hollywood professional series. And was it a great experience? Yeah. There were so many great elements of it. And I'm sure, Nick, you can attest to this, that you first walk onto a professional film set, it is shocking. The lights, the huge sound stages, like you think you saw when you went to another studio tour. It is in another world.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. And you get to work in your career, but then I realized for a while, did I have a good time? Yeah, I made a lot of great connections, some of which are working with me on this film. So I'm very grateful for it. But I'm working 60 hours a week with no benefit when I'm on that job. Mm-hmm. And there is this element in the film industry, and I say this as someone who's working on a movie, so where they know that you're passionate about this, so they're going to exploit it. Now, it was a great experience. I enjoyed it, but it really did remind me, like, you know what, do I want this to be my career? Do I want to be working for 60 hours a week on a show with maybe the hope of becoming a producer director someday, 30 years down the line? Probably not. And I know people such as yourself, we've had to make decisions like that. And what I'm doing now with the city of Fredericksburg, I adore. But I've always had the inkling for this project. Fortunately, people come along that love the script and were willing to finance it, and here we are. So it's really complicated figure direction you want to take in film. But the good news is we've got an amazing team, we've got an amazing cast, and we've talked about this before, but I've always been making as a team endeavor.
Oh yeah.
And that's really why I'm in this. It's a story I've never cared about story more in film, and I'm glad to have the team behind me that's actually going to enjoy the process rather than doing it because of whatever.
The grind, where it's just you do it for the passion and everyone's just in it. So it's nice to have that where you love what you're doing.
And I love that passion as well. I agree with you on that. My and one big thing for me, I've always said, even from a producing standpoint, is I can't do all this shit. I can't, and even if I could do it all, I'm not going to make it look as good as if I got the right people to do each job. And I always try to tell other filmmakers that, especially in the indie world, who are like, I'm Robert Rodriguez and I have a camera and join me. This is Jackass. No, that's not how it works. He did it. He probably needed to do it, but like he did it out of necessity at the time. You guys have a lot. There's a big, huge base out there. I know, and I'm not even talking about all over, but like in every state, it's the same. Just in Virginia, if you want to shoot a film, there's people. They're there, and they want to do it. Casey will be in your movie.
What up?
He can do
absolutely.
it. Well, I just meant in general, but like, yeah, sure, go ahead, Ryan.
My biggest thing is when it comes to indie filmmaking is when you're talking to someone at a higher level, meet success. Not everyone's like this. I've met many people in film who are just gracious and helpful, and some of these people think they're being helpful when they go, your project won't much. It'll cost $50,000. So just get that $50,000 and you can make it. But that I think is a good example. Yeah, Hollywood productions cost millions of dollars, but $50,000. Do you know what I would kill for? How much I would love $50,000. To a lot of that's chump change, and they can get that in 2 seconds. It's a little bit harder for someone who's trying to get started out. I mean, I'm fortunate with this film, but like that's always the case that you just are blessed with all this money. I mean, I've heard of people say before, filmmaking is the most expensive artistic hobby or artistic endeavor. And I think that we need to be cognizant of that when we're building these teams, when we're working on these films, and appreciate more to see how a lot of these filmmakers got started. Like you look at Richard Linklater's movie Slacker, or John Carney's Once, which is just masterful. Their films, or Clerks. I mean, these are films that are not perfect, but when you learn more about the filmmaking process and the money that goes into them, you get why.
Yeah, and it's funny you actually say that, because for me, actually the examples that you use there are quite good, because there's two types of, I should say this, filmmakers. There's the ones who just step in and have that natural talent, and I'm talking the visionary filmmakers, the producers, the line producers, things like that. There are logic based than the visionary. Not that there is no vision to them, not that they don't bring something to the table creatively, but it really is like the more logical basis than being able to be sort of the dreamer. So you have the dreamers who can go out there, and they make it, and it looks amazing because it's that thing. I would say the Kevin Smiths of the world are the guys who came in and said they're good writers. They can tell a joke. But if you took Clerks out of its element of the 90s and that hit indie scene, it probably would not be as memorable. There was a lot surrounding it, but he deserved that, and he made a great movie and kind of went forward with it. But then you got the bad filmmakers. And I like talking. I'm not. And then if you're a bad filmmaker, if you just don't have it visually and you're trying and trying, my only advice in a situation like that, make sure you're in the right position. You may have wanted to be a director, but you may not have explored all positions, and you may find something more in tune with what you're taught. Two, stepping into it. I say a bad filmmaker, but you can always learn. You can always grow from bad. Out of filmmakers who don't want to admit it. Me, I can't direct shit. I know I've tried. Okay, I'm not talking visionary. I'm talking about I'm okay as a DP, but my eyes are going, couldn't do it anymore. But producing that logical sort of step, that was my wave. That's what I loved. And I got into it, and I got into it hard. And like what you're saying with like the budget, like even me is like, yeah, you're right. But what drives me nuts most about indie filmmakers is they'll write a script, but go to Indiegogo or something like that, or find back and say, this is what I need to make this. And then it gets time to edit, and they need more. So then there's these re-ups, or then they need to market it, asking people, will you please buy it, or will you please do this, will you please do that? I can't afford it. I can't afford to get in festivals. That's the line producer in me who's saying, you the budget from beginning to end, all the way through. If you want to have a red carpet premiere somewhere, pop it down on that budget, because that's the way it. And that's where I think a lot of indie filmmakers kind of fall apart. I know I've talked to you, and I know you know this, so I'm not really talking to you. But get yourself somebody who likes to do those budgets.
Completely. And to tie it back to what we were talking about before, that's what's so great about the Virginia Film Office. Because one, you apply for a grant or a tax incentive through them, they want to see that budget. They're going to ask for that. You have to give that up front. And two, that's what they help with. They don't just money. It's they give you a reimbursement on all your Virginia spend, which guess what you can use that for? You can use that for post-production. You can use that for film festivals. You can use that to find a distribution deal. So that's a great thing that I think a lot of film offices offer, but Virginia Film Office is particularly good about.
Yeah, that's great. So, you know, as we're going on, let's talk a little bit more about Written by Mike and what it's about. And so what can you tell us? So
Sure. So I can start off. This is, like I said, the most personal project I'll probably ever do or have ever done. I've been very open in interviews and stuff about my struggles with bipolar disorder, and I have been seeing a therapist for a long time, and so I was dealing with a lot of crap. And I said to my therapist, I don't know how to get through this. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get past this. And he goes, well, you're a screenwriter. Write a script about it. And so I put together, I started mapping out a plan for what I wanted to write about. And then about it. And I came up with this idea that eventually became Written by Mike. So really it's about struggling with myself, my mental health, my relationships, my family. And I consider it kind of almost like my doctoral thesis for storytelling. I'd be honored to actually say something like that. I'm not going to pretend it's a masterpiece, but I'm really, really proud of it. It's about two couples dealing with family and illness at the spark of their relationships. And it's really kind of a question of like, what does it take to build a compatible, communicative, successful relationship? And, you know this as a producer that you have to come, it's this film meets this film. It's really like the Before Sunrise trilogy by Linklater meet The Perks of Being a Wallflower. And it's very much a story about mental and physical health. It's a story of dynamics. It's a story about, is loving someone enough in a relationship, or what else do you have to work for to make it successful? And it's something, the best compliment I got on it is a friend of mine said, as soon as I finished reading it, I turned the pages back and read the entire thing again. And so I shopped it around Hollywood a little bit. It was met with a lot of praise. A lot of companies loved it. Because we didn't have any big talent attached, they weren't willing to give us a pre-sale, but they are willing to watch it afterwards, which is a good sign. And fortunately, they weren't the only ones who liked it. Some people really loved it too, and here we are.
I love that, man.
That's great,
awesome.
man.
You know, so now with that, and when you said you were shopping around in Hollywood, were you looking to get it made, to get a budget for it, or were you some studio to maybe back, or were you possibly selling the script, or is it too personal to you?
Well, that's, you can't have it always, I mean, ideally I would love for a company in Hollywood to buy the script, then give me creative license to make it myself. But we all know that's not really ever happens. What the companies I met with, I'm not going to pretend I met with, Disney or Columbia Pictures or Warner Brothers, but with some distribution companies, and had conversations and got consultants on it who are fairly prominent actors that were really helpful with the script. I had down with me and go, give me one reason why you wouldn't make this thing. And I said, money. And they go, that's not good enough. You need to make this. And so some of those companies and consultants were interested in down the line taking a look. But like I said, these types of companies know that if they're going to make this, it's got some legitimacy. Not to say my work isn't good. I mean, I'm very proud of some of the work I've done, but I didn't have any of those big names on it. So that the funding or the selling of the script that we needed. But at the end of the day, I'm happy about that because I don't want someone else to make this movie. I want to make it. It's too personal to me.
Are you stepping into the director's chair for this one?
I am. I'm doing it. You know me. I've always been the producer. I've directed quite a few things. I'm happy with that. It's been a while, but this is my coming out of retirement for at least a little bit to direct this film. It's the way Alfonso cinematography for Roma. He's not used to that. I'm not as used to directing, but I'm confident.
Very cool. Very cool.
That's awesome. Well, it sounds like and I'm glad you're going to tell this story. I'm excited for it to come out and for you to get into it.
Thank you. I mean, we're trying to, I really appreciate that. We're trying to get the word out as much as now. I mean, we're doing 2 meet and greet events coming up in the next week and a half. On Friday, we're doing one at Culpeper, Virginia, to get the word out, and which we're also shooting there. And we're also shooting at our other location for our meet and greet, which is Fredericksburg Squaresburg on April 6th.
Nice. All right.
Love that. And please send us that information so we can add it to the description and we'll share it out as well. And guys, it is for me when it comes to indie filmmaking, and I've talked to both of you about this before. Casey, you know, at length on it.
A little long in the tooth.
We you know, it's something to support. Like you said, this is one of those art form really just isn't easy on the pocket, but you can't not do it, you know. And I that's why I always try to find like a level, even for the movies that are so bad, like they make your eyes want to burn out. I still try to look for that thing that's like this is why it was made, like maybe that shot or this, that, and the other thing, you know. It's so
to get that lighting, you know, there's that script, there was just that line that stuck with them, the weevil that created and everything was sprung from. And when you feel that line and get to see that, that's an expressional thing. And I think it's wonderful when we can translate that.
You can learn something from every movie.
Precisely. Yep. There's a lesson to be learned in everything. On the look at it and not just take a hit. So
nice. And so now, as we're getting closer and closer to it, what steps in the pre-production phase as a director that you're taking? Like, have you got storyboards done yet? Are you working on shot lists?
Oh, shot list. I'm well into. I'm not the best artist, at least from a sketchbook, but you know, I'm getting those stick figures and about it. And then
stick figures all day.
Yeah, and then 10 minutes before I hopped on here, we finished up rehearsal with 2 of our leads. Luckily, we've got an amazing cast. 4 leads: Noah Peterson, Miranda Newman, Maggie Goff, and Matthew Melito. For the 2 couples, 4 leads. They're great, and they've been workers on getting this thing ready. So, like I said, we started rehearsals. We've just finished up most of our scheduling. We got half of it done. We're well second half because we're shooting the first half in May, one of the stories, and the other story in June. But yeah, we're really kind of what it's coming down to is I'm meeting with our production design Cole quite a bit. We're figuring out how we want to set up these scenes. We have all the gear we need. Our director of photography, Reed Curley, he and I have been meeting. I've been trying to get as much communication as I can. You know, I've heard, I think it was Jonah Hill said, directing's basically just professional problem solving. Like that's what you're doing. And I'm not going to pretend like we're not going to have problems to solve, because of course we are. And I want to be cognizant of that there are going to be things that come up on set that I have that aren't going to be pretty, but I want to limit those as much as I can. So that's the producer in me. Like that's the side of me that goes, okay, let me be practice. But we're well into we're almost done with the pre-production process. We're almost at the shooting phase. So I've been trying to get as much done with the storyboard and the budgeting and everything that I can.
Do you have another producer on there with you to kind of back you up while you're directing?
Yes, I do. His name's Will Sidaros. He and I met on the TV worked on. He's done a lot of great projects, and we've always, since the series, we've been talking about collaborating on something specifically this process. We were hammering out on the script. He was going to direct it for a little bit, but we both realized this is too personal for me not to do it, and he's been a trooper through all of this.
That's awesome, man. You know, man, I want to thank you so much for jumping on tonight and talking to us about the movie. Is there a website that people can go, maybe help back or even just spread the word?
Well, we don't have a website, but we do have social media, which is at Written by Mike Film. If they do want to support us, we're always looking for a little bit of extra funds for donations. They can show up at one of our events. We do have some incentives for that. Obviously, that's local. We were considering doing, but we didn't really feel that was necessary. So if people are interested in coming to the events, where I'll have the dates for you guys, and we'd love to have your support. Not monetarily, we would love for you just to share the page and get the word out about us.
Absolutely, guys. So remember, if you're listening at this later date, or you're sharing this out, let's get the word about the movie Written by Mike out there for him. Ryan, again, thank you so much for coming on, man.
Appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you.
It's always a pleasure.
Guys, take care, buddy. Guys, thank you so much again to Ryan for jumping on and doing that and talking about it.
Yeah, it was rad, man. Love talking to, especially learning about that little Fredericksburg, the kickback there now. That's awesome, man. Yeah. That's great. I'm glad they're doing that for the arts.
He had talked about that years ago. He was working on another movie. I've seen a few of his movies at through Skyline.
Okay.
Hey, man, he makes a pretty looking movie. I'll tell you that. And that's not to take.
No,
I remember them being fun, enjoyable stories as well. But I'm just talking about it like from loving the visual side of it.
Right.
History always top notch. So I'm anxious to see how that goes in this new
That's
movie.
awesome. Well, we have Chris with us too. Chris Harris is here. Hi, buddy.
Yes, put on the comment. I didn't put the comment tabs on because I'm like, nobody watches anymore. What's up, buddy?
Well, we're behind our Patreon wall and plugged at a time, so we shifted times. So.
That's true. That is true. A lot of people probably didn't even know we were on, but because
exactly.
it was one of those.
It's going to be this show.
This was a game time decision too, because this was, I think, what did I message you at like 11 a.m. because I was like, oh, that's
yeah,
right.
11:40, I think. Yeah.
FT show. We're on there tonight. Our finals are, so we played in this tournament, their March movie madness tournament,
yes.
Where it was all movie trivia, very well done. We were one of 8 podcasts to do it. And
a lot of us out there. 8:30 is when the final show just dropped. So right now, our finale is playing for the first time.
Yeah. So make sure
go check that out.
If you're not here, you're there. Well, no. Anytime somebody listens to this that isn't listening to it right this second,
that's
so Chris,
true.
Go check it out right after.
I'm done with this. Go check that out, and then we're gonna do a reunion show, which for us will be live, but for you guys, you can see it after you watch us and going through the episodes of us in the tournament. And then there's I don't remember how many total episodes. I think 7.
Yeah, there's something like that. I mean, whatever 8 equates to on the old March Madness board.
Yeah, however they do breakdowns. I'm not good with them brackets no more.
Math wasn't my suit.
I had to give, man. I was losing money and faith in my abilities to pick winners.
I never had a faith, man. There was no faith of the heart in this one. I've been watching too much Enterprise.
Same, man. Oh my gosh, I was hitting River with the frickin' with the faith of the heart all weekend, and she was like, "Please stop." I was like, "You're gonna feel better. You gotta have faith of the heart.
You gotta have faith of the heart."
I asked her, I was
love
like,
in the 3rd season they upped that tempo, add the little beat,
a jaunty tune,
dude. Oh my god. So
what's this?
I love it. Oh, Chris left.
Oh,
We lost our viewer. He went to go watch the tournament.
Exactly. He went to
He's like, I can watch you schmucks later.
Exactly. Everyone can listen to this later. And the fun part is if they haven't listened to the other one, I feel like I can comfortably say the thing.
Well, I mean, that's actually true. Since nobody's watching now, we can say it and we can celebrate it here. But you said it first, so please take it.
I would like to happily announce that due to some incredible intelligence, some brilliance, some sheer genius, power of will and determination, that my friend, my Roman, my compatriot, my mug buddy, that due to his deep knowledge and to my inability to not for things that I listened to as lines because that's all I was good for. I'm
Oh,
only good at
no.
quoting things. Yeah, it was wonderful.
You're really good at that. Yeah.
I'm really good at quoting things. He's good at everything. He's good at wonderful at all things. He's one of the most incredible trivia partners a man could ask for. Due to our weather, we shined, shone there as our friends Under the Bed with Dax, who I was hoping I'd go up against. I was kind of hoping that would be our guy.
I was not, because I was like,
You
if we
did
go
not wanna
against
go
Dax, we're gonna lose.
We instead picked a formidable foe in Lady Shasha, who was incredible. She was badass and really good. And
Yep.
it was a really great match. Please go watch it. It was wonderful.
That came
But
out too.
oh, it did. No, that was the thing. Is like it took some effort. The second one we kind of rope a doped. The second match was we were
And
a
if
little
you
brutal.
don't think boys here weren't throwing all in at all times.
Nobody.
This was poker. This is like if we were playing hands both together, as we will
Yes.
be co-presidents, we're co-poker players.
Bingo.
We're both holding the cards and we're like, let's go all in. Dude, it's the first hand. Do it. Just go all in.
And
But
then
we're the bet. Just do it.
just go all in. And we kept doing it. And
We
it was
kept
like
doing it. They
well,
were
because-
they ran. We can talk about it now because still listen to this. We would go all in and say, look, give us the most. Let's do it. We want this many points. And they ran out of questions for us because somebody would pick it that many times.
we kept going through it, man. We just kept smoking those. And I'm telling you guys, the questions they threw out were great. TTFT put on a program, and I really hope they will host another round or some other kind of event because they were a hoot. Hopefully we can get them for April 14th for our end show.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Casper
I'm
for a
waiting to
Cause
hear
would be
back.
great.
They're
So,
very
but-
cool guys, and I'm going to link that
Yeah.
below so you guys can check them out. Sorry to cut you off, Casey. I just want to make sure I have a link to it.
Absolutely, man. No, it was a great time. They were a hoot, and it was wonderful being champions with you. This is
It was.
something that you came in as complete unexpected. So we were the last minute team drop for them, and we had to be shoveled in, kind of just stuck in there. We rose to the challenge.
Won the whole goddamn thing.
The whole goddamn thing.
we and that was the funny part because they're a little apprehensive because Dax had told them was like you should get the scene stops, and they asked for other people too in case we weren't available, and he still said no, just get the scene stops.
Dax is, I mean, he's a sweetheart, man. Dax and Kai
He is
are
such a
just
sweet guy.
great dudes. Just dig them. Good.
Oh yeah, just amazing. Go check out his podcast by the way with Dax. Great interviews.
Boy, amazing interviews.
So and I'll link that down below as well. So as we're going on with it, the thing that with me was like we started. I was nervous, but I had that Will Ferrell from Old School moment where I just blacked out and just started saying all the right shit.
For one point, because it was we were very nonchalant. It's like, nah, keep it loose. If we stay loose, we'll be good. And then I look over like 5 minutes into the second round, and I'm like, yo, I turned into serious.
I turned into the T800 at one point.
Yeah.
Just staring on like because they even commented like 4 times like, dude, you're all right. Like I'm like, why are you so angry? I'm like, I'm not angry. I'm just thinking. I want to hear
Focus.
the next question. Because my thing is if you're doing trivia and somebody's asking the answer and you don't hear it off the bat, then you can't be the first to answer it.
Bingo. I've always been that way. I was an academic bull, back in high school. I love that. We went to nationals. It's like, give it to me, man. I love those challenges, which also I realized may have kind of made me a ring considering I used to do that kind of stuff. I love those games.
Oh man, dude, you got some good questions in this one. But I the one thing I will say is as much as I really like those guys, they're a fantastic show. Won Snobby Awards this year. It really truly like they did not want us to win.
I don't think they were expecting us to win. I think we were jobbers. We were WWE jobbers to get beat up after the second round.
You want to be accurate. They thought we were jobbers.
Well, yeah.
And we rolled in there like the careers.
I was going to say the Rock and Roll Express, but I like Road Warriors more. I don't want to be Marty Jannetty all the time.
I'm sitting there and like I could tell because like you remember when like and it was all legit. They handled it all legit. It wasn't like but you could tell they were trying to throw out to us, or they were like there was a change in points or something like that, because they would offer like extra points to people, and I'm like, what are you doing? They don't know us. We're in the first episode. By the second episode, it was very different. It was a very different dynamic. But even then, it was kind of like, we know him. Like, we'd like him to win.
These are buddies, yeah.
And it's just like, boom, we're just cutting down everyone. And the funny thing was, it was like, and that's where we came in. Like, I'm going all in. It was like he awarded like 10 points to the other team for something.
It got you heated, bro. You were riled up. You were like, they gave him points.
It was a fucking Dumbledore moment when it's the end of the school year and it's like, oh yeah, Slytherin has 600 points and everybody else has 10 points, and then you're like 590 points. Go fuck yourself.
Well, that was the funny thing though, is you took it that way, but it was a legit thing, but you hadn't quite heard because you were queued up on like you were ready for the next thing. All you heard was they got 10 points and you just what? And I was like, no, it makes sense. But I wasn't gonna say that because
like I said, it was legit because I did go back and watch the first episode.
Yeah.
So going back and watching them, I was like, no, I get it.
Yeah.
But
it was right there with you while it was happening. Was so funny because you were so not like, you weren't cutthroat at first. We were like, go team.
Yeah,
like,
I was all in on losing.
I mean, I honestly thought those guys were going to smoke us. My 5 cents. They were really good. Another great pod. A lot of fun. Those cats.
Oh yeah,
we were like close for a minute there.
We were very close, and then they did that, and I was like, bet it all.
Yeah, you just started going all the time. Right. And then after
they were like 200 points ahead. They're running out of questions. Like, we can't do this anymore.
Oh, it was great, man. They were so much. I want to do that till the end of time. That's what we're meant for. Maybe that's where we make our millions, because we just become trivia monsters.
Well, I didn't. We should. We should go. We should see if we can get on the Schmodown.
Let's do it.
I want tag team belts. Let's do
Heck
that.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Okay. I had such a plan at the beginning of this when they told us about the award show.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to film it with you in person.
Yes.
And I wanted to do a thing where we talk about winning the whole thing, winning the award. But I would need you here.
Oh.
Because I was gonna Shawn Michaels, you're Marty Jannetty. And just sweet chin music chair or something.
And just take it.
Like, we're done. You know?
Now that I'm a champion, this is what it feels like. I'm done with you.
Dude, tell me on that show, it's like the breakup of the Scene Snobs comes about because I'm Marty Jannetty you.
Would be one of the greatest things on earth. That just means we have to win something else so you can actually do this.
That's the plan, man. If the plan, like anybody who's watching or listening now, down when we're gigantic and we show up on a variety show on TV and they're like, let's talk about them and blah, blah. It's like some Christmas special. Mm-hmm. And I kick Casey in the chin fireplace. It's going to be
just screaming on fire. Just like, because I will.
Just like Jannetty's career. After
we got to sell the bit. You got to sell you got to go all in, man. Yes, and I'm with you. How long can I? Let's seriously put it out.
Oh, we're done. Flip the hair. That mullet.
Beautiful mullet. Oh, that glorious mullet. Which I actually, because the hair is now out of control, it's doing the things where it gets all strangly from around the sides of the. It's just time to. I'm just gonna full on Sasake and just go back to the belter and remove a side of my head.
Can I point something?
As many things as you want.
I looked at this and I looked at these pictures that I put together, and that is a real animated picture of you that somebody took. You look great in the picture. That's why I used it. You know who you look like dressed like that?
Do I look like Jack Ransom?
You look like Jack Crusher.
Tell me that you don't look like Jack Crusher. I look like Ed Spaliers.
Yep.
Oh man, I got a little more nose than him, but yeah, you're about right.
I like
Holy
to think I
cow.
look like a plump Riker.
Oh yeah, no, you're actually just a you're a chesty, right? Like if Shax and Riker had a baby.
I'm I'm Riker in Nemesis.
Yeah, yes. Nemesis, exactly where you were at. I love it though. I think you look great in that. I love that pic.
Yeah,
That pic of us is dope. When you showed that to me the first time you showed it, I like stared at it for a minute, going, "This is great.
yeah, I
Why
dug
can't
that
this
too.
be reality? I
I
just
know,
want to
right?
walk like that to work."
Jesus, I can't even order Star Trek size.
No, valid. I've been looking. Although I did find a jacket that'll fit you. I'm excited to get that. Yeah.
A Star Trek jacket?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's an Enterprise bomber jacket, which is dope. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's
Legit.
I love their uniforms. I know they're very rudimentary.
Yeah.
Podcast.
No, we'll talk about that later.
A quarter impulse on this.
That's
So-
perfect. Yeah. Well, all right. So Teep, that's going into the quarter impulse.
You have to stay at
Star
quarter
Trek. I
impulse.
know we got to stop. So there is something else before we wrap up tonight that I have to beg of you, my friend. I have been trapped I have been stuck, Mick. I have been in a place I'm rooted and I can't get out. And I need you to pull me out and then whip me around like a radish and chuck me into the bin.
What are we gonna fix tonight?
I need you to fix something that I don't know if it's fixable because I've tried to go back and figure out where it was broken, and it's broken so many places. But I think it'd be a lot of fun if you could somehow take this guy right here
Batman?
and all of his fellow friends. Yes, I've got Batman picture by Stuart Sega, signed by him. He's a great guy. He's a really nice guy, by the way. Does really good Batman work. I need James Gunn is going to be taking over the DCU. I was watching Suicide Squad the other day. Batman, in another different version of the other Suicide Squad. Because the James watched the other David Ayer's Suicide Squad, which I don't hate. It's just not good. It's enjoyable. It's just not a good movie. Is there a way that you could fix the DC extended universe pre-James Gunn? And I would say, I think I could honestly, comfortably say post Superman Returns.
Okay.
Is that a good line? Is that a good line in the sand?
I think so.
Yes.
Well, the only caveat I would have to say that honestly, yes, can you fix it? Well, no, you can't fix it anymore. But you have, and here's why I don't have a lot of faith in DC under the Gunn reign. I think he's going to make good movies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that this is going to be a franchise because he's not being the franchise yet. I know they have a plan and I know what they're going for. They have a theme.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the problem is you don't have the formula down, and you should have been copying formula, and that's what would fix the pre-Gunn era Snyder. Let's just call it the Snyderverse for now because he picked.
Well, I mean, there was still, because I don't count Nolan movies in those. I would like it stated that the Batman Nolan stay separate.
I agree, but I have to mention them in my fix of this.
Fair. Okay.
Reason being is because the massive success, as we know from The Dark Knight, was matched that same success of Iron Man. Now, what does that have to do with anything? It has to do with the fact that Iron Man was going to be lead to one of the franchises ever, and probably will always be ever. And that was the first franchise, right? And they have a very clear formula. And I know I'm kind of reiterating things that everybody knows, but they have a very clear formula at the beginning. But they had a movie to build off of.
Yeah.
But so did DC with The Dark Knight, which was really their only property. And if you notice, after The Dark Knight came out, and even though it came out after, there was a lot of development into a Superman that would fit into the world of Nolan's Batman.
Yeah.
And that was their first mistake.
Yep.
And the reason I say it is if you were never going to connect it to Nolan's Batman, you should have never based it on that. But that's what they based their formula on.
Mm-hmm.
The Dark Knight did. And that's what we need. We need those gems. And we have all of these characters. And yeah, we want to connect them. So they fast track a Superman, Man of Steel, of course, which now is the tone for your whole franchise going forward and is not connected to the movie that tone.
Right.
So that's where your first mistake goes. I'm not saying you can't have that tone. You can and fix this. I'm saying you didn't follow the right formula. Now, for me, what I would have done is, okay, you have Man of Steel, you tried something, didn't work as Dark Knight did, but neither did the third in that Dark Knight series.
Yeah.
So, they didn't know that at the time when they were developing. Snyder's coming in, has a big vision for it. I get it. If now all those things considered, taking out the upper echelon, got a producer at the helm, kind of like a Kevin Feige, who's running the show, and then had people they could trust going down. At the time, Snyder was almost as big as Jon Favreau.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
The only
300 was giant. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a huge movie. So yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. So he's coming in with a lot of clout, just like Favreau was doing with Iron Man. And that's why I think it kind of really works. Now, like I said, you don't have to have the same tone as Marvel. You can have a darker tone and still fix this. But the formula they should have used was exactly what they did in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and pick your villains properly. What is the steps? We don't get to Thanos until Infinity War. We don't even get to the Black Order until Infinity War. So it's ultimately going to be what the Iron Man, the Avengers, Loki and the army, the Chitauri. Then you have Ultron. Then you have Thanos. You're growing in each one. First of all, the villains, which are arguably, I would say the villains of DC are better than the villains of Marvel.
Yeah, I've always heard that argument. I will respectfully disagree.
That's fine. And that's not because I know where you're coming from. We've had deep conversations about this, and I don't disagree with you. I just think, and the funny thing is, say the villains of DC, most of them are Batman villains.
Oh, okay. When it comes to the rogues gallery of Batman alone, they rival. Like those are definitely
counted on. Like
true.
I don't know that you're making a Thanos movie that's going to be as successful as the Joker.
Yeah, it's true.
But it comes down to they wanted to go with the realism, but what they should have done, what they should have given us is you've already given us an origin story and open this world up. Now you go to Batman, and if you want Affleck's Batman, fine, but Affleck's Batman needs to be a detective, kind of like what does.
Yes.
But trying to find out who the puppeteer is, trying to do this to Superman, who you're not 100% sure with because you've had it in with like this building coming down and killing people. His bullshit argument, basically. So all of that, and now, but he's doing the investigating side, and he's trying to figure it out. What I would have done was made my first villain Luther, who is kind of Legion of Dooming it a little bit by pulling the strings of certain villains.
Style in Holmes, where he's the villain above the villains.
Exactly.
You don't necessarily know it's him yet, and it's definitely not freaking Isa.
Yes. And all along that way, he's pulling the strings in each movie. He should have been in Superman, even if you're retconning it.
Sure.
Because he wasn't in it. And he should have been a Man of Steel. But even if you retcon it like they did Bruce Wayne in the beginning of Batman vs. Superman, where he's pulling the strings to each villain, and he's trying to not draw these metahumans together, but like test them to see whether. And then you find out that he is experimenting, and not this Jesse Eisenberg one. I'm talking about like a real Lex Luthor, an industrial Luthor, where now he's testing on the body of Zod. And your first Avengers-esque Justice League movie is the death of Superman.
Yeah, that's Doomsday.
Yes, that's where they ultimately comes down to, but it's the big three. So you get 3 or 4 movies to set it all up, get to that movie, the first Justice League movie. It's just Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Superman dies. that propels you. And you can go on Saga, but I would take the other characters out. Oh no, that was Justice League. I'm talking about this. My Justice League.
Yeah.
The technically the end of Batman versus Superman, but back.
Right.
So you make that one the movie. You have a knockout, drag down fight between Batman, between Superman all the way through, while
Yes.
Batman and Wonder Woman are trying to help him, and then you introduce maybe some other metahumans who they've never heard of before, coming in or see what's what. After that, Superman dies. They try to build this team together. The next one is introducing all these other characters. Doesn't have to be origin. Introducing all these other characters in their own movies, and starting to thread it to Superman coming back in the next Justice League movie. And maybe they have to go up against Superman, who's still having, the strings pulled a bit.
So
But
maybe
by
you even
who?
get the opportunity to get a Doom, where you actually have, everyone finds out that Bruce Wayne basically has an answer for everybody that he's working with. That would be a well let out.
Yes, that would be great. And then that Justice League, because there's still the turmoil, but they're still coming together. And they finally are able to come together by fighting Superman. But you find out that it was actually Wolf, if you want to go that route again,
Okay.
just
Or
for that second
Lobo.
one. Where for Darkseid, he's pulling strings there on Lex Luthor all the way down. Like this is going on. Make it a conspiracy type of thing. Follow the yarn. And when Superman comes to, and at the end, you see them kind of coming together and fight because they find out it was Steppenwolf doing it. That's when you find out about Darkseid. Then you go to Flashpoint. Flashpoint goes, Michael Keaton Batman. You can have all of these things because he goes back in time, changes things, and the thing that he was trying to avoid was going into that apocalyptic world. But that's hint. Flashpoint is what's causing that.
Yeah.
So he has to go to Batman. He has to find Supergirl, have to go and try and fight and do all of this stuff. Back to the future it a little bit. And now that propels you. We get back into gear, and then we're going on to Darkseid. So
that's really good because then yeah, for Justice League 2, I like how you have that set up with that war, and then you Flashpoint it in the next, say you can do Flashpoint 2 movies. You can have different aspects of it, and then wrapping up in the third conclusive. And it's good I think to set that as trilogy, kind of cordoning them off as threes, and then you build your Justice League.
And I feel like, not to toot my own horn or boast or anything, but like follow that formula. They're making money. They have more power now. So when they do cast The Rock as Black Adam, it's like, no, we're not giving you every choice under the, and you ruin things for not just this, but another movie franchise that was making us money.
Yeah, you insult the other movie franchise. That's just rude, man. Like, that's messed up. Like, Shazam's great. And that's how the comic books went. And I'm sorry if you don't like where you want your comic book character to go, but you have to respect the character. And if you disrespect the character, screw you.
Yep, 100% agree. Casey, in your mind, did I fix it?
Bro, you came as close as humanly possible to possibly ever fixing the preset DCEU, because that honestly was a much better version. It sounded better, and I want to see those stories and be able to mind wipe from all the other junk that's in there.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, sir. Hey guys, I want to appreciate anybody who's watching or listening live here on Patreon. I mean, just truly appreciate you. Guys, go check it out if you haven't. There's links below. We are having a good time. Oh, somebody else popped in.
Sturdy's here.
Sturdy, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Sturdy?
Sturdy, I feel bad because your show's at 8 and we started at 8.
Yeah, we're jerks tonight.
Normally I don't like to start during your shows. I figured because we're behind the page, it's all right. But yeah, go check out Sir Sturdy. He's great.
He's amazing. We
do have an award show that we have to go.
Yes, an award show. Yes, if I could sound more snobby about it, because we're so very lucky to be accepting awards. We are victorious. That's right. You'll have an opportunity to see us performing as we do in trivia to the death. And fantastic, if I may say personally, very, very good. And we should go put your eyes on it and then watch us as we just, do laps.
To you now. All
Yes,
right, guys,
indeed.
we are going to take off though. We really appreciate you watching, listening, supporting the Scene Snobs. Go follow us everywhere. You know the deal. Casey, my friend, would you please do the honors and take it away?
Why, certainly. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure, as always, to do this with all of you. This brings to my heart. Hopefully, we're able to make your sunny days a little bit brighter, your rainy days dissipate for just a moment, and make an hour of your while. Thank you, friends, as always, and do please take care in being kind to yourself and kind to each other. Good day.
Always can't say it better myself, so I'm not gonna. Take care.
Hey guys, Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. Tim, Paul, Stacy, Matt, Aaron, AJ, George G3, Chris S, Dale, Chris H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jason, and John W. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation Discord channel where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And remember to embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snob Nation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up there after. We have Snobs Podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking forward to the snobsmerch.com store, use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything. Stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. Think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are The Scene Snobs.
I mean, it was so far beyond my ability. Not only range-wise, the range was insanely high. My lip was shot. I had to play well enough. I didn't play, and I was also really fast. So I made a few failed attempts at playing this track, and there was a lot of noise, and it became clear to all of us that this is what they had hoped it would be. So they generously, thanked me. Went on and hired a trombone player from Tower of Power, who's a real trombone player. and I had what I thought was a story about.
That's a heck of a story.
Yeah, but it gets better. 6 months later, Paul comes to me with a gold record, and they had released Hoist with this little track called Riker's Mailbox, and it was all of it from that attempted session. And Riker's Mailbox was a reference to the fact that this house, which was next door to Paul's house and across the street from Rosenbaum, where we did this podcast, I had it was like cow. You know those mailboxes? Some of them look like a large milk like cow.
Oh,
This
yeah.
was a cow that had the shit beat out of it because it was way up on Laurel Canyon, and cars hit it and trucks hit it and delivery guys. So it went falling over, and very distinctive, very much a landmark on that part of the street. So
That's brilliant.
hence the title, Riker's Mailbox.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. Oh, and it's like for something like that though, and loving music so much and to be invited to do it on their album.
And
how do you? What's your mind frame going into that? Like I
didn't know I was going to joke. I didn't know. Now I live in the same. I live one town over from Fishman, from John Fishman. We looked at the same property in Maine, and let my son, who was then probably about 4 or 5 or 6, play his drums.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow,
That's
Full
really
circle.
that's amazing.
it comes back around.
Yep.
I didn't from jazz. I have a question for you if that works. I would love your choices for somebody getting into jazz, a beginner. What are maybe 3 albums they should try?
Oh boy. I guess you got to get Coltrane's Giant Steps. You got to get Miles Blue.
Okay.
And Straight No Chaser, Thelonious Monk. I think
Nice.
would give you a breakdown. Ella with Count Basie on Impulse. Then you got 4 good ones.
Perfect start.
Yeah,
Perfect.
right.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and again, thank you again for coming here. We of course are giant Star Trek fans, and we do have some questions for you. But also we are really into the filmmaking side of things, and would love to pick your brain about directing as well.
Yeah.
On different projects and your perspective on things. We actually wanted to show you. We started a new show. It's a Star Trek series for our patrons, and it's kind of an homage to you. So when she agreed to this, we wanted to show you. So we have a new show called Warp Factor Fiction.
Oh, I like it.
And we are watching all of the series in chronological order, and the movies and such, all the way through. And we are going to do a series season by season, not episode by episode.
Oh my God! Of all the shows from TLS,
Yeah.
Everything.
All the way through. We're on Enterprise right now.
Time on your hands.
It's amazing for a
Very
busy
little
schedule.
amount.
It gets to sit in the background, quote unquote, watching.
Yeah,
But are you watching and having commentary, or are you just watching and sharing it with your listeners?
Watching and kind of doing.
So we just finished
doing
up
a full
season
watch along would be way too much.
Yeah.
Too big of an endeavor.
Oh, so you run a season at a
So we'll do 2 episodes a month, and we'll watch a season and then talk about that, because we really want to get into more of like the philosophy during the time, like right now with Enterprise, the Prime Directive sort of not existing, and kind of go through that motion.
Interesting. And how far along are you?
I'm on
He's
season
in
3 of
2.
Enterprise.
Yeah, he's in season 3 of Enterprise. I'm on season 2. So we're chugging along. Ways to go.
Oh,
But,
so you're watching it separately. You're not online.
No.
Oh, no, yeah, we're watching it.
I thought, God, you're going to put your audience through that.
That's far too
Yeah,
much.
no, but we have been enjoying it, and good time with it. It's just to rewatch everything again, especially in order of the time. It's been kind of.
What do you make of the questionable decision to include Riker and Troy in the last episode of Enterprise at the end of season 5?
I'm gonna be honest, Casey, because I'm gonna say I am fan service all the way. Like when I see you guys, I'm like, yes, 100%.
I can appreciate the aspect of fan service. I think I struggled with it. It took away a bit from the adventures that we had from Enterprise, but I also understood the wrap it up, and it was a good way to put a cap on it necessarily. But I still would have liked my 7 seasons of Enterprise.
Sure. But you feel
about
that.
I felt it was a mistake. It was sold to me as a quote unquote time to the fans. And then as it dawned on me what we were doing, I thought, if I were Scott, certainly, not only would I be insulted, my feelings would have been hurt. And he was such a mensch. I talked to him when we got there. I said, dude, this feels weird to me. It's got to feel weird to you. I'm sorry that we have been put in this position. I think it's insulting to ask 2 people from a show that happened to last 7 seasons to come in and close your show down prematurely after 5 seasons. It just felt. I get fan service, and I'm the biggest whore on all. So I so it's it just has always resonated as a bad choice.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a great point. I never thought
Yeah,
about
thank
it
you
from
for
that
your honesty. I
perspective.
really appreciate that.
No, it gives me something new to think about too.
Mhm.
So we were talking, a couple of we put together, especially with the Star Trek, carrying on the Star Trek legacy from Roddenberry to Berman and Piller. How have you seen it grow from the perspective and with the new viewpoints being brought in?
It's been fascinating to watch, particularly going on to the to the next versions. The Discovery, Picard, Strange New worlds of Star Trek, in which I believe the creators, Alex and Akiva and Terry and Shaban and Michelle and all the shows have allowed their own voices a little bit. They're all loyal and they're all canon. The biggest difference I found, and specifically in this third season of Picard, and I think it's been very successful, is the idea that there is conflict. It was very adamant that in the family of the Enterprise, on the bridge of the Enterprise, there would be no conflict, and that's tough. And conflict, it's the heart of drama. So it always bumped with me, and I think it bumped with a lot of actors and directors and other writers. That makes for a more complicated way to entertain. Mm-hmm. And what Terry has done with this third season, specifically Riker and Picard being in conflict, Riker and Troy, as you'll see tonight. This probably won't be tonight, but this week, whenever you guys the new episode with LaForge, he's not too thrilled with what he's been asked. There's a lot more conflict than there ever would have been on Next Gen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's been great seeing that. Sorry, Mick. One of the greatest parts has been watching that in the new season of Picard, you and Picard moment where you kind of both exchange roles for a moment.
Yeah.
Where you take over that captainship and you kind of have to put him in his place as he's trying to
be the bridge. I said, get off my bridge. Get out of here.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Casey and I were actually talking about that after the episode, because it seemed the way you were as a captain on the Titan when you took over was this father figure who's like, I need to protect everybody. You're telling me to attack. My job is to make sure that we can get out of this alive as much as possible.
And then I listened to him and it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Now that, did you cherish that throwing him off the bridge? Did you get a chance to do that a few times, take a few takes on it?
Of course I did. And I decided to play it on him in the cut.
Oh, that's amazing.
And you guys coming back together again in this new season has been brilliant. I'm in love with just seeing you guys in action again, especially Picard and Riker on a bridge. Like, it's just been amazing. But coming to it, and one of the things, like, with the directing, especially of the different episodes, a different series of Star Trek. Does your change going from each series because it's a different location, different storyline going on? Like, how do you kind of marry everywhere, and or do you not? Do you just go with what the writers are doing, or what you're directing?
That's a really good question. Each of the shows have their own flavor and tone, but there is an overarching arc. Listen, that horrible English. Was created by Alex when he took over this franchise that is very much informed by the JJ world, where it's incredibly cinematic and filmic and theatrical and lens flares and camera movement and all the wonderful toys we get everything on these shows. It's an entirely different visual palette than we ever had on Next Gen or Voyager or Deep Space or Enterprise. It's informed by the world that the fabulous world that JJ created. It's informed visually, so that has changed massively. And inside of that, the tone. I started on Discovery, obviously, when Discovery started. That was an animal of itself. And Tunde, Olatunde, who is the producing director on that show, is a very visual filmmaker. So and we get competitive. That's the other thing. So a very good place to work and play. And you have to remember to get your coverage, because what happens is you can create beautiful, moving, seamless oneers that are going to get chopped up by the producers and writers because they want their close-ups. They believe that somehow, and sometimes you miss points and you miss, or that the studio, you know, there are other people, after you turn in your director's cut, you have to say goodbye to your baby and let somebody, and it never gets easier, but it's the reality of the job.
Yeah.
So at least with these shows, we have the time and the money to create whatever we can imagine. And we have the privilege to prepare with the cinematographer that we're going to shoot with, which is great. The production designers on these shows are fearless. The costume designers are fearless. Makeup and hair it's a place where everybody's encouraged to test the limits of their creativity.
Mhm.
And yet,
That's fantastic.
still a show that you've got to come back and get your close-ups. You've got to make sure and I think I know where the objectives of the scene are. I think I know where the beats are in a scene. And I think I know what's important. And if I don't, I find out during the tone meeting, which is a part of prep, an invaluable part of prep that I always look forward to, where the writer it's a profound grasp of the obvious. We always describe what we believe the scene is about, or I have them describe to me what it's about, and it may be different than what I've been prepping. And so it's better to find out before you've shot than after you've shot and they say, God, dude, you missed the entire fucking point of that whole scene. What were you thinking? And so that's humiliating.
Yeah, that could be brutal, I'd imagine. So I am curious though, when it comes to those tones and the way things have changed and kind of grown, have you seen that sort of leapfrog from series to series that have something and grown with, Robert McNeil, a lot of other directors and, family essentially from Next Gen and moving forward?
Bobby Duncan McNeil has coined a phrase that I've stolen from him, and I always try to remember to give him credit. He says, and he's so generous. He's taken me on to a lot of his shows as a guest director. He said, on this show, you shoot to thrill. And that's and as I mentioned, the competition, I'm competitive with Doug, who's the producing director on Picard, and Chris Fisher, who's the producing director on Strange New Worlds, and Tunde. Everybody wants to make, the whole objective for a director is to make the best episode of this show ever made, and do the best version ever. So that creates really healthy visual competition, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
In vein of what we were kind of talking about with the familiarity and such coming back, when you stepped on a set of the Orville for the first time,
Right?
I know as a fan, we've both talked about it, like it feels like Next Gen especially, but like that's just that very familiar feeling of Star Trek. Did you feel that when you stepped?
Yes, and that was very much Seth's intention. Seth MacFarlane hired Jimmy Conway. He hired Robert Duncan McNeil. He hired Marvin. He was partnered with Brandon Braga as his producing director. He hired me. He surrounded himself with people from Next Gen because he was a massive fan of Next Gen. So it was not unintentional. It was clearly intentional. That was his MO. And the audiences were surprised that it wasn't silly, funny Seth MacFarlane. It was Roddenberry Seth MacFarlane. He was telling serious with funny stuff in them. And it was, I think, very successful. And the show's been on the air for years.
Yeah, it's a great show. They've done a wonderful job. And yeah, he really is Trek, and he brought in a lot of great people with him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's wild. I mean, your episode was with Charlize Theron, so it's
Oh my
not
God.
like, huge.
Right?
Come
Who
Oh,
gets
wonderful.
Charlize Theron to guest on their television show?
on. It's ridiculous.
I know.
Well, actually, I do have a question for, and I hate asking this. Feel like everybody asks it, but I can't
But you
not
can ask it anyway.
I can't not for the actor that I'm going to ask about. You direct Van Dyke in an episode of Diagnosis Murder. He's an icon. How can I not ask what that was like or what you've learned from your experiences with him?
you know what? He could not have lived up to the vision we all have of him. He sang Chim Chim Cheree. He danced. He was everything you would have dreamed.
Oh.
He was delightful, and he charmed all the women, and he was prepared, and he was making that show so his son would have a television series, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty incredible.
A real man.
Yeah.
I mean, absolute mention.
Was it ever intimidating at all being on set with him, or were you pretty confident the whole way and comfortable?
He made you feel comfortable when you showed up. Yeah, that was all him. I think anybody who goes, he's a legend, and he, I think, is probably aware of that, consciously or subconsciously, and he makes a very successful effort to take that away so that it is a calm and equal and peaceful and thoughtful place to work. It was a real delight. That's a great question. I've been asked about that in a long, long time.
That's fun. And then working with dovetailing into another character actress who you've worked with, favorites now, with Sonequa Martin Green.
Oh, it's her birthday today.
Oh, fantastic. Happy birthday.
That's awesome.
For you, what is that? You talk about the Roddenberry no conflict, which is very well known, but with her entire story is conflict. So how does that feel different and tonal wise for you making that more fun for you?
Well, first of all, I'm a massive fan of hers, and each time I work with her, I love her more. And I have developed I mean, everybody respects her, but she is the best number one. She is prepared. She's spiritual. She's philosophical, a sense of humor. She shares the time and space. She's what you dream of when you're looking at a call sheet. In general, the number one of the call sheet sets the tenor for for how the floor is. Nice. And Sonequa, a delight. Anyway, it's her birthday today. So in her honor, I will say that there's something what she brings that makes, my wife does it with actors too. She makes other actors better. Just by seeing her, that she's one of the actors. Patrick does the same thing. Because they're so prepared and so talented and have so many facets and notes in their instrument and can play so differently, they make the other actors who work with them better. And it's great to watch. And also, as she has had so much experience between Walking Dead and this show, she knows to if we print a take, we do another take, she'll change something. She'll play with it without even being asked, so that when you get in the editing room, you have these nuanced beats, changes, moments, rhythms. I always look forward, and I'm very sad to see that show is coming to an end.
Yeah, how does that feel after 5 seasons? Do you want more? I
want more. Yeah, because that was my new home show. I liked it there.
It was such a well, it still is. This fifth season still coming out, but it's such a wonderfully told show. And when it started, for me, it started off a little slow to me, kind of getting into it, because I guess because of the conflict.
Well, there was so much pipe delay about who the character was, and then as Michael Burnham evolved, Sonequa said something I thought quite beautiful, that her character is no longer informed fear; it's now informed by love. How about that?
Beautiful,
right?
That is a beautiful.
Yeah, that's heavy. That's beautiful.
I wish I could do that one.
Happy birthday, Sonequa! Crushed it. Happy
birthday. I did. We just had a few more questions, if that's all right with you. Just kind of touch down on. I do have one, and from a directing standpoint. And now I've always wondered this, and now I have a chance to ask it. Directing, say a 2-part on a network series, and
just
so you're
like the end of season 5 of
Mhm.
Discovery. I do the first half of the finale, and Tunde does the second half.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, and yeah, I've seen where you've done quite a few episodes and on all different. You may have the first part or the second part. How closely do you work with the other director to kind of have a similar tone or feeling to it, or do you not? Is it just that you focus and
Well,
and kind of?
it's 2 different things. On the Picard series, we did blocks.
Mhm.
We did 2-episode blocks, and they were often not connected at all. And on Discovery and on certain episodes of Next Gen, you're given part of a 2-part story, and then you can often prep together with the other director
Oh, okay.
or with the writer. And sometimes you tag team shooting too, if you have the opportunity or the time to shoot it as as one long episode, and then you step in and out of a set. If a set's built for that's in both shows, you go and do your scenes in that set, and then does his scenes in that set, which is sometimes a little bumpy. But certainly, when you're doing a 2-parter that has clearly got a beginning and middle and end, I think you have to stay on the same page tonally. Now, ironically, this season of Picard, I directed episodes 3 and 4, which worked wonderfully as a 2-parter, because at the end of the first part, we think we're all going to die. We're going into the abyss, and so we are at the the bottom of our emotional arc, if you will. And then in episode 4, we come back and we have the birth of all this beautiful aliens, and there's hope. So that worked out. I think those 2 episodes played very nicely as a cinematic, as like a little movie, like a little 2-parter. But that was, I'm not sure how intentional that was, but it was kind of the luck of the draw that I got to go do those 2 episodes together.
Nice. I do have one question for you. Since you've played Captain America, when you were starting out in personal appearances and such, what would you be interested in directing a Marvel movie? And if so, maybe what character would you?
Could you arrange that, by the way? That would be great.
I will do my best. I will hashtag this and get it out there for sure.
Have you had any directors come on and say they did direct a Marvel movie?
That's true. I have not.
Not yet. Nope.
No, not yet. Good. I don't want to be the first. What a franchise.
I mean, they're knocking it out of the park. It's wild.
It's fantastic. And I like, a lot of the success, I think, is in the humor. I believe that the audience is prepared for that kind of, like the Deadpool kind of humor that Marvel has found. And the more they embraced it, I think in Iron Man they started to embrace it. It's there's room for it in the storytelling. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they leave that room for it. I mean, it's comic books. They
know
hate
what?
those stories. We consume them so easily because of the humor and the seriousness. So it
That's a
balanced well.
very good point.
Yeah, and you are no stranger to epic franchises, as in North and South, which had to be experienced within itself. I mean,
Oh gosh, North and such phenomenal work. What was it like for you working on that set?
I was a kid and I fell in love with my beautiful wife on that show, and we were out on the road for almost a year. So I watched. I was fascinated by the whole process. It was very early in my alleged career. And to be on location for that long and to be around that big a production, that doesn't exist anymore. That miniseries vibe.
you can't. I have it on tape. You can't find it anywhere.
No, the miniseries genre.
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's so sad, really. Because it was so much fun to have those sort of epics on.
Well, the streaming has sort of got the same vibe, but it's the miniseries were event. I mean, you think of Roots and you think of North and South, and there were the Thornbirds. I mean, there were so many that they were events. They were television events.
Yeah.
And now we have something streaming. I think, like, you look at a Stranger Things with its 10 episodes and the way it's broken
Yeah.
up. You get something similar to that.
I will definitely say like Taylor Sheridan, maybe not so much Yellowstone, but like the 1923 or 1883.
I'm hooked
Very
on
much have that feel.
23, by the way.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
great.
it's great, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't see the last. This story about the couple coming back from Africa and the abuse story of the Native American girl in that Catholic school. I mean, the story intense.
Yeah,
They're riveting. Absolutely
And
riveting.
Harrison Ford playing this old man now with that great thing he's doing and the physical thing he's doing. He's so sneaky good.
He is. That's a great way to put it. Sneaky good.
It's very different from his character now on the show Shrinking.
Yes,
which more comedic.
I'm enjoying. Yeah, he's having a real.
Yeah,
he is.
Not that he ever was out of the spotlight.
No, but yeah, it's definitely with Indy coming back and everything. He's doing fantastic. We do have some Patreon questions, if that's all right. Some of our patrons wanted to ask some questions themselves. And one was, what are the chances of Beef making a comeback?
Beyond Belief has made a comeback. I just shot 8 episodes for German television. It's called X Factor Ungestraßen. In Germany, for some reason, Beyond Belief is a massive hit. And it's called X Factor. And it's all shot in English. So somewhere it's going to be. I don't know where it is. I don't know if you find it on YouTube, but it feels to me like it has. And they just booked me for some more. So this German company is all over Beyond Belief coming back.
Amazing.
Cat Lynn, whom I made this episode of Strange New Worlds that we plug yet, which is just hysterical, the crossover episode with Lower Decks that Bill Wilkoff and Cat Lynn wrote. Cat Lynn and I have been trying to pitch a rebirth of Beyond Belief. I think the memes kept that show alive.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
The 8-minute videos of just you saying, no, it's not true, I think have also helped.
I can tell you, as somebody who watched that, and Casey and I, we were such big fans, and we talk about it all the time, and a lot of our friends do as well. It is a very popular, well-known show. On all of those, remember in the 90s, there was sort of not a resurgence, but maybe like this big thing where a wave of shows similar to that were coming into play, but nothing topped.
Yeah, like Ripley and all that. Yeah, that was and that's back when I was the official spokesperson for Normal after having done Alien Autopsy, Fact or Fiction.
Yeah,
that's right. Yep.
That's perfect. Jason, thank you for that question. This one comes from Sturdy. Did you draw inspiration from any famous horror movies while preparing to direct the Borg scenes in First Contact?
Ooh. Nothing specific, but they were very much intended to be horror movie-like.
Yeah, and
perfect. I'm a Carpenter fan, so there's a lot of that. A lot of moving Dutch angles that push into horrifying situations.
Well, to add to that, is there, if you were to, direct a horror movie, is there something, a type of maybe villain or sort of subgenre you would want to gravitate towards?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, fair. And from Ward comes, Riker and Picard are obviously closer now more than ever before. Your opinion of the characters, how has their relationship evolved since they last served together on Enterprise?
You already asked that question and answered.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. It's just been truly amazing. And my best friend was such a huge fan of yours. He died a few years ago from cancer, and I have to ask this question in honor of him. Clock Stoppers is one of went and saw that in theater.
Mine too.
Yeah, and the question I was wondering about it was coming off of this is your third motion picture theatrical motion picture to come out.
It was the last one that made any money before I went to movie jail.
Oh God, I hope that. And I'm starting another hashtag. I want more movies from Jonathan Frakes, because it's so good and it's a fun, energetic, and it's very youthful Nickelodeon movie. How did you, where did you go with that to kind of get into that way of thinking when you're directing sort of more of a youthful type of movie, whereas Star Trek was more adult?
It had the same vibe. I do a lot of work with Dean Devlin, who's we made Leverages and Librarians. Both of us it's like an action adventure comedy, and that combo play is what Clock Stoppers was meant to be. Plus, it had a great soundtrack. Albie Heck, who produced it for Nickelodeon, scared up some really good music for us. I worked with my favorite friend and DP, Tim Surstedt, who I had been looking to work with for years. I had a wonderful group of young actors who were all eager and ready to go. It was a script that had been bouncing around at Paramount, and it was again, they gave us enough money to do it right. We had a fascinating group of actors, and the script held up. And the premise is something that people still talk about. Wouldn't it be cool if? Yeah, it would be cool if.
We've already got a movie about it.
Yeah. It's a fantastic movie, and you did a great job on it. I do have we were kind of wondering to ourselves if we could ask you, which badge, Star Trek badge, do you prefer aesthetically?
Oh my God.
Okay, which Enterprise do you prefer out of all of them?
Come on, I like the fat one.
I like the fat. We all love the fat one.
Very cool.
It's amazing.
Yeah, we appreciate you so much coming on
Thank you.
and doing this and
My
talking
pleasure.
to us. It is an honor. You're fantastic, and to see on screen, to know you're behind the screen, and we cannot wait to see what else you do for not just.
And I would personally like to say, as such a Star Trek fan, I am so grateful for the way you have carried the baton and just continue to push forward and have done such a fantastic job being the ambassador of the old era into the new. So I'm very grateful to you and all the fantastic work you've done. Thank you so much, Mr. Frakes, for joining us.
Thanks very much for your time. I really enjoyed that.
Sort of the center of DC,
right?
He had a lot of say in that movie,
Right.
and a lot of clout to do it, and it kind of screwed it up because the way it was supposed to be is when you watch Black Adam, he fights the Justice Society, and at the end, he's flying and he gets stopped by Amanda Waller, and he's told, we're gonna have to send our big guns after you, and then out of the dust walks Superman, Henry.
Okay.
So as I tell people, so when you're going forward with it, that doesn't really make sense when you have a Shazam character and those are the two that kind of go against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to fruition that what it was The Rock shut it down. He said he doesn't want anybody from the Justice Society that is in his movie in Shazam too.
What?
And he does, and it was Zachary Levi's Shazam who shows up at the end. And The Rock came right out and said, supposedly, again, I'm going all by the insider information in the article. Rock basically nixed that and said, no, I don't want Zachary Levi. They're not doing any cameos in his movie. And that disjointed feel kind of plays into plays into that.
Yeah.
When you watch Shazam 2, I really liked it. I thought it was a great movie, and I'm sorry to see that's not doing well.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I did say in the beginning, I was like, I wonder if this is going to do well because do people really care if it's going away? But also now to hear that The Rock may have kind of screwed it over, pretty rough.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. When we get in this upper echelon of people, WB needs to be able to handle their business better, and they clearly haven't time. So allowing actors and creators to run roughshod over the studio idea or whatever the purpose-built thing is that which DC has always tried to build towards that. WB Studios has always tried to take the DC properties and build them towards creating a franchise that can rival Marvel.
Yeah.
And considering they have the older properties, in my opinion, in some ways better, if nothing else, you can do 50 Batman movies and never hit the same villain and still have some incredible stories. So they have better options. Justice League and Wonder Woman, you have some just incredible avenues you could go. and they still continue to fail because they give too much credence and creativity to the populace, to the popular, to whomever is on the up and up and whoever's on the upswing. So they gave Snyder all that power, and because they gave him all that power and they screwed up their own franchise. Then you get into The Rock and allowing one person to change the fundamental core of a character who is literally Shazam's foil. And I don't want him to interact with Shazam. Then you're off the job, bud, because you're taking away from what we as the fans want.
Yeah. And it just goes to show you that, like, an actor to step in like that and take on this role, and he had been amping up for years before they even shot. That's great and all, and he was, of course, a huge star, and he still is. But you know, like, to do that shows that you are not making this for the fans, and why should we trust you with your movie? You know,
I don't trust him with his movies. I don't trust him with any movies. The guy's a great brandist. He's able to go out there and make his money and do what he's going to do, and people are falling in love and fall in line and buy his shit. Great, congratulations. I'm not one of them. I'm back against The Rock a lot. You know, like, as much as I love him, I do. I love the caricature. I love the character he plays. I love the fact that he's going out there and he is doing all of this work. It's fantastic. I do not take anything away from him. But I don't care about his IPs because he doesn't care about my IPs. That's it.
All right. You know what? I can't. Great way to put it. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But I think you had a movie for me to fix this week, sir.
Oh, sir, do I ever. So I was back and forth on this one, and it took me a minute to get here. In fact, I shot a few ideas to you, but this one is hung around for me. This one was actually one I wanted to bring up originally in the beginning, but I thought, maybe we don't play on this. But I'm really curious because one of my memories of this movie is actually the bowel issues I had of the popcorn because I ate too much popcorn and drank too much soda. Fondest memory I have of Ang Lee's The Hulk starring Eric Bana. So I'm curious, McManhattan, can you The Hulk?
Well, yeah. I mean, because it's like starting in a basement, and then and all you have is a ladder and some material. You know, it's just the way it is. So it's so bottom of the barrel. You know, if you're gonna fix it, especially you had the Fantastic Four movie doing pretty well. You had the Spider-Man movies doing pretty well because at 2004, I think that was around the time before it had just come out. Spider-Man 3, rather.
Yeah, Spider-Man. So Spider-Man 2 was still strong. We still had a good Doc Ock. We had, good love story. We're good there.
And the Fantastic Four,
was fine. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
But so now you have the reason that I think this really doesn't work is because first off, they made it too colorful. And not saying that it has to be dark or crazy. We're dealing with anger, and you can't just have everything so super bright. I maybe would have. I want to say that it was
Happy Anger movie
of the time of why the Hulk looked the way he did, but it was only like 4 or 5 years later that they actually did the Incredible Hulk, and he actually looked pretty good.
Amazing.
So I don't know that it was the. Plus, we in 1993, so it really wasn't the VFX at the time. Is what it comes down to. But you do need to spend a little more time on VFX. Now, outside of that, I don't know what went into that, but if we're talking story, which is usually what I go with to fix it, I'm going to keep, of course, the true to form, his abusive alcoholic, and that's where his rage festers from. Because Bruce Banner is such a great character when people really look at it and think about it. He is the perfect iteration of what burying your anger is, where it becomes literally an uncontrollable green monster. And I always like when they touch down on things like in the original series and stuff like that. People who don't, they often say, Well, I don't understand, why was he so angry to turn into a monster? Why did the radiation turn him so angry? That's not it. Anger buried inside of him. This is what the gamma radiation had created for him. That's what I love about the Marvel movies, and kind of how it's the mad scientist portion of it.
Mhm.
And for his father to be testing on him for so many years, that once it was sparked, it's like, of course you're going to keep all of those things. I would actually change out almost every actor except for Jennifer Connelly, maybe Sam Elliott, but he was not better than William Hurt in the role.
Agreed.
So, but I mean, with the right director and the right story, I think Sam Elliott can pull it off pretty good.
Curious though, so where in Ang Lee's storytelling do you think someone else could fit in 2004 for a director? Ang Lee came in really bright and really over the top, and a really curious timeline switch ups there. Who do you think fills that hole better at that point?
Well, you mean as a director?
Yes.
Yeah, Ang Lee's just coming off Brokeback Mountain. That's why he's getting that. And for some reason, big popcorn budget movies, the blockbusters, when a director wins the best director award at the Academy Awards, that really intense drama that they made would be a great Marvel movie. And it's like, Zoe Chow, or who took over for Eternals, and it's like,
Yep.
I'm like, it just, like, she made it her tone, which is a great tone for certain, but I just didn't feel it worked for Eternals, and I don't think I'm the only one in that bracket. So like going back to Hulk and Ang Lee taking on, I think he tried, and I don't think he's a bad director by any means. He can make a great movie, but they missed the mark on this, and I don't know whether it was interference from the producing, the studio. Marvel Studios didn't exist at the time, but I think that was Universal who had made it, if I'm correct.
You are correct.
When they make that, so who stepped in and who stepped on toes? Because you have a dramatic actor, and you have this story that ultimately boils down to father testing on his son, and then this anger comes out of him. How you can't play that when you have a dramatic movie like Brokeback Mountain, a year before, and take that and kind of like really turn this into something where you not only have a mad scientist element, almost like a fine sort of element, if it makes sense. Now, I know that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is more the analogy that people use, and that's what it was created off of. But if you make this man who was just a mean, angry, abusive person, has a baby for the sole purpose of testing on him, because he's that obsessed. Now, the wife didn't know and all that stuff, and he ends up killing her and such, but
which is always a good time. What a jovial ride, huh?
No, right?
Who doesn't love this story so far?
But they tried to do that in this movie. They tried to make it jovial, and that's where you keep your darkness. You tell this dark story. Bruce Banner is now, and then you break off. Now he's in it. Now you tell that story in like the first 15-20 minutes, and it's really dark. And Bruce Banner, who is a genius, like, he just knows, they didn't touch down on that either, about how smart Bruce Banner actually is. And I would say that, to me, the Marvel movies now, like Incredible Hulk and where he showed up, they don't do a great job with that either. Well, it does the best.
They do better.
Playing
they do better. You're right, but they don't.
Scientist.
Yeah, he's not quite the Mark Wahlberg. Hey, I'm doing science over here, but he. Now I do have a question for you as far as the big fight scene, because the big fight scene in this one, if you remember, was against the wolves.
Wolves.
So I'm wondering,
wolves?
Would there be wolves?
Weren't they poodles, if I remember correctly?
Okay, so they were big dogs. So
gamma radiation.
Would you have a different fight occur there? Do you think that would have been better? Or do you think, so do you add a supervillain? Do you add a different creature and stay in the creature vein? Or do you just make the army fight that much more bigger?
Well, the thing is, I would kill off the father. He dies. So the anger's still there. The anger always remains, because he found his father's notes. He's discovering, but like I said, it again, like after you see that his childhood and what he went through, then finally he's in college, he meets Betty.
And he never gets the closure. Then I like
Yeah,
that. If
he never gets
the
that closure. He finds out it's, you know, they're in the middle of sort of going through their test trial runs and such. They do the gamma radiation, he's hit with it. And I'm not spark it quickly. You need to get something like, yes, I understand that the Hulk comes on whenever he gets angry, and I know that feeling, but if you just play it along, it just needs to be sparked first, and he's not angry enough because he's in a relationship, things are going pretty well. They don't know about it yet. You cut to and also I would have taken away like the TV show element and stuff like that where it was a machine, and I would have done like the experimenting. They're experimenting on bombs and stuff, and he went to save somebody and he got hit. Because then what that adds is you can either make that person he saves a villain for the role, or of course you can I think his name is Danny, I can't remember his like sort of sidekick's name that becomes like a Blue Hulk or something like that. It was saluted in a lot of ways,
Right,
in different
that was
mediums. So it kind of gets hit. So for this sake, to tell a dark tale, I would make it Ross. You know, he saves Ross from getting hit.
okay.
And they both get it, but he's the only one that shows up. Now we know. Then we find out that Ross's anger
Red Hulk
is
later.
more. You know, then you add that. At the time, I don't know if the Red Hulk had existed yet. If he did, then you could do Red Hulk.
2004. I'm pretty. Red Hulk was like the 90s.
Yeah, maybe. I don't 100% remember, but like you could make him a writer. You could do some different if he didn't exist at that point. But that's your villain right there.
Yeah,
that you can build off of, and you
better
can,
than the personal villain, right?
Well, no. That's your villain. Hulk fighting somebody like he did Abomination, and I wouldn't introduce Abomination yet. I'd keep that as a test. But he's gonna fight Ross, and he tried to save him. And let's say they're buddy, like, you know, he likes him. But once Ross turns into this beast, and he realizes it, and he's like cool with it, and he can control it, you would have a Bruce Banner who can't control it because he doesn't deal with his emotions, how to like stamp them down and like work through them and like think and strategically plan like, you know, a general would. So
right, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So what sets him off, what sets Bruce Banner off is like after he gets hit, it's not sparked yet. And because nobody knows who's being tested on, and that's the adverse reaction that really caused the Hulk. So he's and I would hint at it like when the fire is there and you're just, how are they not dead? Like, you know, like after the bomb is dropped or whatever, however they do it and whatever weapon they test, you see like a silhouette of both of them in their the fire. And then like when they cut back to it, they're just clothes burnt and just kind of doing their thing, and they're normal. So his father dies while he's doing this testing. Right after, he goes to clear out his stuff, finds his experimental notes and everything else, and that he was just the whole part of a bigger plan to create this beast. And that's what would pull into him finally raging out as the Hulk, going crazy because now the anger, it's first sparked. He doesn't have any control over it at all. He's not his head, kind of like how She-Hulk was when she first turned.
Yes, the way she should. Yes, the way the Hulk you think the Hulk would be. Yeah,
like it takes time. You have to like kind of like get into it, and that would be.
And for her, she doesn't have the voice. That's the other thing about Banner, is getting the fact that there is a voice there screaming the most hurtful, angry, brutal, vicious, massive, monstrous, absurd things, and that's what this incredibly intelligent mind. And I love it. Yes,
and it does, because it's the protection of that mind. It's a protection of the Hulk comes out. It's his anger sees him as the little boy who was abused and the little boy who was tested on and all that stuff. So now he breaks out. He goes on a tear. Ross knows who he is, so Ross is like, I'm gonna hunt this guy. You know, because like I got to take him out because I know what he is. He can't control it, and it's your battle. And then by the end of it, he is controlling it more and more. And Ross is like, you can go, but I am watching. And like, you set that up for sequel do, and then maybe Ross walks away and he's going into a testing facility with like a number of like soldiers to be tested.
Okay.
And
Yes.
into like the Abomination Project or something. Like
Right.
that.
Right. Oh,
So-
the Abominable Project. So, all right. Here's what I love about this so much is we took Ang Lee's The Hulk. That's what I presented you with. That was the challenge, was to make that better. And my friend,
Did I fix it?
you managed to create The Incredible Hulk by Edward Norton. The movie done a few years later. We essentially just recreated that movie. And yes,
I
you
don't think
fixed
I
it.
was a recreation. I think I went a little in depth on like the
No, you went very in depth. No, I'm just playing with you. That was a bad joke. It was a bad joke.
Well,
It-
No, I'm kidding with you, bud. But I'm glad you gave it to me because it was one to really think about and kind of what elements I'd like to see from the Hulk. That they do well in Marvel movies, but like I said, there's some things that I just kind of wish they would touch
Yeah.
down on a little bit more.
Mhm.
But
Agreed.
whatever.
And that was one of the things that I think he did very well, was at least open up the different door of a story that did exist in Marvel. He didn't
Mhm.
go off the rails here. This is a straight up Marvel he pulled from the comic books themselves.
Yeah.
And people were angry about this. And unfortunately, I believe, like you said, a lot of the CGI hadn't caught up, maybe testing, and also not always the best choices, kind of struggled with the giant poodles. So so there were a few spots here that I could have used, but I think you, Mick, with what you came up with, you definitely fixed this movie. So I appreciate what you did with this one, and I think it's a much better flick. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, man. And guys, let us know what you think. Sound off in the comments. Of course, we cut the Did I Fix into a video you can watch on our YouTube, or you can watch it as part of this show, the Scene Snobs podcast, when you listen to the show. We are going to take off for the night. We appreciate you guys watching and listening and being a part of it. Make sure to make sure to join the nation. Be a part of it because we have a great community of people being just here and enjoying it. But Casey, my friend, time, take it away.
My friend, I appreciate it as always, and thank you all for listening. Whatever time it may be, good night, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I hope that we were able to bring a little bit of joy into your life, made you smile, made you laugh, maybe made you fart in public and got uncomfortable with other people around you. Whatever it was, I hope no matter what, going forward, you have a better day. So I appreciate you, and remember, be kind to yourself and be kind to each other.
And guys, I just want to say we got a lot of shows going on, a lot of stuff. Go check out our big announcement video that just went up at 8 o'clock. And Casey couldn't put it better myself, so I'm just going to say goodnight, everybody.
Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. Tim, Paul, Stacy, Matt, Aaron, AJ, George G3, Chris S, Dale, Chris H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jason, and John W. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snobnation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up thereafter. We have great shows like the Scene Snobs podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking for great merch, go over to the snobsmerch.com store. Use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything, stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. I think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are the Scene Snobs. Embrace the absurdity with us, and we love you, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care, everybody.
Welcome to the Season Podcast.
Welcome, everybody, to the Scene Snobs Podcast. I'm your host, Mick Manhattan. And as always, I'm joined by the man on my left, from another mother, the legend, Casey the Man Plot. What's up, buddy?
Why, thank you, buddy. It's so great to see you, my friend, you magnificent human being. The one, the mighty Mick Manhattan. Hi, brother. It's our birthday week.
It is. So for anybody
Happy
who doesn't
birthday,
know,
brother.
Thank you. Anybody who doesn't know, my birthday is on the 13th, and it was yesterday, and Casey's on the 17th. So we capping this weekend on both sides. And yeah,
Scene Snobs week.
It's Scene Snobs week. That's right, and it's pretty cool that we're getting a little bit older. I'm now.
You are and looking fantastic, my friend. Looking better than any 38-year-old I remember.
I might look better than I did at 38, but so, dude, guess what? I decided I'm gonna start doing, and I started learning, a couple days before my 41st birthday, and now I'm kind of just enjoying it. And I can tell you, do you want to guess what I've taken up?
I'm gonna say you're learning American Sign Language.
Oh my God, how do you know that?
Wait, am I right?
Yeah, it's I'm to sign.
That's awesome. Yeah, I understand.
I'm just like, I've been taking it up. So like, I
Great,
just wanted to say to everybody, thank you for watching, everyone. So
awesome. That's fantastic. Man, I'm brother. Heck yes, we're gonna sign together.
I wanted us to. I'm so glad you know. I thought you did, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, well, I can sign a little bit. Just so, like, I know daughter, so
more than me. I know. So like already, like you've taught me like 3 new things.
I mean, you can also ask why. So that's it's all facial expressions, bro. It's great. That's half.
Dude, it's so good. Yeah, like I'm learning the fact that like the punctuations on this really are your facial expressions, which I like scared and and just learning that aspect of it. It's very cool. It's a very
really
cool,
is. Yeah, a good undertaking, man. A good thing to rock into your 40s, and always good to learn another language. Who doesn't love that? But yeah, I've also learned that I have a face for sign.
Get out of here! So I can animated.
Absolutely animate well enough that everyone should always know.
Dude, I imagine they're just like, it's like you're throwing every punctuation at us, Casey.
Every single one, I can feel them.
Oh my God, man. So Casey,
I am very well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm doing great, actually.
Good.
Had a great weekend and ready for a wonderful. Got some really fun topics tonight, and I think it's kind of nice us getting back to the topical world that we are. So I'm ready to fire. This is going to be a good time. Ready for a big show. Thanks everyone for joining. We got Jason in here so far. The 3 Geeks podcast. Heck yeah.
Hello, Jason.
Good evening. It's great to see you. Appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, man. So exciting for me. I don't know if you watched them. We didn't really get into it too much, but I on the show were the Oscars the other night.
Yes. Well, after a wonderful Snobbies Awards program, which I want to thank again all of the judges. I want to thank the one and all of the podcasters because it was a hoot. It was a great time. We had a lot of great feedback and a lot of awesome interactions, and it's always wonderful to see people and really some wild categories. Some crazy victories that I was not anticipating. So make sure if you haven't seen it, the recordings on YouTube, check it out. Check out the Snobbies and see all the wonderful independent podcasts that won and were nominated.
Yeah, guys, definitely go check it out. Casey's 100% right. I can't, there's nothing I can say to add to that because he said it perfectly.
Thanks, buddy.
So, I delve more into the Oscars than I have in a while.
Into it this year.
You know what I did? So here's the thing. I don't know if it makes me a snob or an elitist or anything, but I used to get so mad at the Oscars. That was my dream, man. I wanted to win one. That was like the dream. I watched the Oscars since I was a kid and wanted to be a filmmaker. And the disillusionment comes years when you realize, oh, they have no interest in awarding the best performances for things. They really want to drive a story. There's angle or story that they're doing. And that really, like, I became disillusioned, became angry. And then finally, I'm like, you know what? I don't care. After what they did, after what happened last year with the slap and then him still winning and all that stuff, it was like you are a side.
It really was. Yeah, absolutely. It was a shell of its former self. And it had been for years.
I will say, coming back this year, changing it up, going right back to their old formula of just telling a story and not giving to the best performances, on a lot of things. Not saying everybody didn't deserve what they got. Watching it this year, I was like, you know what? At least it's sort of a return to form to that. And I was like, and I'm just going to accept it because it's never going to get to an place.
Right. No, I mean, you can't anticipate using it. There's reason movies are made called Oscar bait. There's reasons that there's, things that are say, and I'm glad that a lot of them didn't win. Like, I do want to go right out the gate and say, I'm really happy Fablemans didn't win because that's generally one of their Oscar bait movies where they eat it up and they guzzle that. And then I'm happy we didn't have that. It's not a bad movie. It's a fine movie, but that's not a movie that needs to win. It's a movie that's trying to win. Tar was a good movie. I have to say I enjoyed Tar, but that's all Cate Blanchett. I mean, she just drives that thing. That's her vehicle. That's only good because she was a powerhouse. It's like "And There Will Be Blood." That movie was phenomenal because of him. And that was a very powerful, just focusing this character, and that almost like Power of the Dog with Benedict Cumberbatch and Tar with Cate Blanchett, and we've seen now where it is that powerful actor that carries and drives this movie that we want to see and get their perspective and be in their brain, almost Capote-like. I'm happy that didn't win either. I'm really stoked that the ones that won were the ones that I liked. They're the ones that I was into, I was like, these are worth it, So
do you think the Oscars said after Everything Everywhere All at Once, deservingly, in my opinion, thing that it won, that was on point? I know I said the story before, but it seemed like the story just fit the mold this time around. But do you think the Oscars at one point was, we're never giving DC or Marvel any of this with their multi-universal bullshit, but we'll give it to Everything Everywhere All at Once because it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think there's absolutely a side of that. There was also a lot of fun in that they did the Everything Everywhere All at Once, so many awards. I mean, they swept. Not unlike, I think the problem is they wanted to drive their story, kind of what happened with the Snobby Awards, with certain sweeps and categories. So I can see how they were like, you know what, we've got to step up our game. So Oscars just, had to swap some envelopes out. But
so what you're trying to tell me is that in the grand scheme of the Oscars, All Quiet on the Western Front was the TTO.
Yes.
And No Time to Binge was the Everything Everywhere All at Once with all of their sweeps.
Bingo. And I'm happy about both.
I would love too, because the TTFT show has their March Movie Madness going on right now. We got to be a part of. It's a movie trivia challenge. It is hard. Tonight is our first round.
Awesome.
And I'm not sure if we get to a second round.
Gonna have to tune in and find out.
So,
and those guys over there, fantastic human beings. They are a hoot, such a riot. It's a great time hanging out with them, and lots of big congratulations. But check out the Snobby Awards.
Yes.
So Kathleen's here.
Oh yeah, Kathleen. Jason's here. Kathleen's here. Oh no, that says hi, Kathleen. Oh, a little late. You're all good.
Yeah.
We're all good. So I am just gonna say this, Casey, before with the with the Oscar talk that we're going over, 3 things back my faith in the feeling of goodness about Hollywood.
Was it hugs? Great hugs.
Well,
Last night there were some solid hugs.
First, it was this.
Yeah, the Brendan Fraser victory. I mean, how could you not be stoked for him? I mean, what a great job he did. What a wonderful story, a comeback story. We love the underdog. And the Oscars, after really struggling with some pricks last year and some terrible, and over the years, just kind of losing their sense of where they were going. I think this was an easy win for them.
Yeah.
And a great win for Brendan Fraser, who crushed it and absolutely deserved an award.
100%. So my second thing that heart and brought me back to the story was this.
Oh, Michelle Yeoh, come on. The woman's been in the industry just crushing it. Everything she touches, she's so good, so powerful, so phenomenal. She draws me in every time. She drives the story perfectly. And her martial arts are just out of this world. I love she's so graceful in the way she just fights and tells the story. It's part of her acting. It's her body. It's beautifully done. So she's fantastic. I'm so happy she got that. She absolutely deserved.
It's funny. They actually mentioned during the Oscars, I never knew this, that she was a ballerina. She was traveling, and then she got into acting. No formal training in martial arts whatsoever, and until she stepped on and started doing it in movies. That's got to come from where you're what you're talking about with being graceful, like that. Just that ballet dancing had to have come into it.
It's fantastic. She's really embraced it. All right, so what's number 3, my friend?
Number 3, you would think, is Kiyu Kwan's win, which is and speech charts.
Beautiful.
But this part warmed my heart a little bit more, and that was the cocaine bear talking to Malala.
Well, first of all, anytime Malala Yousafzai's in the house, I'm saying awesome, because that young woman is just, she is a beacon in the darkness and just light of hope. She's just such a wonderful woman, and the fact that Cocaine Bear was all up in her business and if you'll notice, if you want to post that up again, you'll see, my friend, that is in fact Mr. Colin Farrell, as he's about to be asked a question to which he sighs. You should find out. You should go follow. Or Jimmy Kimmel asks him, "What were you guys saying in the Banshees of Inisherin?" And he says, "Watch SNL."
Yeah, because they made fun of him and
they made fun of him. Yep, and talking about the drinking and stuff. And it's like, oof, come on, guys. Like, everybody struggled with their demons. Brendan Fraser's up there after having comeback demons. Everyone's trying to have the comeback story. That's what a lot of this is. Comeback stories. People like Jamie Lee Curtis, who have been in the industry for years, Michelle Yeoh, have been absolutely smashing, and giving them their due, as it were. And they did a great job. And this movie, I mean, the movie's just worth it. The movie's so good.
It really is. But I was just kidding about the cocaine bear and Malala. It was actually,
that's wonderful.
This wonderful moment right here.
Of course, Dr. Jones in Short Round.
And did you see the video of Q after the one Best Picture? Q walks up and just how Harrison is him.
No, I didn't actually see the video. I've seen the picture. That's it.
Like, they come right at each other, and like before he hands anything off, he like gives him he's like, oh, he was so happy for him. And the fact is, like I said, the only thing that would have made this the picture perfect night, in my opinion, again, not the deserving, the story side. Well, actually, 2 things would have been Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett deserved. Stephanie and Sue, who is also in Everything Everywhere All at Once. I could definitely make a case for her getting it too, over Jamie Lee Curtis.
Has Angela Bassett won before?
No, she has never won.
Really?
She's been nominated, but she hasn't won.
Yeah, I know she was nominated one of the last times I remember to do with it. I loved that movie. Her portrayal as Tina Turner is amazing, but anything she does is amazing. Angela Bassett just touches freaking gold. She deserves it as much as Jamie Lee Curtis. I think it's both of them are in kind of that rarefied air. So
I think it's more so, in my opinion. That's just again, that's just being. Angela Bassett, literally everything Angela Bassett's in, she enhances it, even if it's villain.
No, that's valid. Yeah.
She made that movie like stand in the hard genre range.
Yep. But she
And-
did in Wakanda Forever absolutely vaulted
God.
that movie. That movie would not be the movie without Angela Bassett. It wouldn't
No.
be anywhere near what it was. It wouldn't be worthwhile. And that's not just saying take her character out. You can cast another actress in there, but you're not going to do what Angela Bassett did as the mother of T'Challa. She's fantastic. Every layer that she
Mhm.
adds to it is just better. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean it's a tough one to say. I loved Michael and Jonathan Majors giving the you know, hey auntie.
Yeah.
That
Oh
was
my God,
so
that was so
great,
cool.
man.
I
I watched
love
that
that.
gif on loop for like straight. I was like, oh, it's so good.
Well, did you see what Michael B. Jordan posted on Twitter today?
No.
It's all of her characters kind of standing in like formation, beautifully done, and just kind of like, yeah. I mean, look
Yeah.
at like again, I really like Jamie Lee Curtis, but let's think about this role. If you're talking like a big Academy Award driven role that's coming up, who's had more? Like those, it's that mold.
I think Angela Bassett, she's on like, you know, that Sidney Poitier level where she is
Yeah.
so elevated
Even
because she elevates, you know.
and I'm gonna go and say it. Everything Everywhere All at Once was my favorite movie of last year.
Mhm.
But when I watched that movie, I saw a downtrodden mother, husband, father, and daughter just trying to make it, and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean. Like when I looked at her, I'm like, you're doing a good. I love seeing you in movies, so it's not like I'm upset by it or anything.
Mhm.
Like it's still great to see Jamie Lee Curtis in this role playing this character. But I don't see I don't fall into the character with her.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett, I can name her characters. You know, that to me, that's that comparison. And just, you know me with Angela Bassett anyway.
Because she's fantastic. No, I'm with you, man. We could go on and on. It's a tough one for me to go one way or the other definitively. But I'd probably give the edge to Angela Bassett.
Yeah.
Now you've convinced me a little bit.
Come on, buddy. Kathleen said the hug made her cry so hard. Of course, all of us, yeah. And his speech,
yeah,
like, oh my God, it was so emotional, and it was the picture perfect moment. And of course, that's the way it was put together. And the acceptance speech when he talked about his 84-year-old mom. But it was the picture perfect moment that was manufactured. Let's be real, like they knew he was going to win because there was no way, even just by voting, they were going to they knew that was the story. When you're voting in the Academy, like, you know, I still have friends that vote in the Academy. You understand the story. You're not really going like, what's my favorite performance or what's the best performance? You're like, you understand the story that's going with it, and you see the campaigning and such because it gets sent to you. But when you are in it and you're watching this and you go with it, that's what you want to see. So Oakland win, and you know this movie is going to be the best movie. And let's be real, who's the best person? Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Because who's sitting in the audience? You know, it's just they manufactured the whole thing. But that's it. I'm buying into it now.
Well, of course you are. It's it's Indiana Jones. They get years removed. Look at all the grown-ups. Here we are. Everybody hug, embrace. It's a beautiful moment. Us Goonies fans are in love. You know, yeah, what are you talking about? This is literally aphrodisiac for nerds. That's what they did. They just threw it out there. And we're like, here you go, you weirdos.
I wouldn't be scripted all the way through. Even a slap last year. Everything is just scripted. And like they went to Q and we're just like, listen, you got to name at least one Goonie.
Yeah.
Who's your closest Goonie? He's like, well, Jeff Cohen's my lawyer. Name him. We need a Goonie in there.
We need a Goonie.
I was like, if we could dig up Richard Donner and bring him in, we would, but we can't.
We were told we couldn't. We tried.
John Watts, I hate to break it to you, did not make that promise.
Well, could he be a Goonie, or was he up there? Up there because it was it's his time.
With the octopus.
There's nothing better than watching that for the first time with my daughter, and when they're being interviewed and they're so scary, and she's like, octopus, and I'm like, oh child.
I imagine now, even though I know the real story, I'm like, oh, he must have been watching Popeye earlier that day.
The Robin Williams Popeye.
No, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
See, another actor who got lost in the role, and I just got in there with him.
Okay, it's good.
No, no, the real Popeye.
The real Popeye.
The real Popeye.
Whoa.
Oh my God. You were really good at that.
Thanks.
I love it. We needed the manufactured moment to give us an ounce of serotonin. I agree. And whereas I used to get mad when I'm a podcaster now. So I love the story. Let's do it.
Yeah, just let the narrative flow. It's fun. Either be entertained or not. It's your choice. Play him if you want to watch the guy get his head chopped off. You know what you're sitting here for. You know what I'm saying? Get your cup of wine, hang out with some peasants, enjoy your day.
Yeah, right. Oh my God, that whole controversy with the in memoriam.
Wait, there's always a controversy with the in memoriam. How many people did they leave out this time?
Oh my God, so many people.
How many people are we talking about? They put in Leslie Jordan, right?
No. I'm going to give you the rundown just one sec.
Okay.
But so John Travolta came out and he gave a very impassioned speech because Olivia Newton-John had died.
Right. So he talked to Mel and everyone else that he was close with.
Oh yeah. Well, no. Arlene, whatever her name is. No.
Alvaria Hooten John. He messes up the name.
They probably told him you're not allowed to say the name.
I would like to thank Alvander Newton Scamander Johnson, who passed away from something.
So I guess I was reading the rule, and the rule is that you can't. They can add anybody to the in memoriam from, I think it's like the day after the Oscars all the way up until like the day before.
Okay.
Or something like that. So a year. We're not adding anybody on Sunday.
Yeah, no, if you die on Sunday, that was your own damn fault.
So last year, people who died last year that they left off, Paul Sorvino.
Wow.
And his wife and daughter are pissed.
Yeah, man, no doubt. Paul Sorvino's huge. You kidding me?
Yeah. Cindy Williams.
Cindy Williams.
From Laverne and Shirley.
What?
Yeah, left her off. Gilbert Gottfried.
Come on.
Yep. Leslie Jordan, as we said.
Bullcorn.
Lisa Marie Presley, which I don't know what she'd have to do with movies, really.
Well, in the Oscars, I'm not saying that not tragic. I'm saying in the sense of the Oscars, I don't know why you would in memoriam. So I get.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so and Tom Sizemore, who only died a few days.
A week ago. Yeah, man, a bummer.
Yeah, it would have fit. So
yeah, especially after that porn of his. Quite the filmmaker.
I think one of Tom Sizemore was when he was on Entourage, and so he's on. Yeah, I know. I know it is.
I loved it back in the day because I was living
live with that now.
This lifestyle, but nah, man.
That is white privilege show, and it went on for 7 seasons.
Yeah,
that's 100% white privilege.
Oh, it is. No, the whole way through life is, even when things are hard, they're in a mansion. Come on. When he's down on his luck, he'd go to a tropical island to forget his woes and find himself again. Get out of here.
Status Cheers 20s.
Yeah, exactly. Back to Jersey and center myself because I need to wherever
you
he's
can't
from.
just hand us people. All
Sorry,
right,
the
like,
Bronx. It's close enough.
what's the Bronx or Queens? Because it was Queens
Oh,
Boulevard.
it's right. There were Queens people. Yeah, there's Queens folks. I don't know. They're all New Yorkers. Get out of here.
Fair. So, shut up with your Red Sox. So I'm thinking about it from that perspective of like the white privilege, because not only were they rich, an argument could be made that they're not all rich. He's rich. He's the shut up. It's in the entourage for a reason. They're all rich.
Yeah, boom.
So if they can spend what they want for whatever they want, don't tell me they're not rich because they're not earning the paycheck.
The Wahlberg brothers showing off what they did based on their was pretty much white privilege. So cool. Like that's what we get to see and know. So Wahlburgers is like just the next step. That's what the next Entourage season is going to come out and be. There's going to be a movie they're going to do afterwards, and it's going to be like Vinny's Burger Shack. Something ridiculous. How he's got a new lease on life.
Dude, not only is it white privilege in that sense, but it's like they go into Hollywood as New Yorkers. They're featured as almost like outsiders, and they bring their attitude with them, and the whole thing don't get their way. It comes down to tantrums and fights.
Yeah, they're jerks about everything when they don't get what they want until they get what they want, which is also half of the man. I tell you, there's nothing really positive to take out of that show.
Well, no, there's a lot of positive. I love that show, but it's so bad. It's so bad.
Nothing else. I learned how to stand up for myself. Thank you, Ari.
No, that's the worst white privilege of them all.
Yeah, that's exactly how you do it. Just bashfully.
No, Kathleen. I mean, like rich white people. Not down here with us.
No. The rich. We're just common folk, peasants, plebeians.
That in Entourage we would be. I want a vacation. Heck, I'll take a vacation to Michigan.
That sounds like I heard there's a lot of cool people in Michigan.
Like 5 minutes from your house, dude. Obviously a joke. I love this paycheck.
It's a panic attack lifestyle. I mean, how could you not, Kathleen? It's fantastic to constantly struggle to know this payday for me and I'll actually be able to take care of my life again is very exciting.
Oh my God.
But in the meantime, I was able to budget out enough for that last day. So you know what? Life is good.
That was a good one. That got me good. And Kathleen, last week on the first episode, I wore a shirt specifically for you to get, and you still haven't said anything about it. So you're gonna have to go back and rewatch that episode and figure it out. So all right, with this going on, and we're talking about old times and white privilege, let's get to our next topic.
Ooh, yay.
Which is came across some old vintage ads that shouldn't exist today, much like Entourage. So we're going to pull them up and we're going to try and reinvent them.
I can't believe you just segued so perfectly. I'm so proud of you. I feel like a parent who just watched his child go out and win a sumo match. The loudest I can imagine being.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you.
Anytime, my friend. I love you.
I'm working on it, man. Okay, let me pull this time.
These are going to be ridiculous.
Oh, wait. Let's see what Kathleen says. Do you ever avoid paying bills for a bit after paid? I was homeless.
Yes. Yeah. They count for a few minutes, so I feel like I have money. Honestly, Kathleen, I will push it. Like I have all of my auto drafts come out 2 to 3 days after, just so I can look at. I'll move it around from account to account and be like, I feel like I'm special, and then you pay everything, and it's like.
And I want to point out one thing about my homelessness. I was homeless in a state where nobody I knew lived.
Yeah,
and all I would keep getting is messages from my brother's pictures of random refrigerator boxes.
Amazing.
And they did that for 6 months.
Fantastic, because it's beautiful out there. And that's the thing, though. At least you were in California. You
No,
weren't
that
homeless.
was Florida.
Oh, yeah, right. You were homeless in Florida, where you have gators and like pythons and Florida people. But aside from that,
that's legit, dude. That's legit. Florida is America's Australia.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Most of the things want to kill you, including the locals.
Oh man.
So yes, going back into things that want to kill you in olden days.
Yeah, all right, here we go. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Okay, let's get into it. This first one, fashion to catch them. Lauren. Oh wait, no, you read them. You do better.
Okay, so it's a woman staring at a man in a provocative bikini as he's got a pipe smoking in a this is fantastic. And it says, lure him away from the pool boy, Jensen swimsuits.
Oh my god. I just thought that.
Yeah, because
Okay.
like you to show your sexiness, so he's not staring at the pool boy's glutes, is what's going on there.
So which one's the pool boy here?
Oh no, he's the man. He's obviously like the husband who's disinterested, staring at the pool boy.
That's what I mean. That's what this means,
she's
right?
the beard, and in this relationship,
There's a homosexual connotation to this, right?
Yeah, of course.
So confused by what's happening in the story.
They are outright saying, "Look, this dude's probably gay, and if you want to get him, you're gonna have to wear our swimsuits." Now,
Did they
mind you,
back
back
then?
then it was a problem. Nowadays, it should not be. So I like the idea instead of help him get the pool boy, the Jansen swimsuits.
I like that.
Right?
When when your eye is only for the pool boy, make sure you're using a Jansen swimsuit.
And that is back in the 1950s. I like that. That's good, Nick. That's good.
Thanks, buddy.
So we've got a few ones. We're going to scroll down past that one because the
Okay.
Pepsi one.
No, I got one for this.
Oh, okay. You
Remember I
got one?
told
All
you.
right.
Oh yeah, I got one for this. Yeah, let me
You take
get
this
out
one,
a
bro.
little bit. So it's glass for the upper class. This is perfect, Kathleen, for what you were talking about. Save that money in the account for a Pepsi. The sociables prefer Pepsi. You can totally do this today, and Pepsi should just go hardcore into it. Get only billionaires in the commercials drinking Pepsi, like
yes,
Kylie, whatever her name is.
They already do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's the funny
yeah.
thing is this one.
and then make it so tone deaf. Only rich people drink Pepsi. What are you?
I see you're one of the poors. Have a cola.
Oh yeah, have a Coca-Cola.
Not a Pepsi Cola. Oh my goodness.
If it's red, white, and blue, it's not for you.
PepsiCo, the choice of the right generation. Yeah, Kathleen, it's $2.99 for a 2-liter. No one can afford that nonsense, and also the diabetes that comes with it. No one should be affording that.
Hey, that remark. All right, let's go to the next.
The next one. We have here this fantastic 3-panel event.
I can't see it.
The bolder look are in these shirts. Number one is a man bent over his leg saying it's daring as he's spanking her. The second one grabbing a woman and kissing her like Clark Gable saying it's audacious. And the third one as a woman standing over him like he's got his best Superman pose on, and it's the bolder look in shirts. Van Huysen. I think the only thing that we want to change about this, I don't know if I want to change anything. Maybe what if we put gag balls in all of their mouths? That way it's equality, right?
Oh my God.
So that's why it's just straight S&M and maybe a leather tie on that bolder look guy.
Oh my God. Think about it. Think about it. This is a story here. This is him when he's at work. The top one's him when he's at work, and that's his secretary.
Okay.
This one, the audacious one, is where he's actually
That's
assaulting a
afterward.
woman, and I'm not
That
laughing at sexual assault. I'm like, I can't believe this exists.
Well,
Both of them. No, it's all sexual assault until he gets home with the next one.
And then it's just normal assault. And it's
normal. I'm tuckered out from all of the sex that I took today.
49. Good. Okay.
I took all the sex today, so I'm tired. So I'm just gonna beat you.
Oh my God, so ridiculous.
40s were the worst.
They were, man. Well, to the 50s, yeah, greatest generation. I'm so sure. So now,
no, the know-nothing generation.
Yeah, right. The next
All
one
right.
is one that's going to take me a minute to read, but I love this. This is what made me fall in love with this whole thing.
Okay.
So it's presenting the losers. Pretty good, aren't they? This whole thing is terrible, by the way. I don't endorse any of this, and that existed. I need to say this was an ad from the 1970. Presenting the losers. Pretty good, aren't they? We admit it. And they're probably good enough to get a job practically anywhere they want, but not as an Eastern Airlines stewardess. We pass up around 19 girls before we get one that qualifies. If looks were everything, it wouldn't be so tough. Sure, we want her to be pretty, don't you? That's why we look at her face, her makeup, her complexion, her figure, her weight, her legs, her grooming, her nails, and her hair. What? But we don't stop there. We talk and we listen. This is where you think it's going to turn, right? You thought this is good, but it sounds better, right? We're in upswing now.
Nope.
We listen to her voice, her speech. We judge her personality, her maturity, her intelligence, her intentions, her enthusiasm, her resiliency, and her stamina. We don't want a stewardess to be impatient with a question you may have, or careless in serving you your dinner, or unconcerned about your needs. So we try to eliminate these problems by taking a lot more time and passing up a lot more girls. It may make our job a lot harder, but it makes your flying a lot easier. Eastern, we want everyone to fly. That is terrible.
I just imagine the testing of the stamina. It's making her box.
Yeah. Constance, I'm going to need you to take this bag and run up these 17 flights of stairs. You have 1 minute. Go.
That is. How do you update that? It's the same way now. When you don't need to update it.
I mean, honestly, no. If you wanted to update that for real now, you just take out girls, turn it women, and then put in a few dudes in there, and that's what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally what they do. This one just told you. I almost kind of respect it for that.
Yeah.
Like they're just out there. Like, no, we judge them.
They will be
everything.
They will be the quiet, perfect little servants.
But that whole we talk and we listen, you think it's going to get better, and then it turns into no, we're just judging the voice itself. Like we do you have a screechy voice? No one wants that.
If it's not sultry, get off our plane. And
number
the plane's
42,
actually,
you're out.
The plane's actually in the air. It's just open the hatch and kick him out.
Good Lord, so silly.
They throw the parachute out first and like, go get it.
Can you Mission Impossible this? Ethan Hawke could do it.
And they're watching and they're like, nope.
Nope. I'm out.
Oh my God. All
so
right.
the next one down is pretty brutal.
Oh my God. Oh Lord.
It's a soldier with a grenade saying, "Oh Lord, why do I throw like a girl? Parents, please let them play Little League."
It's a Little League.
That was a Little League poster from 1943. That's why it's America's pastime, because we love grenades. That's what it is. That's the whole trick. Why is baseball popular? Grenades. Now you know. That's the whole thing. That's it.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
There's
like
so
I thought it
many
was going to be like it's already messed up by saying, "Lord, why do I throw like a girl? Join the army today and become a real man." Like something like that.
Yeah, no.
Just based on the look.
It's
But it's a Little League.
Little League poster. Like, so I mean, the way we fix that is just burn this. Because
No, how you fix it now? Oh Lord, why do I throw like a girl? Because I'm a great Little League player. Join up with me.
How about this? Oh Lord, how do I throw like a girl? Parents, let your sons and daughters play Little League.
I mean, come on, man. Don't talk fiction.
I'm saying that's what I'm going with. All right, next one down.
DuPont. Sorry, I started reading.
You're
I'll wait
good.
for you.
This is the Do Polyester Film Health Tan Sun Lamp. It
Jesus
can't
Christ,
burn.
it's a baby?
There's a baby under it. You can sleep under it. In 1960, they are holding their baby, saying you can get the sun without going in the sun. So I'm sure that was safe. Imagine your baby comes out one side, just got a flipper.
Oh my God! Why does my 2-year-old have skin cancer?
Welcome to melanoma.
The sun lamp.
So the next one down.
I'm not done with this one
Oh,
yet.
you still have sun lamp things?
we know these things failed, and they probably sold them to somebody as a vampire tester.
How many fires were these responsible for? This is
So many while the baby was under. God, I
Oh,
hope they got
absolutely.
out.
There were cigarettes, you
Oh.
know, like between the potential cigarettes falling down or not going out, or the sun lamp.
How many? You can't tell me that lamp doesn't fall forward.
Oh, 100%. If that thing loosens up, that's knocking the kid straight out. It's just
Murdering the child. Oh my
well,
god.
it sears their face. Okay, move it along. This is
Oh,
terrible.
sorry. I got
It is funny.
Oh my god.
For extra fun, take more than one. 2 6-packs of Coke. I don't get why this is bad. It's just a woman in a swimsuit.
That's probably why.
Yeah, we could.
Thinking about it, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be so bad. And then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, nah.
I mean, Coca-Cola is terrible for you, but aside from that, there's nothing wrong with that.
Take the one line, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
There you go.
The interwoven man. He's got socks appeal.
No, I don't. I would not change this.
No, this is perfect. There's a darn thing wrong with this. It's a sock commercial. If you could seriously get a woman with your sweet socks, I mean, that's what you want. Doesn't even have to be a woman. Just if you get a partner with your sweet socks, then go with it.
Actually, and that's Casey telling you that, because that dude owns more socks that are like pretty, I guess is a proper term for it.
I love my business socks. Got to wear them when it's time for business. When it's business time.
Dude, she doesn't look like she wants to hug up. Looks like she wants to say something snarky and push his feet off.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. And then maybe be like, well, you could have taken care of it like your father, but it throws them off. What does that mean? What does it mean like my father? I don't understand.
Well, maybe if you let me see yours every once in a while, Gene.
Oh, what sock fan are you? You let those disgusting phalanges just fly out in the sky. That's horrifying.
Jason's got a sick appeal. Yes, you do.
Oh, yeah, he
sorry.
does. He's got sock appeal.
Can we recreate these with you and me?
Yes, I am in. I go in for some of these, especially my friend. The next one I can't read. Wait to read the next one. It's so good.
Okay. All right.
This,
oh my god!
This little ditty from 1968.
I haven't read a single line in this. All I saw was him, and I knew it was going to be bad.
So the very first top line from 1968 with the Colonel Sanders right there. Lifesavers. Colonel Sanders is a woman's best friend. The Colonel's the man who fixes Sunday dinner 7 days a week for weary wives, for working women. All you do is pick it up. Boxes, buckets, and barrels full of finger-licking good chicken and all the trimmings. It's ready to go on in minutes at over 1,700 locations. Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken. Mother's little helper. It's finger-licking good.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
How do you don't update that? You can't update that. How do you?
I'm pretty sure this. I feel like this is their latest ad campaign. Like imagine.
Because Pepsi owns them. They already got the rich people. They might as well.
Hey, rich and the weary working women. Like what? It's so ridiculous. Maybe just don't put it out that way. Although I do love fried chicken, so
I do love fried chicken. I don't like KFC.
Now I'm hungry. No, KFC's gross. It's got like
Popeyes.
A lot of grease to it. Popeyes is dope. My problem is Popeyes don't like me all the time.
Yeah, that's fair, man. It is.
As I get older,
dude. All right, I think we're gonna move on to the next.
Yeah,
topic.
Kathleen, that's right. She's definitely a fried chicken fan. No, you want to see the next one?
Oh my god,
from 1905.
This is gonna be bad. Oh my god,
it's. And he's got shaving foam on his face holding a razor. And it says begin early, shave yourself. Gillette safety razor, no stropping, no honing. So you don't have to like slap them on the belt. That would then be used to abuse the children in line.
Oh
so
my god.
Yeah, a child with a razor. I mean, in 1905 life was cheap, so it made sense. If you had like 1 out of 9 survive, you're doing all right.
And you know what the worst part of this is? It's not even a poster. It's a baseball card. This is an advertisement baseball card that came with baseball cards.
Yep.
And it's a baby smiling while it's holding not a new Gillette razor that's a little safer, than 1905, but the straight edge razor.
Yeah. That you had to pop out of the little handle, and it was a straight razor. Do we also
it
notice
only
that
came from two places: Tupac's mouth or
yo, life was really hard back then in 1905 because this child looks like he's 40. Like this child, this kid looks old, man.
child looks like he's our age.
This kid is some shit. This kid has been through it. Like,
This kid's like, God damn, I'm still like 15 years away from World War One. We need to get to this.
I really hope that the mule was able to get back to work tomorrow. It's just grabs a little nip of whiskey, thimble.
I'm so pretty sure this is the baby that started the Great Chicago Fire of
1000%. 1000%. It was cow at all, or it was this baby scaring the cow half to death because it was like, what is with this old man baby? It just freaked out.
The baby pulled out the razor, was like
started chasing him down after he was horrific. Well, that's the problem. His skin has been horrifically aged by the sun lamp. So what happened is the UV lamp, it ages you. So that's what happened here. Clearly.
Oh my God, dude! Yeah, you're right. It does look like the sun lamp was there. After you've given the baby cancer, let them cut themselves off. That was a wild time back then. Best friends is a I don't blame you.
Yeah, easy cheat. Oh, yeah.
All right, you want to move on to bucket lists?
Yeah, let's do the bucket list. Let's do. This was pretty solid. I don't know if there's any. I mean, there's tons of them. This literally could keep going.
My number one's inspired by movies.
One of the first tops. I did want to just read one more headline off of that.
Okay, you want to bring it back up?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, if you've got it up.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, scroll down.
Oh my God.
No,
Show her it's a man's world.
Keep going. Nope, they're terrible. They're bad. We don't condone any of this. Stop right there. Go up. See, there's the one where he's spanking. If your husband ever finds out, you're not store testing for fresher coffee. Yeah. Ridiculous. But if you scroll back up,
God.
If men hate the sight of you, read this. That's how they would stop you in 1958. Thousands of skinny girls gained 10 pounds quick. This is gaining weight, folks.
Oh my God.
Gaining weight. I want this. You remove the headline, but yes, gain your weight. Live your truth. That'll do.
Dude.
But yeah, if men hate the sight of you, read this. Like, that is such. Wow.
Dude, this right here was like straight up GIs coming back. Your great GIs that knew everything, the greatest generation fighting World War II in Korea. They're coming back and they're just like, how do you think you can lose weight? How dare you think that you're taking it off?
You've been
and then just
working and now you're toned? What? No. And then, unacceptable.
And this wasn't made for women. This had to have been made for men, because as soon as men see, if men hate the sight of you, read this, and they would take it and throw it at their wives.
Well, number one, so it's a 3-panel part. So the first one is let's beat it. Here comes that skinny dame.
They're running together. They don't even have shoes on.
And then number 2, men hate the sight of me. I'm so skinny. I'm going to try ironized yeast.
What the hell is that?
I don't know, but it's probably not good. Here's the funniest part too: is a lot of the products that they're selling are awful, like terrible things. There's a chlorophyll toothpaste in there that's if you want his wandering eye to stop, I bet you a fresh mouth wouldn't hurt. It's like, what?
Dude.
These are terrible.
And since you're gorgeous, since you've gained weight.
Yeah, as men are now running towards her.
Still in the same thing, no shoes. Like, we got to move on, dude. I'm gonna die.
This is so ridiculous. It's so dumb.
All right.
I'm so glad. I just want to say, perspective of history, those are hilarious. From a social standpoint, I'm so glad we are so much further than that bullcrap. Because raising my daughter in this world would have been a nightmare. I couldn't even fathom it. So this one's hard enough.
So, all right. So my idea for the main topic, it's kind of based on Q Kwan's win. Just like a bucket list thing, because I heard him in an interview talk about, like, I was always in the movies and acting in them. Like my bucket list was always to win an Oscar. So it got me thinking about like movie inspired bucket list.
Yeah.
So for me, I know like one that was on my bucket list was like to go visit a lot of the old haunts when I for Back to the Future, because I love that movie. And I did. I got to see pretty much everything. So like that was like one I could cross. Like, there's other things too, like not just what I want to go see, what I want to do, but like certain adventurous types like that I thought like that you see in movies. Well, how about you? Is there any places you want to go? Anything like that you've seen in movies?
Well, there's definitely a multitude of them. I mean, the road trip, I think there's always been a lot of road trips I would have liked to have taken and followed kind of the same path that they took into the wild. I would want to do that, maybe hopping and dying part, but at least travel through the area, get a feel for it and not try to live out there on my own with absolutely no knowledge or any functioning abilities whatsoever. Another great road trip, Yaya of the Traveling Sisterhood. That was a fun one. It was fun. I enjoyed that route. But honestly, I think the biggest one I'd like to do, I'd like to get on a motorcycle with you, my friend, a little sidecar action. And I'd like us to travel about 8,000 kilometers. Just pick a direction and just go. Just ride as far as we can, maybe find ourselves, and then try to liberate a few nations from their oppressive rules and excite a few rebellions. I think it'd be pretty cool.
Okay, calm down there, Archer.
No, it's Che Guevara from the motorcycle. It was a beautiful story, and I would love to do that. You wouldn't?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'd like to do that same trip.
Well, that trip was a little rough. That's fair.
I think that's where my hesitation lies.
Well, we're doing it updated now. Obviously, we're not going to go back to that war-torn struggle, the issues of places that we were been at, where the shooting, less of the shooting, more of the traveling.
I'd want more of a wild hog sort of scenario.
I'd much rather have a strange cop played by John C. McGinley who gets a little too touchy-feely. That would be much more comfortable.
And or Ray Liotta, part of a biker gang.
Right.
I still think that's my favorite part, is how Will Smith is kind of brilliant, and like how he's coming back stronger than ever, and he's doing like Bad Boys 4 so he can be that tough guy thing,
Cool.
type again. Dude, Martin Lawrence is coming back, and that dude was in Wild Hogs. Calm down.
Yeah, right. I mean, Wild Hogs, that's your level. That's why when Tim Allen's a tough guy, I'm like, Hogs, maybe we should just pump the brakes a bit there.
No, he's not a tough guy. He's just a Republican.
Yeah, fair. A couple other spots I'd like to go on those trips, because it's all about trips for me. I really dig these. I think the Orient Express would honestly just be neat, and that's like a legit real life thing that I could do, that I have looked into. I think that would be neat. The Death on the Nile cruise would be dope. But
you're going all Agatha Christie, huh?
Oh, absolutely. And then really though would be the Darjeeling Limited. I think that trip they take across India would be stunning to see that, into Kashmir and everywhere. Just that would be just to see that. And just I would love to travel through India. I think it would be beautiful.
It's funny you mention that, because like for a long time, like I did here in the in the US,
in the greater 48.
In the greater 48. That's right. Never been anywhere. I've never actually been close to Alaska. I've been on that side. Like Vancouver and things like that. So when you have all and all around Toronto,
Canada, right?
Canada and Mexico. So for me, it's all landlocked stuff.
Yeah.
I never had like the ambition, not that I wouldn't go. Like when I was younger, I was like adventurous, but I just never had the chance to go overseas and go see things. And it's not that I have anything against it, except for Australia. I'm never going to Australia.
You just think the ocean is the end of the world and it just falls off the map. I get it.
All flat, and then we're done.
This is all a ruse. Thank you. This has been great.
if you guys aren't sure, Britain is actually in Detroit. So
Oh my gosh. The British accent is completely made up. It's been a conspiracy this whole time.
what you call Cardiff Rapids.
Oh my goodness.
So, when we're going to like going overseas, things like that, there's stuff like I would have been cool to go and see and travel to,
Yeah.
but I never had like that ambition. There was only outside of this continent where I was like, you know what, I want to go there. I want to live there for like a year. And that was
Interesting.
I saw it in a documentary, and I was like, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And they didn't have, I don't know if it's now, but at the time they had no Wi-Fi, they had no TV, they had nothing. And I was like, I just want to live like that for a year.
Where was it? Bataan?
Yeah.
The place where the Death March was in World War II?
No, I think that was Bataan.
Oh, okay. All right.
Bhutan is
Bhutan?
Yeah.
Okay, word. All right. Gotcha.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, it just that enunciation matters there.
I'll sign it for you.
Thanks. I'm number one.
First.
I understand.
So like that, I always thought that would be cool. That was always like a dream of mine to go there. And I wanted before I got into the film industry, like after college, before I moved to LA, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just never happened. I never pulled the trigger on it, and I just industry. So, but I mean, I got to see a lot of other places too that I really wanted to, but be a part of. But movie wise, on my bucket list, that was one, and my number one of all time, and you'd be in on this, dude, is Ride Around Ecto 1 in New York.
I mean, that would be absolutely 100%. I'm in for that.
I want to do it with 3 other friends.
Yep, we got to.
So
And just crank Ray Parker Jr. Absolutely. Yes.
Oh my God.
In fact, the entire soundtrack, because the whole soundtrack is great. And there are some way better songs than the slow one that when the ghosts are all coming out. I love that jam, that instrumental thing they do. The huge long intro is great.
See, that's where I feel like Bat Kid kind of messed up on his wish. You should have went for Ghostbusters, dude. That would have been way more fun.
Oh my gosh, that's
they didn't even drive the good Batmobile.
Wish, that's so bad. It's his wish, man.
It's my opinion. He was happy.
So, do you have any like climbing things you would do?
Not anymore.
I mean, fair.
When I was younger, before I got hurt, I definitely like really into that aspect, and like I wasn't like a climber, but like I would go out and like hike and climb like sides of things to get up, and I enjoyed that, and I was a lot stronger.
I think Crocodile Dundee has got me there. I want to go to the Outback, man. I would love to go to the Outback. I would love that, man. Terrifying. It would be facing every fear I could possibly have, but considering I'm not going to have to face the fear of like fighting Nazis as I go, kind of real fun there. And it's not like I have to worry about pirates on the high seas, taking over my transport. So I don't really want to do that. That's not my this I could do.
Dude, come on, man. If you go out there, you know what's going to happen.
What?
You're going to die.
No, very good chance it could actually intersperse. It could fold into 2, right? So I could get the Crocodile Dundee thing, which I absolutely want. That they'd also get B, which would be even cooler because I could get some Romancing the Stone in there if I find some, I don't know, novelist who happens to find herself out looking for a treasure. I just say you don't know what you can find in the Outback. Who knows?
Dude, we should do a TV show about a guy he lives the James Bond type of lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just suave, debonair, can get out there but cannot land a relationship. That's all he wants. Like all the girls want him, but they don't want a relationship with him, and that's all he wants. And then like make it a week to week where he falls in love with, but much like stories from movies.
Oh my God, that's wonderful. Make it a 3-parter where you just shoot it in 3 parts and it's an hour and a half, 3:30 minutes each, wherever he is.
This
Oh,
is
I
a
love it.
BBC Michigan show. Shut up.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what we're gonna do. BBC Michigan.
BBC. The BBC Upper Peninsula.
Brought to you by BBC 2 Detroit. The Motor City.
BBC in the future becomes OCP.
Welcome to Motown, BBC.
We gotta change the subject. I gotta move on.
No, that's what it is. It's Skynet Motown.
I'm gonna cry.
Oh, geez, there. Welcome to Saskatchewan. It's great to see you. We're here in Minnesota. It's a pleasure. Bob, how are you? Right. Well, thank you very much. Wonderful to see you. Coming here from Edinburgh, Minnesota. A pleasure to see you.
You're knock it off.
I love your folding of the map, though. It's wonderful because then where else do we go? Colorado Springs, Berlin.
It's not folded; they're tucked under.
I really want to know, but there's no way we have enough. We're at the hour, but there's no way we have the time for you to unpack that.
I can do it.
Fold under one another, please. Enlighten.
All right, like a napkin, just like a napkin.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's say you take that napkin, you fold it in half, right? That's taking care of business when it comes to South America. Then you drape it over the table, right? Each end.
Naturally. Yep.
And then you just flip them under.
As you do.
And then you just got us.
And
then everybody else is.
And they're all just under us, tucked in like a sheet in a mattress.
Stop making me sound like a flat earther. You're going to get me killed. Might even be my wife who does it.
Don't worry. Most of them don't even know that guns don't work that way. They'll be shooting in straight lines. You're fine. Just stay out of range. How to lead targets. That's not real. That's not necessary. Gravity and wind? Nah, they don't impact these. Bullet goes on forever.
Why can't I see a line out there? Why do I see a line out there? Why isn't it curving? Only because you're blind, Dale.
Obviously the equipment's faulty.
You can't see anything, Dale.
I don't even know why we still bring you along these hikes, Dale.
Oh, get in the hole, Dale.
Oh no, that's why, because there's a bear coming, Dale.
Why are you shoveling raw meal?
You'll be fine. Don't worry, Dale.
You're gonna get eaten, Dale.
Don't tell him. We don't want to scare him. Scared meat doesn't taste as good.
Dale can't. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Let's get to let's get to the next topic.
Yes, great.
Do you have a movie for me to fix tonight?
My friend, do I ever? After long consideration, I seriously look as I prepare to see Scream 6 and realize that, you know what? Scream has fallen short for me. And I need you to please, for me, fix Scream 4.
So see, here's where it comes into it. Okay, Scream 4. Casey thought Scream 4 was bad. Mick thought Scream 4 was good.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think there's a better movie in there. And that Vaseline soft lens murdered my eyes. That filter was horrifying. It was so bad. Honestly, dude, I was listening to them, the actors doing their part, and it was fantastic. They did a really good job. I liked the story they told. There's a better story. There's better things, and there's just the visuals, man. It hurt my eyes. So please, for me, Mick, fix Scream 4.
Okay. All right. So absolutely right. Like, I like the movie. I really think I like the movie because A, it's a Scream movie, and Scream movies are pizza or sex. Even when it's bad, it's good.
Truth.
Because you're getting what you're getting. And that's it. Now, and none of it has near the level of Scream 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where all bets were off and anybody could die.
Which is fantastic.
So coming into it, Scream 4, and it was sort of that return for Williamson, return for Wes Craven. I was very excited for it. But I do admit, like, there are a lot of stories. Well, I could go into casting issues as well, but I'm going to be nice.
Okay.
What Scream 4 gets
Don't
right.
mess with Kirby because he watched it.
Well, that's where
Yeah.
we disagree again. So, all right, I'll leave her for your sake.
No, go. You fix it. I want to hear you fix it.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, what it got right and what I would keep. I would keep Mark, the deputy, the overzealous deputy that's really into Dewey. That was funny on a level, but she still seems sort of like a competent cop. See her on the force. Like, I can't see Dewey on the force in the first one. It's like, what did you hire this guy for?
Yeah.
Her, I could still see, like, I'll see why he hired her, but she's kind of dopey. And I liked her addition into 5 and who she played.
Agreed.
So I would keep Kirby, keep her as sort of the new Randy. But I also like the fact of how they're playing it now and her being in the new one. So I'd like to keep that. Where do I really change it up is, one, you got to change up your tone and what you're feeling, or kind of like what your message is here. I know what he was going for with, like, remakes and reboots to things and going against them, but like Scream 5 did, it should have been more embraced, I think. It's like, okay, if this is what you want, this is what you're going to get, but you didn't up the ante, and that's where you really needed to. I think if you're not going to kill Sydney to keep this going, you definitely kill off Gale and you kill off Dewey.
Agreed.
At least Gale.
Because it's a reboot. You have to kill, in my opinion, I think Sydney, because you're there, and I like the idea. I want to hear yours. I'm going to I'll interject after. Keep going.
So yeah, and I see where you're going with that, and I agree with you. Like, so the whole point of this was, it was almost like a next generation of Scream, and then the whole message at the end when Sydney kills Jill and says, "Don't fuck with the original." I got it, but the problem was it's boring for a horror movie.
Yes.
If you're going to keep these going, or you're going to bring it back, even if this was to them their last one, wanted to end it, you still ended it improperly because it never upped the stakes. The stakes were never risen. Like, you don't care about the kids except Kirby, because all the horror fans can see themselves in her.
Well, and I like the long-haired kid, the nerd. He was
true. What do you think it was?
Yeah,
or if it wasn't Kieran, it was the other one.
One of the Culkins, younger Culkin.
Yeah. So with him, he was a good character, but right off the bat, it seemed like he and the other kid were somehow in on this.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, no, there was no hiding that. That they came out the gate. That was the Williamson overzealous punch. You know what I mean? That was 100% the Williamson going, "We're going to slam this down your throat. You're going to think it's that, but it is that."
Yeah.
It's like,
but I think the way you fix Scream 4 is, like, a lot of people, like, when it comes to it, the movies that try to almost copy their predecessors when they're being rebooted or something are the ones that get stale over time. The ones that tend to stick and kind of becomes like that are the ones that completely change the formula and bowed out the old with the passing of the torch to the new. In these so what they should have done was up the ante, kill Gale, maybe Dewey, definitely Sydney. You don't make Jill the killer, but you make the whole thing come off as if Jill is the killer, killing a ghost face, but they're leaving clues behind for Jill, right?
Okay.
And to set her up or to frame her, like killing the best friend, or maybe you turn that into like a jealous sort of thing over the boyfriend.
Still ties in with the Cottontail from early on in like Scream 1 and 2, how Cotton Mather always came into play. So yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Stack, because these killings are happening, because she, like, Jill calls her and says, like, "I need help. You're the only one that's dealt with these ghost face. I don't know what's going on. It's Sydney down this path of like, can I trust her? Is she actually the killer? What's happening? Then she gets killed, and Jill's on her own, has to pick up and figure out who it is and why it's happening, and then stop it. And now you don't even have to continue on with Jill. You could go where they went to in this with a whole new group, but at least that would have passed, and then have Kirby pass the torch or whatever, and it could still be the same. But you take Sydney off of the table. Maybe she survives, and you could, but she has to get messed up real bad.
Yeah.
And one of the main characters, had to die. And then I felt like that's where your cop out was. You weren't making a horror movie, you were making a message.
Yeah.
And so that's how I would fix it. Whereas, like, maybe so every one of them has been, the killer is like almost getting revenge.
Yeah.
On Sydney.
Yep.
And some tie to it. So why not make it look like Jill? Somebody's getting revenge on Jill by setting her up.
Yeah, see, I like that a lot. It would be fun because then you can turn that POV. You can start it from the Sydney side and do like a mid movie handoff.
Yeah,
where it kind of becomes the passing of the torch then and there, or even abruptly in the beginning. However you want to do it. But I like that. I like that, buddy. Okay. Do you have anything else you would change or fix? The story definitely gets better.
No, just turning it into that aspect keeps it. I think would keep it fresh. Again, going forward, your Sydney's now gone. The torch is passed. Something, and then you but it gives you that twist, because that was the most interesting part about the original. It's like you don't know who it is, and then when it gets to it, it's like, oh my god, I'm like, really, I didn't see Stu being that, and it was really Billy, even though he didn't make the calls, or whatever that was at the time. So now, and then they played that off. So if you're gonna reboot it after trying to do twists in 2 and 3, that let's face it, facts, like one and the other one was the mom. So it's like it was good, but it wasn't on the level as the first one.
Yeah, agreed.
You have to have something that's on the level of the first one. That's where you do it. You kill her off and leave it to find out that Jill isn't the actual killer.
I dig that one a lot. The other way I would go, when I brought this up, because I had to rewatch it today and it was fresh in my mind. We love these conversations. I would have let Jill win.
Oh, that's a good
I would
one.
have had her kill everyone, and then Dewey and Gail like become friends with her, and she actually full psycho. She's able to like somehow control it. She's got what she wants, so she's happy. And that would be fascinating, because then the revenge tale coming is because whoever's coming after her knows she was Ghostface. So that opens up the reboots that way. And the
and if you could go on it in some way, because now you know that Sam from 5 and 6, who's Billy Loomis's daughter, is in high school with them. She was a freshman when they were seniors when this was happening. If you could somehow tie that in to
exactly,
but I mean, you could do that, but you really can't. Like, fixing a movie, you got to go with the movie and where it was in that time. But I think, and I like what you're saying about changing it up and let Joe win. My only thought is, if you can let Joe win, it would be a great movie. I think that would just amplify it. But if you want to keep the franchise going, because it's so steeped in cliche,
you still need a final girl.
You still need a final girl. There's got to be, or you could transfer that to Kirby, as in like Jill survives, beats them, tricks everyone except Kirby.
And now Kirby's kind of like back into it. Yeah, I like that one too. That's a really good one.
So
that's a good way to do it.
Something along those. So it'd be kind of cool. Then it would add that element, and then maybe take the Scream franchise into a different place, back into more of a mystery.
Well, because then you have Ghostface just becomes a revenge spirit.
That's true.
And like people who start revenge killings with the face of Ghostface. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. So Casey, tell me, did I fix Scream 4?
1,000%, my friend. McManhattan, you fixed Scream 4. Thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for the movie.
Of course, buddy.
Guys, before we take it away, before I let Casey take it away, I want to try this in sign. So I'm going to say thank you for watching, everyone. Casey, please take it away,
My friends, as always, I appreciate it, brother. A great time is a pleasure, a joy. My favorite part about Tuesdays is getting to hang out with you. And thank you so much for listening. Hopefully, we made you smile, gave you some laughs. Thanks, everybody who chimed in tonight. It's great to see y'all. Remember that we love you. We appreciate letting us do this. And hopefully, we just, you keep listening and check us out. As always, make sure to be kind to yourself, be kind to each other. Good night. Good afternoon. Good morning. It's
Okay,
podcast.
Truman. Later, people.
Hey guys, Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. DJ, George G3, Chris S, H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jay, so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation Discord channel where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And remember to embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snob Nation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up thereafter. We have great shows like the Scene Snobs podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking for great merch, go over to the snobsmerch.com store. Use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything, stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. I think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are The Scene Snobs. Embrace the absurdity with us. And we love you and we'll talk.
Hello, bats. Oh, Harley, where else do we go from here?
I don't know how you're doing a Joker. Just do a pitch. Say the Joker here, or something like that for the Scene Snobs.
Here for the Scene Snobs. Welcome, everyone. A pleasure to see you all here. Hopefully, you can keep up with these 2 crazy co-hosts, Mick and the Madman. Enjoy. They're going to make me laugh my face off.
Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast.
Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast, everybody. How are you doing? This is our first time ever, not live everywhere. And it's nerve-wracking, to say the least.
It's wild. I hope we're able to bring it.
I am too, but we are the Scene Snobs podcast. I'm, of course, your host, Mick Manhattan, joined as always by the Joker himself, Mr. Casey the Madman Plot.
I thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, as always, my friend.
Dude, that was pretty good.
Thanks,
I might write you some scripts to doing voices.
Yeah, I'd love to.
And just do
That's what I need. I'm dumb. I'm a simpleton. I just need things to be put in front of me and told to do stuff, and I'll dance, baby. That's what I do.
McConaughey is just going to be gushing over the show. So
he's going to be everywhere talking about how great it is and how wonderful everything is and how wonderful life is. Like, hey, look at these 2 wonderful people. Dan's here tonight. We're happy to see Dan. It's fantastic, buddy. All right. And then we got John, Mr. Wass himself. Look at that in there. It's a pleasure to see you guys. All right.
We love you guys. We appreciate you being here tonight for our first night here on Patreon. Of course, for everybody listening, This is where all our lives are now, is over on our Patreon. So go check it out. Check out the tiers. Check out the perks that we have available, and maybe join up in the Snob Nation Discord along the way. But I think it's important, if you do join the Patreon, it's important for you to know right off the bat that this is what Sir Sturdy calls an experience that he cannot physically get out of.
It's true.
That's right. Our Patreon is an experience that he cannot physically get out of. You don't get better testimonials than that.
I mean, it's true. Once you are in, you are locked in, and not because you're forced to. It's because the love that you feel from our giant, forceful hugs given by Mick himself. You think you've experienced a bear hug, my friend? It's nothing compared to what he's got for you.
I look like, when I do this with my hands, as I look like a sex bear zombie.
I don't
know.
What?
If that's not your next movie.
Zombie. Wow. Okay, sex bear zombie. That's dope. I'm in. We can do that. Who's going to be our lead? I think that's got to be a Henry Cavill driven movie. You and I need to star in movies like Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, or Meet the Wolfman, or Jekyll and Hyde. But we need to come up. That's going to be the worst of the worst. So it's like Mick and Casey meet the sex bear zombie. And it's just a bear chasing us around in the woods trying to have sex with us and then eat us. Oh my God. Zombie verse 7. Oh my God, man. I could see that. We could get a cameo there. We could do this. I bet you we call up some of our friends who make this stuff and just be like, I want to make Mick and Casey versus Sex Bear Zombie. I'm coming up with that poster tomorrow. And we'll be on our end. 45 minutes of us running away from a sex bear zombie until the last 5 minutes where they inevitably catch us. Like, no, it's 45 minutes of you running because you saw me stay right where I am, because I'm like, I'm just done. In fact, the movie starts out with us seeing the sex bear zombie, and then I just go like this, and it's like my hat's like a light switch. When I turn it backwards, it's on, and then I'm like, I'm gonna fight this bear, Casey. And you're like, I put my hand on your shoulder, and I'm like, I love you, Mick, and that's it. That's the last time we interact, because I'm gone. Until the next movie where I come out of the woods, or I walk into our fake apartment. And then, like, I'm just all disheveled and beat up, and I'm just like, I beat up that sex bear zombie, and it didn't even bite me. Sex bear zombie 2 is them coming after us in the city. No, we got. Oh my God! Oh man, you brought up a great point. I'll turn my hat backwards. I'm like an idiot. Nah, it's cool, man. It's like a switch. I understand. It just goes backwards, and you don't know. It just happens. You just start to go crazy. So what do is I usually my hat forwards, right? And then what I do is when I'm getting in the zone, I turn my hat backwards like this, and it's like a light switch, it goes on, something clicks in me. Lincoln really, Hawk, baby. Really exciting. It's like one day I'm also going to master the English language too. It's going to be great. All right, Casey, I want to start us off with something. Ooh, okay, fire away. And it just popped in my head. I had an idea for a first thing. Now I'm going with this. And it is, if you were the richest man in the world, what would you spend your money on? And don't give me that I'd buy stuff for my daughters. I'm talking about the real stuff. The real stuff? The real stuff. Would you like me to go first? Yeah. I'm curious as to what angle I would start a production company or studio, make these movies that I'm saying that are going to definitely flop and make no money whatsoever. 100%. I'm perfectly fine with Mick and Casey, then move on to doing a whole Sex Bear Zombie, like 8 movie slate where they do go to New York at some point. Of course. It has to happen. I love that idea, and I want to stick with it with you. But then I want to move on to things like where, Mick and Casey team up with John Cena to fight the snake zombie bear. And then it's just like, it's a whole different thing now. Oh, and then we get stranded in the ocean and have to fight the zombie sex kraken. Yeah. I want so many celebrities to show up here because they're just like, I'm like, hey, how about $20 million to be in our movie? Oh, no, I can't be in this movie for that. How about 40?
Yeah.
No, we go the other way. You don't want 20? I've got 10.
No, we
You want 10
drop it.
million?
Our negotiation starts out dropping by a penny for the first hour. Then we move to a nickel, and they're just like, "Are you seriously just going through the hour as a penny?" Yes, we are. Until you're in this movie, they get so bored, they just join the movie.
Exactly. Bore them into it. Classic strategy. It becomes a pity work. They'll be like, "Oh, I'll come on. I'll give you a pity 10 minutes."
Dude, all I want in the world is that. All I want in the world is to make movies with you where it's completely asinine and there's just random celebrities coming in.
Yes.
I want a movie of just, I don't know, pick out a beautiful actress that you'd love to work with.
Kate Blanchett.
That's a great one. I'm going to throw Scarlett Johansson in.
Okay.
Right?
Strong.
I want a movie where we play cops and they play cops. There's no love story to this. Right. They just ridicule us the whole time. We never get a case solved.
That's a great idea.
And why have two of the most beautiful women on the planet doing it? Because it's funnier that way.
And then along with that, we have a recurring character who's a bus driver played by Brad Pitt, who imparts random wisdom.
It's true. I love that idea. Brad Pitt just like, I don't know if you want to do this. Yeah, this is
a great idea, guys. I don't know about this one.
I want to try a hard drama like Legends of the Fall did for me. It did nothing for you, Brad.
Who's a bus driver, Brad Pitt? Who's driving the bus?
It's a bus driver.
That's some serious child support, huh, Brad? A lot of money.
Glad you adopted all those kids now.
Jeez. The ones who don't talk to you, and now is he getting aphasia? What did he say? Face blindness is his thing. Yeah, he came out with like a couple months ago.
Yeah, probably because it came out that he beat his wife and kid on a plane.
I didn't realize they were my wife and kid. I thought it was some random woman and another random child. I didn't realize they were mine. Oh, my bad.
He's just pummeling them, right? Brad Pitt style or whatever, like Fight Club. And then it turns to, he's like, I don't see any air marshals around. And it's like, it's a private plane. Please stop, Mr. Pitt. Please.
You just start screaming. They don't have faces. They don't have faces.
Oh my God. John says I'm looking slimmer. Thank you. Again, I'm trying. I've been eating a lot more vegetables and trying to move around more. So,
good, buddy. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. Maybe your beard is getting fluffier. Actually, I just had it trimmed. Going for a spa day tomorrow for my birthday.
Yeah, buddy, it's gonna be fun.
I've never done one. I've never pampered myself to do something like that. I have had a massage before, 100% by a man. And it's nothing against women, but men just have really strong hands. They work out those kinks, man. I'm not gonna lie. For best massage I ever got.
Okay. This is interesting.
Best massage, and it was just shoulder rub I ever got from a man named Pete Diefenthaler. I am not kidding with you. And were we in a massage parlor? No, we were out on the deck of my college eating a pizza. And that is literally the only part of the story I'm going to tell you, or how we got to that point.
Why am I suddenly jealous of this Pete fellow? That son of a bitch.
Honestly,
back off my Kool-Aid, Pete.
You know why? Oh, and while he did it, his girlfriend, I made her watch.
Of course. Yeah.
Everything's above board.
Full on cuck. Yep.
He had the strongest hands I've ever felt in my life.
I know you're dead serious about that.
I was so serious. I still think about it sometimes. It's the best massage I've ever received.
You feel your wife's hands and you're like, oh.
My wife is going to give me a massage on the shoulder, and I'm just like, it's not the same.
never will be.
Oh
Oh my god.
my God, it never will be. And you know why? You know why his hands were so strong? And here's where it's gonna get weird, Casey. It's gonna get weird, Casey.
Okay, let's go.
You know why his hands are so strong?
Why are his hands so strong, Mick?
He grew up on a farm and worked on a farm his whole life. And that's how they became strong. So Casey, if you're wondering in that head of yours, have I ever wondered because you grew up on a farm if you have some strong hands? The answer is yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You would not be wrong.
I don't doubt that, but I've never mustered up this in all of our years of friendship. I could never bring myself to say, Casey, I think you got some strong hands. Can I have a massage?
What in the world? Yeah. Wow. Okay, I can completely understand how that flies. Sure.
Oh my dude.
My goodness.
Hey man, once you remember something that was so great in your life, you never forget, man. You trying to get back to it.
Yep, exactly. Always trying to attain that thing. It's chasing the dragon,
but
less heroin-y.
Very fair. I hope Pete Diefenthaler's out there somewhere making some woman very happy right now with a massage.
Or man, whatever he's into. Go Pete.
Well, I mean, when I left, he was into women. So that's, oh no, I'm getting bombarded here. First,
buddy.
You know why? John, you know why Mick got Taylor Swift tickets and a spa day for my birthday? Because Mick is in severe debt.
Mick just wants to feel something good while the numbers stay red.
It was not Mick's wife's idea to start a cookie company. Get in the kitchen, you need to start doing something else.
Oh, I'm sure that would have gone over swimmingly.
I am kidding, of course. We saved. My wife knew she was going on. We saved for it. I will tell you, it hit the bank a bit. but we're going. She's happy. And by the way, this spa day is $50. It's not like I'm going. Not like I'm going to a Turkish bath to get Pete to give me a massage.
Although a Turkish bath does sound pretty solid.
I've never been.
They're fun.
Are they really? Like, does all the sex stuff happen?
I mean, not the one I was in.
All right, I don't know.
About what?
You always hear in like movies and TV shows, like, he's at the Turkish bath. I've always just assumed they meant sex stuff. I don't even know what kind of sex stuff.
Nothing I was aware of. Man, I was maybe in a very different Turkish bath. But
Maybe
it's cool.
I mean, maybe you're in a legit one, or they saw you and they're like, he's not going to be into the sex stuff.
Right, yeah. I mean, they were just blowing each other around me, and I was like, hey, it's not my game. This is a lovely temperature, guys. This is really nice. I like this. Oh, get that away. No, get that away.
And like 30 couples. And you're just like, happy Valentine's Day to me.
How'd you know? Did I tell you that story?
I read a good narrative. Mick, just go shiatsu where they walk on your back, dude. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
it's nice.
Unless it's Pete Diefenthaler. He was 6'1". I'm not doing that.
No, size matters there.
That's true. I'm down for a spa day. Hell yeah, man. I think everybody should try one.
Let's spa day when we're down in Fear Fest.
Yeah. Oh my God, that'd be great.
Put together a snob spa day. Snobs at the spas.
Sorry, Stephanie and Destiny, we can't come today. Spa day.
No, we do it the day after.
We order them and we do a live where two people come in and give us massages while we get by.
Yes, we do the podcast in those massage chairs.
I think I pooped myself.
Can't stand up, guys. I can't stand up. Oh man, I'm so sorry, guys.
Let's do a centipede of massages. All right, I get Casey.
I'm down.
Okay, I mean, Casey gets me.
No. You can massage me all you want with those meat hooks of yours.
Listen, you come meet us in person, and all tiers get you an ultimate fan experience.
Yeah.
At a Turkish.
Oh God. The
We get a
Turkish bath experience. Me getting it my car in front of the Turkish bath. Then in the Turkish bath with everybody just enjoying themselves, wang chunging at the Turkish bath.
And somehow Brad Pitt was still there.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey man, did we wrap for the day?
Telling stories about other movies he's been on. Randomly, we're just like, shut up, Brad Pitt.
Talking about, hey, Fury. So that guy, Shia, he definitely just, he was gross the whole time. It was wild. He didn't shower. Oh, it was disgusting. Shut up, Brad Pitt. Why are you still here? Did you see me in Meet Joe Black? That was great. I was with Sir Anthony Hopkins. He's an actor.
I learned all about love on that.
I have to
really? I would have guessed Fight Club, Brad Pitt.
I have to read the right script to understand love.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God, Dan, you bring up a good point. You know what? We should do a screen marathon on the Discord.
I'm in.
That'd be fun. Just all like
do it.
Friday or whatever. Just play them all. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Right after the show, when you're done with the morning show, make sure you tune into Scream. Boom.
Yes.
On the Discord.
We'll be right there, Sydney.
Well, I'm seeing Scream 6 Thursday.
Yes, you are.
I'd invite you, but I think you're at work. But you can always come.
Well, I'm at work, and then my daughter is shooting archery a tournament this weekend. So I will be at that, unfortunately, heading out. She has to be there Saturday, 8 a.m. So Friday night, we're grabbing a hotel room.
Nice.
So I will do the marathon from Le Téléphone.
Very fair. No, that is not a problem, man. I get it. And you should have a great time.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Very excited.
So we got, but Scream 6 is coming out. It's going to be pretty crazy. They're going to start filming Scream 7 this year, and then we'll be out next year.
Awesome. I am super excited for this. Whatever they're doing is going to be cool.
Now, let me ask you. So being a horror fan, especially you being a fan of Kevin Williamson, as much as you are his work.
Absolutely.
His non-horror work.
Hey man, he was a broad spectrum writer, director, creator at that time.
Well, let me ask you, what do you think? What do you think about Scream just surviving this long?
I think it's fantastic. I think it was a really cool brainchild that came with Wes Craven, of course, and it's just fantastic. It's a wonderful story. It's I'm happy they were able to perpetuate it. And they did a really good job of it. And I think the handoff was done fantastically well. I think they only fumbled a bit with the Neve Campbell stuff. I would have liked to have had her in this one.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. I understand. Things happen. There's a real world out there. So.
It's a really good point.
What's that?
Is the fact that the movies that came out the past 2 weeks, right, are probably both going to be number one at the box office, right? And for their respective weeks.
Yeah.
Creed 3 being the one before, and this one being Scream 6. Both are sequels. Both, in the first time in movie history, are movie sequels that are the only ones that don't have the original star of the franchise in them.
Wow, yeah, because Sylvester Stallone wasn't in Creed 3.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not going to have Neve Campbell.
Yep.
Or Skeet Ulrich. Oh.
He's not in it?
Billy Loomis.
Well, he came out. No, I think he's in it because he came out and said his quote was that Neve likes Scream 3. She watched it, has no problem with everybody. because they were at a convention this past weekend together.
Oh, okay.
And so they were talking about it, and she was like, "Yeah, I saw it. I really liked it. I think they did a great job. I can't wait to see what happens, with going forward."
Mhm.
And he goes, and she really said she likes what we. No, she said she loved it. And then she goes, she said she really liked what we've done.
Oh, interesting.
So
Okay.
slip up, because he was in the last one.
Right.
So
Could be. Interesting.
allegedly. Oh, allegedly she's not in it. This is
Allegedly.
theory. I'm
Yeah.
interested in that. And if she does show up in it, and this was all a marketing ploy, and you took away my goddamn record for 2 weeks in a row, I will disrespect every part of you and your great thinking.
And I will never let you live down that they burned you.
Oh my god, I would love it. That would be so much fun if she takes off the mask and it's just Neve Campbell, and it's like,
It's her.
yes,
They did it.
they did it.
Finally.
And then somebody immediately goes, "Didn't you have kids in the last one?" Yes.
Not
That's right.
anymore. I hate them.
I'm on vacation, staying in an Airbnb.
I only do this when my kids enter soccer tournaments. Like, what?
Dude. Remember how Michael Scott wasn't in the Office finale? Oh, so
Yep.
pop up at the end. Yeah, so she's the killer.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well,
We
did
shall
we just
see.
ruin it for everyone? Who knows? Find out next week.
Well, I mean, if I'm ruining it for anyone, it's not knowingly. I haven't seen the movie.
That's
I'm
true.
seeing it Thursday. So that's best guess speculation. If you have a problem with that, take it up, because you're a piece of garbage and Casey says so. So make sure if you got any problems with us, you email us at plot of
Definitely no problems here. Don't need anybody else's problems. Love you guys.
I want you to send
talk.
to this
If you got
email.
something up, that's cool. But no, like fighting words. Everything's fine. We're all
I want
good.
you to send all of your viruses to this email.
Nope,
under
you
the
don't need to
guise
do
of-
any of that. You can just go ahead and pump the brakes right there, y'all. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I'm going to use my calm voice now because we're all friends, right? All friends. Everybody's okay.
email us.
It's
Email
still
us
going.
at the Plotamus.
Now, would you stop?
Oh,
What are you doing?
Sorry. At the Plotamus 77 at yahoo.com. Anyway, so I hope all the troll mail goes to you.
What kind of mood are you in?
I don't know, man. I've been in a great mood, I guess.
I love it.
Oh, I'm having fun. It's a good time.
It is.
But that's not your real email. I would never actually give you a real email.
No, I know you didn't.
I know you know. I'm telling everybody else. Don't even bother. It's not
No,
real.
let them. don't make them search.
Wait, that is his real.
Stick
We're
with
going
the
back.
decoy, man. You gotta stick with the decoy.
That's true. Oh, I should have just made it.
How awesome would that be?
Okay, so
That
it is
just-
the Plotamus77 at Gmail.
There it is. Yep, the Plotamus77 at Gmail.
Oh my god, I love it. Dude. All right, so let's ruin it for everybody. Who do you think the killer of Scream 6 is going to be?
I really hope it's Neve Campbell.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. I hope she just cracks. Like maybe her baby gets into an accident or has some incurable disease and she has to watch her die and wither away and then like loses her mind during the process. So she goes murdery.
That was horrifying what you just said.
Or maybe someone kidnaps her baby and she finds her like in Mexico, like with the cartels or something. And goes like ape shit to like save her child, but then she has to murder now every year because she has the twitch or something.
What?
I don't know. They got a lot of places they could take it.
Seems like German case would want the viruses.
Yes, the viruses would be very gorgeous. It'd be very interesting. It'd be wonderful to see how we use it. Yeah.
Oh my god, man. So I am curious to know, with everything we were talking about and kind of going on with it, and you had mentioned it was like, oh, we fixed it. Like, do you have a movie for me to fix this week?
Oh man. So this one was kind of hard for me. And you could tell because I got so many ideas. I went in 3 different veins. I just kept falling in these different holes of which ones I wanted you to fix. but I think I landed because I love the idea of fixing the Alamo, but I don't know if it's popular enough. People remember the Alamo.
Yeah,
And
sure. I
just
don't want
asking,
to kill
do
me.
you remember the Alamo?
What's the Alamo?
The Alamo.
The draft house?
No, that's the video house. That's the draft house. No, the Alamo, like
What,
in
like
Texas.
yeah, the original one,
Yeah,
the first one.
not the first one. The remake of the first one.
No, the draft house, the first draft house.
No, not the first draft house, because the draft house is the one in Winchester. I'm talking about the Alamo in Texas, like the mission.
Building from Pee Wee Herman.
Yes, the building from Pee Wee Herman. Yes, in San Antonio.
You mean the one that? You mean the one that showed up in that movie, that thing, where he pissed on it? It was Ozzy, I think his name was.
Yes, that is in fact the Alamo. So there was a movie by one of your favorites, Mr. John Wayne, called The Alamo. That was pretty decent movie.
It's a personal favorite of mine. I love it.
Yes, it was a bit of a flop.
Yes, it was a flop.
Bit of a flop.
And that's the funny part that you are now. So you're picking a classic. This is like the first real classic you picked.
Well, I'm contemplating doing that one.
Okay.
Or the remake in 2004. The vehicle driven by Billy Bob Thornton.
Dennis Quaid was also in it or something.
Yes, and lost $126 million.
So first of all, it was going to, because nobody knows what the Alamo is anymore, unless you're from Texas. And I guarantee you, if we show up to Texas and just ask anybody under 25, do you know what the Alamo is? And be like, yeah, it's some building over here, if you're close enough. If you're outside of a knowing, like just knowing it as a landmark near you, nobody's going to remember. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like the draft house, they're going to do exactly what I did. And I like how Dan, maybe your class knows, Dan, because you're a good teacher. But guess what? Not everyone has good teachers.
True.
It's the reason Texas is a state. Heavy quotes.
Yeah,
I get it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't remember. It's an important story in American history, let alone in just telling tale of, to inspire football teams. Like it is a gigantic, memorable thing to happen. My problem is we have a world today where nobody listens. Nobody wants to learn. They have all the information at their fingertips. And I guarantee there are people, and I guarantee it's the majority, let's just say in this country alone, who believe the sun revolves around the earth. I'm not kidding. I bet you if you go and you just ask random people,
Copernicus was a liar.
That's how it's going to turn out. It's going to be a problem. I remember what Alamo was, but that's because I watched King of the Hill and remember Ozzy. There you go. Also a testing ground for Confederate generals, which is an interesting parallel to me anyway.
Yes, it was, because that's where Robert E. Lee made his name, out there.
Like Robert?
A.P. Hill did. Who else? Winifred Scott was the general in charge, general in command at that time. Yeah, wildness.
Well,
wildness.
generally speaking, oh man, my joke bombed on that.
I mean, you didn't finish it. I believed in you, man. You can try it again.
That was where I was going to go, and then I was going to be like, go into the next. I was going to segue bad again.
Yeah.
Like, generally speaking, I think we should talk about this album.
You still did a terrible segue though, so it's great.
Thanks. Oh,
yeah,
I
man.
appreciate that.
I'm here for you.
Oh, the irony of the Texas proposal being introduced on the anniversary of the Alamo being taken. Texas, I love it. Go for it. Go away.
Texas.
You can go. Mexico will take you over in days. Good luck. I'm sorry. No, that's not true. Mexico's cartels will take you over in days.
Man,
No,
that stuff ain't good right now.
all I see is like New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arizona, all the surrounding states just being like, later.
Did you
Border.
see the most recent stuff going on in there with the cartels right there in those cities, like right across
I
the
heard about-
border?
Yeah, I heard about the 4. But that's the thing. They will get into it. Here's the weird part about the media, and I can't believe I'm going into this. So, and not the weird, it's just part of the shitty thing that they do. When the numbers go down on media talking about, illegal immigration, things like that, and that generally only happens when we have a Democrat president, the media takes to, let's talk about the cartels and the bad side of Mexico. And then they cut out of it, and then like nothing ever happened when they go back and there's a Republican. Now, is that me standing up for any one of those parties? No. The Crypt Keeper and the Agent Orange asshole, I don't care about. I don't care about any of them. Government sucks. I'm not fighting that, and I'm not getting on my soapbox, but I am tired of turning on and seeing all of the horror shows be so exploited down there.
Well, it sucks how bad it is for all those people who have to live in it. People trying to get their families out of there. Those towns just being taken over. It's horrifying.
And I appreciate you taking that point, because again, none of this was against any type of asylum or anything like that. Nothing of what I said. It's about the media and their coverage and how much I can't stand them.
I get that. Absolutely. Because it does very much so fluctuate, unfortunately, like you said, the way it does. Well, to be guiding people. So it's a bummer.
That's why I only get our news from the Scene Snobs.
Whoa, that's a terrible idea. There are lots of better sources.
Dude, I put out some good stuff today.
No, you do a lot of good stuff, but not the only source. Always have more than one source, people.
All you need is our movie news.
Okay, for movie news, yeah.
No,
Check in with us and us alone. Don't
I'm
look anywhere else.
I'm telling you, America, just watch our news and you'll be fine. No, if anything,
we have the bestest news.
That we do have the bestest news.
Or how about for your favorite news? That's what it is.
Okay, I dig it. I like it.
Boom.
Join our Patreon. All right.
Nailed it.
No, okay. So let's get into it, because now my brain's starting to get a little cloudy. I like it. So you want to do which Alamo?
Okay,
the Billy Bob Thornton one tried so hard, to be a more up to date version of what John Swin's. Yep, go ahead.
There it is. That's exactly what it was.
I'm gonna fix it. So, which one you want?
Either Alamo or Texas Rangers.
I can fix Texas Rangers, no problem. I'm going Texas Rangers.
Let's do Texas Rangers, buddy.
Because I'll touch on the Alamo too, just to kind of, so I'm not avoiding it. But I will say this: the original Alamo, for what it was and what it was in the time, I think worked perfectly.
Fair.
If you remade it just like it was, it would be terrible and way too chaotic. But and because the remake that came up, I just thought it didn't have the same heart the original did. It wasn't a bad movie, and like a lot of people complain about Davy Crockett not going down in battle like he did in the original.
Right.
But it actually, like, the lore is that he was caught and he charged when they tried to get him to surrender. So I kind of like that they added that at the end for there to say that's who Davy Crockett was. But Billy Bob Thornton is Davy Crockett, not so much. He fought a bear when he was 3. I mean, come on. Billy Bob
pretty amazing. He was pretty amazing. And it's unfortunate that they never pulled out a song, man. I'm always waiting to hear Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier.
That's a Disney property.
I know, and I loved that Joker so much. That was one of my all-time favorites growing up.
Oh yeah, dude, me too. I still have the raccoon skin cap somewhere.
You got to, man. The raccoon skin cap is amazing.
So, I'm not going to fix the Alamo tonight.
Nope. I don't want you to fix it. Not enough people watched it in the first place. And quite frankly, I don't want people to go watch it. Save your time.
Really?
I really dislike that movie, dude.
Even the original?
No, the original's fine. The original was good for viewing. And in fact, I think I watched it multiple times. It's one of my dad's tops. So it was good.
Nice.
It's not great, but when it comes to him, I want El Dorado and Rio Bravo. I basically want the same movie with different kid
He made it
actors.
another time. He made it 3
Which one?
times. Howard Hawks made that movie 3 times. Rio Bravo with Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson.
Yeah.
El Dorado with James Caan as the young one there, and Robert Mitchum. And then switching it around, he made Rio Lobo, and that had one of his kids in it, and I forgot who the other one was. It was nothing huge, but it was Howard Hawks all 3 times.
Wow.
John Wayne played the same character every time.
Well, I mean, when you got a decent enough story.
I want Mix to fix Troll 2. I will, but I'm gonna go not tonight. So you got to tune in another night when Casey.
I don't know. Troll 2 was pretty strong for me. I don't know if it needs
No,
much fixing.
I'm on the text. Oh God. Yeah, you know what? Here's how you fix Troll 2. Okay, stop right there. You just leave in all the innuendos.
Yeah.
So like when he's fixing his belt and you're like, oh my God, he's gonna crack this kid in the mouth.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I gotta tighten my belt. And then when the kid pisses on it, you just kind of like wail on it. He's pissing on everybody. There's green showers everywhere.
Good Lord.
You gotta make it weird, man. Embrace the absurdity.
Just go further.
Just
Go the distance, Ray.
Here's how I'd fix it. I'd put a fucking troll in it.
Hey, there you go.
No bog, no trolls, just goblins.
Or put a troll from like Middle Earth in there that just jacks stuff up and just smashes them. They're under attack from this giant beast. That would be awesome.
I'm seeing it now. No bog. There's no trolls, just goblins. Just your friendly neighborhood goblins. I'm making a meme tomorrow.
Do it.
Yes. Oh my God. So we're going with Texas Rangers, which was a vehicle straight to video starring James Van Der Beek, not
Rachel
Dillman,
Lee Cook,
Ashton Kutcher, Usher. Let me see if I can remember. Ashton Kutcher, Usher was in it. James Caan, no, the Kid Caan. Jim, no, what is his name?
Scott Caan.
Scott Caan. I was gonna say Sam Caan. And I think that. Well, I mean, then you had the dude from. Was he Will and Grace? Or no, it wasn't Will and Grace. It was
No, you have Dylan McDermott.
And who else was in it? Who played the bad? Oh, Alfred Molina played the bad guy.
Yes.
And
good grab.
And who's that? Was it Robert Patrick?
Negative.
Oh, who was it then? The older guy who kind of.
It is. No, Robert Patrick is there. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool.
Yep, Sergeant John Armstrong. Yes, sir.
Any other stars that I missed?
Yes, 2 big ones.
Who?
You got Viper of Top Gun.
Which one was Viper?
Tom Skerritt.
Oh, that's right, Tom Skerritt. Wasn't.
And then
that's the older dude I was thinking of.
And then I'm Gonna Love You Forever and Ever, Amen. In one of his few but prolific performances.
What?
Randy Travis.
Oh my God. Yeah, no. Oh my God. Randy Travis was in that. He was in my favorite movie of all time.
Which one is that?
Black Dog.
Oh yeah, fantastic one. That Patrick Swayze masterpiece.
I can fix that one, and I would not drop 1 star from that movie.
You don't need to. It's not bad. It just wasn't good.
It just wasn't good. You're right.
You just need to shuffle some pieces, man. It was fine.
If that movie came out in the 70s about truckers and this whole hijack thing, that movie would have made but the equivalent of $6 billion today, because everybody loved the goddamn road trucker movie in 70s.
It's true. How about Reindeer Games? That one being some weird cross between everything. That one needed some love. That needs some help.
Yeah, that could have been a gritty Don Siegel movie or something. But I'm telling you, because like look at Convoy. Look at what is it? What the hell's the stupid one that I love?
Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit. I love it. I love that movie. I will watch.
It's a great one.
It's a stupid movie. It's a
I
stupid
mean,
movie.
most Chris Christopherson movies were up there.
Convoy is an even stupider movie. When friggin' Ernest, not Ernest Hemingway. What the hell am I thinking? Ernest.
Wow. All right. For whom the bell tolls kick in there real quick. What?
Oh my God, who starred in Marty? I'm all over the place. Ernest Borgnine. Yeah, no, I was right on Ernest. All right, Ernest Borgnine's
But
in
you
it.
went Hemingway, which is
I
not.
went Hemingway. I was almost said Hemingway too. In fact, I realized that if I didn't say why did I go Hemingway with it, nobody would have ever known who I was thinking of. But Ernest Borgnine plays like the sheriff that's hunting this trucker down,
Yes.
and like it becomes this whole thing. And like at the end, he's like firing at him with like a machine. Like a 50 cal. I don't know if 50 cals were around back then, but it was like the equivalent of.
Oh yeah.
70s. And no, it was a Gatling gun. That's
The
what it was.
Gatling gun, man. You got to bet it was always the Gatling gun.
Because like the National Guard brought it, and he's just like, and the National Guard brought a Gatling gun to a highway, Casey. He brought it to a highway.
All you have to do is close the road on each side. You'll be fine.
Oh, they've tried that plenty of times in the movie. These trucks don't seem to stop. But they brought the Gatling gun and all the National Guard to a highway. And as he's barreling down and everyone's firing at him with regard to who's behind him, they're just firing off at him left and right. And he's got the Gatling gun and he wants to do it. And he said, come on, Rubber Ducky. Come on, Rubber Ducky. And he's like getting ready to do it. But it's Ernest Borgnine's sheriff character holding the Gatling gun. No one from the National Guard was like, no. No.
That's ours. You can't just use our piece of equipment.
Pentagon didn't call up Texas and say, are you kidding me? These guys are all over the news. We're not going to send our boys over during Vietnam or whenever the hell the movie came out. It was either during Vietnam in the early 70s or it wasn't. I don't know. We'll find out later.
It was all the same, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah. And we're going to make them look even worse by letting the sheriff take over their Gatling gun and fire it off.
Oh, it's so ridiculous.
And he blows it up. And then Rubber Ducky dies.
Yep.
Or does he?
Well, he goes out, that American renegade lifestyle.
It's just the 70s, like if you just judged, like if some ancient civilization, not ancient, future civilization came back, looked at like our movies, and they only have movies from the 70s, they would think that's the Wild Wild West.
Wow.
That's how horrifying it was.
That's what it was, though. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, what's up, George C3? Yeah,
George
you were
C3.
here. Hard to find. I pinned it to the top.
Hi, everybody.
And
so yes, we're discussing Texas Rangers, which let me read off the blurb real quick. Now that we've gotten the stars listed, it is a ragtag group of youngsters band together after the American Civil War to form the Texas Rangers, a group charged with the dangerous, ruthless duty of cleaning up the West. Now, this came out in 2001, hour and a half long, PG-13, and it was essentially all the teen heartthrobs of Varsity Blues still in Texas, and while they're there, they're like, hey, want to shoot a Western?
Was Sean William Scott in this too?
I was pretty sure he was. I didn't see him on the cast, but I'm pretty darn sure he was in it too.
So am I. I could have swore. So let me ask you this. If this is the Texas Rangers, where the hell is Bass Reeves? There's no mention of him.
No.
Right?
None. Well, wasn't Usher kind of supposed to be him?
No. If it was, that is I cannot wait. Tyler Sheridan's doing a TV show about Bass Reeves. And now, if nobody knows,
I can't wait to see that. That is going to be awesome.
If everybody doesn't know their history or hasn't checked out the Watchmen TV series, there's a very famous character in pop culture and movie history called the Lone Ranger. And he started out in radio, I believe, and he was also comic books. He was very popular superhero type character with his cohort, kind of like my Madman, Tonto, at his side. And they would go out, and he was a Texas Ranger masked Texas Ranger that would save the day. Now that Texas Ranger was based on a very real human being. That very white man on a horse in a mask was very real, but in the form of a black man named Bass Reeves, who was like one of the most famous lawmen back in the day, and his arrest record was almost unspoken for. He's like a hero to many cops everywhere, and most people don't know it. They just know the Lone Ranger. So,
and he used his bat to speak and do most of his work. The famous bat of Bass Reeves. Yeah, man.
Oh, yes, you're right. All right, I'm sorry. Well, listen. I'm not.
He was trying to not kill, and I get it. It was the West, and it was really hard to not kill because everyone was easy to fucking kill. If you think about it, everyone could get killed from anything. You could get nicked. It could get infected because you live around poo at a farm, and all of a sudden, hey, you're dead. Like, oh no, your arm's gone. Like, how are you going to eat? No idea now. Can't work. You know what I'm saying?
They literally made a movie about it.
Yeah, exactly. So
a funny one.
You got to be careful about that. So no one wants to actually get shot and die. So someone just hit you in the face with a bat. It's way better option.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? He was the hero of the West, so they're going to make a TV series about him. Now, back to Texas Rangers. This is going to be the longest Did He Fix It in a long time. So,
by the way, we're mixing up cast from American Outlaws and Texas Rangers. So American Outlaws is the one that has...
Oh, yeah. Oh, is he in that one? I remember that one.
Yes. Sean William Scott is in that one.
Terrible movie. It's terrible
Scott
movie.
Conn. Oh, it's terrible.
Nope. Do you remember in American Outlaws who plays Jesse James?
That's Colin Farrell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I actually like that movie.
I know you do. We've talked about it. I enjoy it too. It's a fun movie, but it's a bad movie.
there are a lot of bad movies that really are my comfort zone.
Yeah.
That is one of them. We've talked about it. Major League 3, Back to the Minors is my favorite one in the series.
Mm-hmm.
I love all of them, but that's my favorite. Scott Bakula, baby. You know, so like I do have a series of I love it. Have you ever seen it?
What, Back to the Minors?
Yeah.
Of course.
Dude,
it was one of those days where I couldn't grab the remote and I was hungover and I was just stuck and I was like, well, at least the TV's on. Like, you know, where you do that for 4 hours.
Dude, it's so good. I love it. All right, so back to Texas Ranger. I keep getting off of it for every other movie.
You do. By the way, hi Kathleen.
Hi Kathleen. So here we go. I'm gonna fix
so many people here. We love you guys.
How do you fix Texas Rangers? That movie is so dull and boring, right? You have all of these flashy stars coming off of Varsity Blues. I don't know how this movie wasn't in theaters. It's almost an astonishing feat that it did not make box office, because I remember when it came out, I was working at Hollywood Video at the time, and it popped up and it's like, this has like every mega television star right now is in this movie. How did this not, like Varsity Blues had just come out, all this, so like how did you not make it?
This was supposed to be one of those big hits. I mean, you had all the sexy stars from all the sexy movies who had multiple movies that year too, and this was one that just fell dead. And it sucks too because you have Dylan McDermott, you got one of the young guns, man. Yeah, you got Dirty Steve.
You do. And that's the thing. Like, you have the formula there. How do you fix Texas Rangers? This may feel like a cop out, but you make it a reverse side of Young Guns 2.
Okay.
You almost tell it from the Pat Garrett point of view, right? But not with Pat Garrett, not that story, but like so now you are just following them, and basically they're chasing down Billy the Kid in the Alfred Molina character. You make it more fun that way. Okay. You can even have them like where they were playful and the criminals were playful, like Billy and his crew. You can have the cops be almost that way, or Texas Rangers that way. And as they're forming, they're young, they're kind of out there, they're trying to do it, they're wild, and it's the guys that kind of have to rein them in. These older guys who are maybe coming out of the war or whatever, and they're a little more gruff. They just need to make some money. They got a lot of things haunting them. and they're trying to rein these guys in because they want this Texas Rangers unit that's just getting started with all of these like crazy people who probably most of which have never been lawmen before because they're young men. You turn it
Yeah,
into
a lot of them just like, like you said, fresh out of the war, privates, corporals, sergeants, nowhere else to go. So they form up this gang with badges.
Yeah, I would even go as far to say as the older, rougher ones were Confederates, right?
Truth.
So make them.
I think Tom Skerritt played that. Yeah.
Make them Confederate officers. I know a lot of people didn't want to write that in because it's like if you make them Confederate, they're automatically bad guys. But this is almost like a redemption story. They saw a lot of horrors of what was going on, and when they got pulled into the war, that when they got out, it wasn't an ideology war fought for them. It was a means to an end, like to join the military and be a part of it. And then they realized that when they start this Texas Ranger, they go back to Texas, and this is starting up by the governor. And they are soldiers who now come back disgraced, and they want to fix it by making this a real thing, something that will be honorable to do and bring them redemption. They get the kids together, right? And who is the bad guy? It's keep it Alfred Molina. He's great, but you turn that character into maybe a Union soldier who hates these guys and is picking off his young cadets or whatever you want, or deputies for whatever reason.
You don't think they went too far with the original bad guys being like just kind of Mexican army, Mexican regulars, or were they some sort of bandits? No, they were bandits. That's right.
I think they were bandits.
They were murderers. Yeah.
Alfred. Yeah, they were definitely murderers. They were because he murdered James Vanderbeek's father.
Oh, they did the train thing, right? Was that the not American Outlaws? Yes, this is the one where the train was being stolen by Alfred Molina. Okay, word. And they got the Gatling gun. There's always a Gatling gun, by the way.
No, the Gatling gun was. Yeah, no. See, this is where we get all mixed up because you take this movie, you take American Outlaws, and then you jump into Lone Ranger and Young Guns and all that stuff. Yeah. Now, Young Guns, the first one had a Gatling
Maverick.
Maverick.
Everything had Gatling guns.
I love it. The non-depressing westerns, as I like to call them.
Yeah, exactly. The fun ones, not the weird ones like Paladin, where there's always a lesson about being long in the saddle and living alone, and only with a rifle by your side are you ever at home. The Paladin. What?
My favorite thing ever is the story about how Hondo was made, which I love Hondo. But so Shane was made.
Hondo. I have to every time I hear it. It's like it wells up within me
because it was like 3D and everything. Exactly. So Hondo was made because what's his name? Shane got made, and John Wayne turned that movie down because it was based on a book, and they're coming in with it, and they're like, it's not going to be anything. But Shane was so massively accepted. It was like one of the highest grossing movies of all time, especially for that time. And I think it was nominated for a few things. So like it was wildly successful. So what did John Wayne do? I'm going to remake it and call it Hondo.
Amazing.
Oh my God. Hey, I don't dislike Cowboys vs. Aliens. I don't dislike that movie. I can fix it.
It's not good.
I can fix it
by any stretch of the imagination. It is fun and enjoyable sometimes. Like how much? What am I on? Am I on specific drugs? Am I in a lot of pain? Because sometimes when I'm in pain, I might like that movie.
Oh my God, you really did not like that movie.
I was not a fan. I was not a huge fan.
It'd be great if 1923 just bombed hysterically because people couldn't watch Harrison Ford be a cowboy again.
Like enough, we get it. You're the gruffest man on earth. Just go plant things already. All right, look at your hands, man. Are you building something? That's what I expect. Are you tending to bees, Harrison?
Dude, you got to watch Shrinking, man. I'm telling you, because that is exactly who Harrison Ford has to be.
Oh, absolutely. He's out there just like, hold on, honey, I've got to get to the hawk. He's like, just holds his hand out and a golden eagle lands or something ridiculous.
Pulls his whip out. It just whips a car. And it's just like, oh, see you later.
Of course he would. Of course he would. He said, no, he goes into his hangar and he's like, huh, which plane am I going to try to crash today? He just jumps in.
Aw. You know how many people he saved? You shut your face.
Just saying.
Yeah, fair. He never crashed the Falcon.
He's got like the Falcon isn't. Oh, I can't finish that sentence.
What were you gonna say?
I can't say it. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say it. So
You're
I
gonna
don't
say
mean it. I don't mean it. So I'm not gonna say it, and I don't say things I don't mean.
Yeah, but you are.
The Falcon is real.
All those plane crashes weren't.
No, those were all figments. That's all media, man. That's all that messed up
Mandela
media.
You're Mandela affecting, man. You don't believe in it.
You're messing with me, man. I remember the Kessel Run, bro.
Took 12 parsecs.
I witnessed it.
Did you like when in Solo when they did that?
I was fine with it. I saw what they were going for, and it was like, okay.
I just didn't need it. I'm like, I always loved the lore.
I prefer the lore. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to tie that in. You know what I'm saying? He could have had the Falcon for a minute, and then they could have done the Kessel Run, and we never knew about it. You know what I'm saying? That could have been a story that could have been later on. We don't have to jump that fast. He doesn't have to grow that grizzle that quick because he's too pretty in Solo. So it's going to take him a while to get all Harrison Forded it up.
Yeah.
Not that he was an unpretty man in the first one.
Yeah, but he was like 40.
They're not wrong.
So what do you call it? The hell was I going to say?
Calista
How do we
Flockhart.
fix? Okay, how do we fix? No, I was not going to say that. How do we fix Solo? You make it. You completely scrub that whole story, right?
Okay.
All of it can be done, and you make it a story about them and what happened with Jabba.
See, I don't want that. I don't want that much of a lead up to the very end of it. I want where they gave that story. I don't want the Kessel Run tie-in, but if they could do something that does tie in with, having to escape together, they just don't have to call it the Kessel Run. And then don't involve the side story of, he's always a good guy and he's going to give away the stuff from the Black Sun. Like he's always on the run. I don't know. That wasn't his story. That's not really how I felt it would have played out. But that's also me having 25 years plus of thinking of creating story in my mind for Han Solo, so that's not fair.
That's very fair. Not fair, but I agree with you. That's what you're saying is fair. Your point is fair.
Thank you, sir.
So, yeah. All right. So here we go. I've already fixed Texas Rangers. I think that's diamond. That's gold right there. Let's remake it with all the CW stars of Riverdale and Winchesters and all that other shit.
Yes.
All American, great show.
You know what? Actually, do Texas Rangers, but do it all with the entire cast of everyone from the Archieville, the Archieverse. So like everybody from right. So get all the Sabrina characters, Riverdale characters. Just get them all.
Hey, I'm down with it. Just make it weird.
Yeah, real weird, kooky. Tim Burton it up.
Yeah, somebody was telling me the other day they hate Tim Burton's style, and I was
Spirals?
just like, I was just like, what are you fucking stupid? Like what?
Spiralist? I don't appreciate spiralists around here.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? I love his style so much. I love his look of the monsters, everything. Like Sleepy Hollow is some of the best set design in a period, and I hate period pieces for the most part. Especially stupid singing ones in the hills. I
know you're not a fan.
I know. So
Sleepy Hollow was pretty fantastic. It is one of my favorites of his pieces. I don't know. It's all because of Danny Elfman too. He soundtracks it so well. He puts together such a good team. I love the style that Tim Burton puts forth. But yeah, it's a very certain style. If you don't like it, you're not going to like half his movies. Alice in Wonderland. Not going to like any of those.
That's true. I agree with you. So it's just a style and it works for me.
Yeah.
I
For me,
like the guy.
yeah.
Okay. So guess what I did this weekend, Case?
You shaved a goat.
I did not. No. Why would,
Oh.
I didn't even know rams were goats. You know that? Didn't you
Yeah,
tell
that's
me
fair. Yep, that's what happens. Rams are just chillins.
that? Yeah, I still don't believe it. I'm sorry. They can't be goats. They're sheep. Or whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, rams are sheep.
Rams are sheep.
Yeah.
It's still so weird. Why? I don't know. I think because why would a football team want to be a sheep?
And you're a billy goat. Is your boy goats? The billies.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, the Billy Goat Grove and the 3 Billy Goats Grove or whatever. All right. We gotta get to our topic here. Our topic being I watched all the Rocky movies with my son this weekend.
Yes, you did. That's
And
an experience, man. What was that emotional journey like?
Actually, it was pretty interesting. I'm so glad you asked. And that was not so rehearsed, and we never talked about this. So we were watching it, and I was like ready for him to get into the experience, right? And I'm just like I'm like spazzing out, jumping in on it and stuff. And so we're watching. We start watching the first one. I was like, I just want you to know, this is the most movie of all the movies. This movie was one of the best movies of all time, and it tells such an amazing, beautiful love story and a story about a man down and out who wants to rise to the top. And I go the whole spiel with him. I was like, you as an 11-year-old, just the day before, turned just the day before, you may not be fully into this one, but I guarantee you, when you grow up, it's going to be your favorite. He goes, okay, I'm in. And he really liked it. He's an Eagles fan, so he's like obsessed with everything Philadelphia right now. So I thought this was a good time to get him in.
Nice.
So watching it with him, he really liked it. He was like, he was like, as a movie, you're right. It's really good. He's like, are they all like this though? And I'm like, nah. I was like,
no.
I was like, the second one is the same. You're getting a movie here, but it's just not as good of a movie. It's just a little bit less of a movie because it's missing the elements.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people agree it has the better ending. So you get to it. Rocky wins. Now I was like, now we're getting to different movies all the way through. And he's just like, what do you mean? He's like, these were the formulas that is Rocky's famous for. All of the things, like, yes, the first 2 movies had montages. Yes, they had the same, but these are the formula that everybody knows Rocky for, and Creed does, and it's just how it works. You don't see Creed coming back and being like, all right, that's it, I'm gonna fight Spider Rico. No, you know why? Because they're following the formula of 3, 4, and 5 and so on. So I'm like getting into it and telling him. He's like super excited. We get into it. Clubber Lang, dude. I mean, come on. It's just awesome. So the whole thing is great. Mickey dies. He's got tears coming out of his eyes. Mickey dies. I'm like, that's right. You're right. You're in it. He wins at the end. He's like, yeah. He's like jumping. He's like, he's so into it, right? We get to 4. Oh man, Apollo dies. More
body. Oh man,
more tears, dude. I'm not. It's crazy. So, Rocky.
What are you guys eating? You guys eating pizza rolls along the way?
Oh, we had it all.
Doing some like egg shakes, yeah.
We're really getting into it. We're serving nothing but Italian meals.
Working out there in the scenes, man. As he's pumping weights, you're pumping weights.
Do some sit-ups after we eat this chicken marsala.
We're eating this for Mick. We're eating it for Mick.
You, Mick, for you. Captain Link, I get it.
Yo, this guy.
So, but this is how I know we really liked it. So we watch Rocky 4. We get into Rocky 5. He's like, he has brain damage. I mean, he's sad. Then he loses all his money and it's moved back. Like, this kid is like invested by this point. He's like, they have to get their millions back. He's gonna fight again, right? I'm like, not. I was like, not in the ring, not until 6. So he's just like, what? And he's like, they become millionaires again, right? I feel so bad. Rocky had it all, he lost it. I was like, yeah, but Rocky's not out. He's got everything he wants and needs. So goes and moves on. We get to the 6th one. He's like, that was so great. Yeah, you're right. He shouldn't have won that match. I get it. And like, he's really into it. And what I really loved was when he and the scene in where he's waking up and you first see Rocky in the beginning. He's pouring the flakes in for Cuff and Link, and they're big turtles now.
Yep.
As soon as he saw that, he goes, Cuff and Link. And then he sees like Spider Rico eating at the restaurant. He's like, Spider Rico, oh my God. I'm like,
Amazing.
he picked up all this old stuff. So he was in it, and I loved it.
Wow. That's such a great experience when the kid just is experiencing it with you for the first time and feeling that. I mean, it's great with anybody. I love first timing movies with people. It's so awesome just to hear what they see, and it's interpreting art. Anytime, that's why it's great to go to a museum. You get to have that same effect right then. And it's nice to hear how other people see and view and what they pull from it. And especially such a kid seeing that from such that pure, like, yeah, you work out, work hard, you got to win, you got to get to the top. Yeah. And then feeling that struggle of like the heartbreak, which, wow, that is actually stunningly brutal now that I think about it. Like, that is,
was not easy, because then you get to the sixth one and Adrian's gone.
Yeah, exactly. He's got everything he needs. Life will be okay. Boom, your wife's dead. It's like,
and then you get to Creed. We were watching Creed, and he goes, Paulie died? I'm like,
yeah.
I was like, yeah, it happens. He died. He actually died. And so, like, and like Creed, the Creed movies, he's so into, because he also really likes hip hop. So with that hip hop tone in the background to it and a lot of the music, I was like, I can't wait till you see Creed 2, man. It's even better. They went all out with the soundtrack for that movie.
It is really good. I was super impressed.
Yeah.
I love it, and I can't wait to see Creed 3.
You're gonna, dude, if you love Creed 2 as much as that, you're gonna love Creed 3.
Bro, honestly, I think Creed 2 is up there with 4. 4 is my coup de grace. That's the best one for me forever, for life.
You could make that a great double feature.
Yeah.
Just go right into that. I mean, you don't want to. You want to marathon them all, but you could just do those two and it'd be a great double feature.
That's a nice laundry day set of movies right there.
They're so good, man. Because it's just all good acting all around. But I like your point, what you said, and I agree with you wholly. It was it years ago? Remember that Ninja Turtles movie that came out? It was like the live action one.
In the Darkness?
No, it was a sequel to the first one.
Okay.
It was
what you're talking about. Yeah, with the Megan Fox vehicle.
Yes.
For
the first Megan Fox. I couldn't think of a star that was in that. But I went and saw it. I had like the day off. It was a Friday, I remember, and it was opening day because it was the day that Robin Williams died. Because I got out of there and heard about it, and I was just devastated.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Imagine me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Daisy. I'm not doing that.
I'm just saying, I was all over the place. It was crazy. I didn't know what to think. I was like, oh, wait, I'm not corporeal anymore. Oh, well, does it work? Nope. Damn.
Oh, man. Dude, you're good at that. So I was in the movie, I'm watching it, and I'm like, this movie is going to be a piece of shit. Yeah. I was like, this movie is just going to suck, but it was what was playing at the Manassas 4 at the time. So I went in and I saw it because I just needed to be out of my head. I don't know.
Great cinema. I missed that day.
Part of me wanted to buy that. I brought that up to Mary when they were like selling it or something, or whatever was going. I was like, I might buy this and just have a movie theater.
You talked about it, yeah. You discussed the options for it because it would be pretty rad.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm sitting in that movie and already saying this piece of shit. And there's 4 kids, like 10, 11-year-old, sitting 2 rows back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you hear everything. So I sit down, I am watching the movie, and I'll tell you, that movie sucks. But my experience in that theater was so much fun because of those 4 kids behind me. I was like, they're going to talk through it. I'm just going to be pissed, blah, blah, blah. I am so glad they said all the things they did because it reminded me. And then, like, when the movie ended, like, I want to be Donatello. Oh, yeah, I'll be Leonardo. Oh, yeah, you can be Michael. And it's like, it brought me back to the childhood, man. So, like, And I was like, and that's when my tune changed on how I rate movies, because and looking for the good in every movie, because I was like, every adult can say this movie's a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, I did vocally several times.
But that's not who it's for. Just like when it came out back then, it wasn't for our parents. So those kids behind me can't be the only ones who walked out of there enjoying it and knowing the Ninja Turtles and now wanting to explore that world more. And it made me realize, I was like, that's it. It's like, movies are made they're made for everyone, and not everyone's going to get them, but the ones who do can really appreciate them. And the kids enjoying that movie made it 1,000 times more fun.
It makes it worthwhile. I mean, there's certain movies that I absolutely despise, but I watch because River watches them, and I watch it.
What's one that you could tell me?
Oh gosh, what was one that was terrible? The Netflix Dragon Riders. What was it? The Song of the Dragon was just miserable because this song was just, they sing it like 3 times in the movie.
Ugh.
And so there's not different songs, it's just the same song that happens every time they see each other.
Just watch Coco.
Seriously, I love Coco.
Coco's amazing.
Coco's incredible. That's so good. I do like wind up being like, hey, can we watch this instead? Book of Life is one that we can always default to.
Yep.
In case we're venturing towards some territory where I'm like, not tonight. I can't deal with that one. That's not going to happen. That's not a good movie night one.
Dude, I'm going to tell you what. Well, first, George.
Thanks, George. Appreciate that, buddy. Why? Thank you very much. That was very kind of you, sir.
So, guys, we want to say a few things before we start going. I forgot I have so many things to kind of run over with, and one of the first things I'm going to start off with is this Sunday, March 12th at 2 p.m. is the 3rd annual Snobby Awards. That's right. The nominees are out there. They're out there, and we got a lot of great shows that submitted. We had more shows than ever submit to this year's.
More than ever. That's huge numbers, folks.
We might have actually, now that I think about it, we might have had more than both previous years combined. So that's a big step up.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Massive. Gargantuan. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So make sure you guys tune in for that, see who the winners are. We've got the Snobnation Morning Drive live show coming up on Friday. I will be doing a Scream review Thursday night around 9:45. The Scary Snobs will be on at 10. You can check them out in their show. So it's
make sure to hop on because it's great to see them. Sturdy and Jason, we love them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And so yeah, with all that going on, we have a ton more. Next week is our birthday show.
Yeah, it is. Because he's getting older, folks. Ha ha ha.
No, our birthday show, sir. My birthday is the 13th. Your birthday is the 17th. I almost said 14th. 17th. And the show is on the 14th. We're celebrating our birthdays.
Yep. It's perfect amount of time for me to avoid completely my existential crisis and be able to push it off one more day.
Dude, you know what bugs me the most is that you keep saying that about turning 40 and I'm turning 41. Like 5 days before I'm turning 41 and it's like, come on, man.
You've had a year to get over it. Handle it already. Take 40, it like a man.
40 is the new 20. I know that for a fact.
Like, no, but I'm almost there. It's like, it's actually been really cool. I've really appreciated this time now because I feel like I've had this cool retrospective thing where it's going, but the more I look back, I just give so many fewer fucks. And I kind of looking back with this whole, like, why did I care at that point in life? What was my main concern? Oh, that's dumb. Like, you know what? It's really funny. I kind of love it. So no, I'm going in pretty stoked, pretty excited. Still, it's existential crisis time, baby.
Fair.
Got to get things done. Got to change your body, change your life, treat yourself right.
Well, we also are starting next week. Casey and I are both going to choose 16. Count them. 16 of our favorite songs and movies. Like, so a song from the soundtrack in a movie that it has to work. You got to give the movie and the song. So Casey's going to pick out 16. I'm going to pick out 16, and then we're going to explore that for the next couple of weeks.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun because this is one of my favorite things to get into. And I know yours too. Because when rocking out in the car, there's nothing better than cranking some of our favorite movie tunes, like Seal, Kiss from a Rose. I mean, come on. Everybody gets into that one. If you don't, you have a problem. And Sweet Emotion. If you don't feel cool cranking Sweet Emotion with the windows down and letting Steven Tyler just guide you to your destination, are you even living your life?
Fair. All right. So guys, we got a lot going on. Hopefully be joining us again. Our lives are on Patreon. You can watch them there every week. If you want to join up, check out the tiers and perks and everything. But if you want to, make sure you head over to the Discord, join up there. You know what? I'm going to let the video handle this. Casey, my friend, please give us our exit and take it away now.
Thank you so much for joining us, my friends. Thank you, as always, my friend Mick, for making this possible. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight, especially for here through the Patreon Live. It's fantastic. We hope to continue serving you fantastic content with these beautiful faces as much as we can to serve you. We hope you've enjoyed and had a great time. And until next time, my friends, remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to each other. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Hey guys, Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. Tim, Paul, Stacy, Matt, Aaron, AJ, George G3, Chris S, Dale, Chris H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jason, and John W. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation Discord channel where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And remember to embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snobnation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up thereafter. We have great shows like the Scene Snobs podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking for great merch, go over to the snobsmerch.com store. Use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything, stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. I think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are The Scene Snobs. Embrace the absurdity with us, and we love you, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Welcome to the Geeked podcast.
Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast, everybody. How are you today? I am Mick Manhattan, your host, joined as always by my partner in crime, Casey the Madman Plot. How you doing, buddy?
Marvelous, buddy. It's great to see you. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, but we're here. We're doing it. There's no iffy people about or anything like that. We're here
you
just
and me
to talk
living the truth, buddy.
movies.
Movies.
That's right. Chicken's here joining us. What's up, Chicken?
What up, chicken?
Jason, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good evening, Jason, my friend.
Kathleen says, I was told not to watch or listen, so of course I'm here. Well,
Kathleen,
that's
the
why I
lady, it's a pleasure to see you.
and Radar says, I am currently not watching or listening per instructions. Laugh out loud. You're
Oh,
here.
great
so-
job, Radar. Good job, boyo. That's what I like to hear.
Hey, watch, listen, don't watch, don't listen. I can't make you. But just leave a like.
Yeah,
go
do
for
that.
it.
And also, Mick, I do have to make mention. I want to give a little toast here, if you don't mind. While we
please.
have a moment, I just like to say that here's to the Army and the Navy and the battles they have won. Here's to America's colors, the colors that never run.
May the wings of liberty never lose a feather.
Boom.
Boom.
Big Trouble in Little China, man. You can't not interact with that. That shirt is phenomenal.
Thanks.
Got a big
man.
old Kurt Russell, Jack Burton, that super chin right there. It's beautiful.
I can't pull off the shirt he wears in it like you can, because you have it and you do pull it off.
I do. Thank you.
So I went with just Jack Burton's face with a great line.
I think it's pretty fantastic.
Thanks, buddy.
One of the best parts too. I mean, see, that is early on when you see their friendship. And the fact that you're wearing that shirt is like our friendship, which means I need a Wang t-shirt.
Oh my God. Oh, dude, you know whose birthday it is today?
Whose?
James Hong is 94 years old today.
Congratulations, Lopan. That's fantastic.
We
And
love James Hong.
he's also fantastic in Kung Fu Panda as the dad. I love the goose.
I argue that he's fantastic in everything he's in. He was the funniest part of R.I.P.D. And there were nothing funny about that movie, just him.
It is hilarious that you bring that up.
Did you just watch it?
I flipped through trying to figure out which movies to get you to fix. So one of our topics this evening is going to be for Mick to fix a movie of my choosing. So there are a lot of movies out there that just fell short, maybe missed the mark, maybe had some terrible plot holes, and then there's pieces of trash. So Mick likes to go through, and while we hang out, try to fix the movie. Find the big major areas that were messed up and try to correct them. So we decided, why not make it a bit? So here it is. Well, maybe not yet, but it will be later tonight because you already said R.I.P.D., which is impressive. That was one of the three I was going to throw at you.
Okay.
Because I think it's fixable.
Do I get to know before or no?
No, I'm going to tell you on the spot.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
That is incredibly nerve-wracking, but I'm in.
Yeah, it should be. Or should I tell you now and then we'll get up to it? I'll just say it and let you sit on it while we talk.
No, tell me. I want to try it abruptly, because if I don't like it abruptly, I can always just say, please tell me beforehand.
Good. Yeah, no, exactly. We can do it this way and then see if it works.
I'm down, man. I like it.
Let's do it.
Well, before we get into our first topic, Chris is not watching from Loves. What's up, Chris?
What's up, buddy?
He did not hear or see that. Ron, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, pal? Long time no see.
Snobalicious Ron is here.
The snob's terrific. Ron Lippett.
I want to give everybody in the Discord a snob name.
Let's do it.
Yes. The chicken says, hold on, let me turn off my eyes and ears real quick. Well, you're going to
Be
miss some
careful
fun.
with that, because turning them back on, like, don't do it too quick. There's a whole stall out thing that could happen. Just flaps forever.
Let's see who else is here. That is Radar says, if not, then who? And listen, I am by no means saying like I'm the guy to fix everything. No, but I'm going to try with my own noggin, and Casey helps along the way. So I think we can have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, if not him, the Shadow, but we haven't been able to find the Shadow since 1942. So problematic.
Very fair. George G3, hello, gents. What's up, George?
Good evening, George. Pleasure, sir.
And Ron says, fix the retro movie Logan's Run, Mick. Maybe I want to go with Casey's tonight, so we'll save Logan's Run.
Yeah, I do. I do think that's viable.
Kathleen says, also, there's almost 8 inches of snow on the ground, and it was AM. What is that?
That's
I'm
awesome.
not
In the morning.
That's what I mean. Oh, whatever. I'm an idiot. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I was going to make a comment about 8 inches, but I fear there might be repercussions.
Oh, I will get there one day. They say for every 35 pounds you lose, your penis grows another inch. So I figure if I just starve myself,
Yeah.
I'm looking at a 38-foot dick.
Okay, now here's the issue with that. Imagine the amount of blood to operate that puppy. Man, you're gonna be passed out. You might go into a coma every time you get an erection. That just
Oh my
seems like
God.
a terrible idea.
It's gonna be like the scene from Clerks when she goes into the bathroom and he's dead, but he has the hard on from jerking off.
Yes, exactly.
So many bad words and like so quickly. 40 degrees today, but now they are estimating 12 to 18 inches this weekend. I kind of want a really good snowstorm here. We haven't gotten any.
We haven't gotten anything. It's all been miserable little flurries and like, yeah, look, it's gonna be 60 degrees in Virginia in February. Great. Great. All I want is just one good sledding day. Come on.
Yeah, that'd be. Oh, dude, we should go to my in-laws like area because they have this huge hill you'd love.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Oh, you'd love it, dude. And
It looks dangerous. Let's do this thing.
You can make it. You'll be fine. You're a Connecticut guy, you know.
That's how we roll.
I feel like in Connecticut they don't even have shoes; they just tie sleds to your feet.
Nah, man, that's why I wear flip flops.
They're just glued to the sleds.
Yeah, man, just sit on. You're good. Learn about grip tape.
Yeah, it's like somebody comes up to you and is like, "Here are these skis. Do you want these instead?" No, I'm from Connecticut.
Get out of here with that. Well, we just had snowmobiles. We see Connecticut's the smart state where we just attach engines to things and go everywhere. It's awesome. But there are other states, a little further south where, yeah, they probably, struggle with that.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. You want to bash Jersey? Go ahead. I can take it. I like me. No, I'm just kidding. But
I like Jersey.
I like
Jersey likes Jersey. My mama
Actually,
likes Jersey. You've got a problem with my mom?
if you're gonna do it, now's the time. Because I was just there last week and I could not wait to leave.
Yeah. You see that? Finally, the call is hitting. The siren's dead, bro. She's finally broken her spell over you. You can finally see with real eyes.
I feel like I need to put the disclaimer just in case I have any family or friends from Jersey listening. It isn't you. Well, but it isn't
me.
You. It's me.
Yeah, I've changed. I've grown. Sometimes we grow apart. It's just natural with people, and it's unfortunate. But I want you to know I still wish the best for you. And I hope you're able to find your happiness, Jersey.
Did you just break up with Jersey for me? You're not to break up with Jersey for me. I break up with Jersey for me.
Well, I love Cyrano to Bergerac, man. I just
he told the other guy what to do.
Well, I just don't want you what to do. Now you do it.
Listen, I'm gonna break up with Jersey. It's gonna be the only way Mick Manhattan, will do it.
Well, that's assault.
It's not.
I don't know.
I never start a fight. I'll finish him.
I don't know how this fight started, but I'll tell you how it finished.
Listen, goddamn you, New Jersey. I'm tired of going into your weird, hectic, just rushed roads and potholes everywhere and just construction all the way down the line and back. You never make up your mind what's going on, what's coming, what's going. You're insane. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you anymore. It was fun while it lasted. I'm really glad to have come out of you, but the baby ain't mine. I got to hightail it back to Virginia. It's the love state. It's the state with all the love. And Jersey, you just don't have it anymore.
You just straight up better deal Jersey. At least I broke it down softly. You were like, yo, I'm going back to this other state because she's way hotter. And she totally hooks me up all the time. And she rubs my muscles and tell me how sexy I am. So I'm done with you, Jersey, and your attitude.
Listen, I know it's Valentine's Day in New Jersey. But you got to find somebody. You want to know what's messed up?
No, this is great because I guarantee there are people right now in Jersey still celebrating Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I have no doubt. Meth heads. But you know what?
I was out for a week. What happened?
You want to hear a terrible story about me?
Yes.
I waited until you took a drink to do it.
Yes, of course.
The breakup on Valentine's Day thing is, I brought that up because I actually did that once.
Nice.
I was dating a girl. I had realized I didn't want to be with her.
Okay.
Circa Valentine's Day, what, 2003? I don't remember.
Okay. So wait, so how long before Valentine's Day did you realize these feelings?
I think it was like a flip-flop thing for a while, and then like the weekends before that Valentine's Day, I was like, yeah, I'm not into this anymore. I went on a ski trip, and then he came back, and I was just like, I hadn't talked to her the entire time.
Wait, on ski trips the entire time you had no conversation with her?
No conversation.
And this was your girlfriend?
It was my girlfriend. And listen, I want to say something. I do want to say something, and it is not in my defense, because breaking up with her was terrible on Valentine's Day. I should have never done it. And I was at a point in my life where I was young, I was stupid. I didn't do anything crazy or mean-spirited or anything like that.
It's not malicious at all to like give her like a best friend's heart and then break it in front of her and be like, "You're useless and dead to me," and just snap it and walk away.
You used too many words there. It was more like snap the heart and then walk out. Just point at her, point at me, and then walk out. And then you do the little card shuffle thing where you just kind of like turn your hands over.
You just walk by, there's a boombox, you press play, and it's hit the road jack.
I walked into her kitchen, opened the fridge, took some food out, left. No, listen, and I'm trying to make myself sound worse, because it was a truly terrible thing. I shouldn't have done it. It just was at that point, and it got to a point where I was like, I don't want to really celebrate Valentine's Day right now with you. And I just ripped the Band-Aid off and I broke up with her. And I will say this, she was a great girl. She was very kind, very sweet.
Good sport about it. You know, we high-fived afterwards. She was totally fine. She understood. I'm so sure.
It was I don't think it was messed up of me to break up with her or anything, because that's just how I felt.
No, I think that's doing the right thing. If you feel that way, you break up with them. That's pure and simple.
Shouldn't have done it on Valentine's Day.
Could have waited a day.
Could have waited a day.
Could have waited a day.
But I didn't want to see her on Valentine's
goodbye
Day.
humping. Yeah, you had someone else waiting. Virginia. We're gonna call it.
Eventually, Virginia came into the picture. I did fall in love when I came here with
yes,
Casey.
You did, buddy. You charmer, you got me. I wasn't even ready. Gee golly willikers, some flush. Thank you.
I did it. I did it all for you, Casey.
You did it.
Then met my
wife.
wife.
Yeah, no, then the better thing happened.
Oh, stop.
No, that is a better thing. Don't you dare. That is a way better thing, because you have a big, beautiful baby out of it.
We have everybody's just having a conversation in the thing, so I'm gonna let that go and just tell you guys awesome. I love you.
Hey, we love all you. John's here. Hi, John.
Hey,
I saw
John,
Dan. I see Dan and Radar and Jason and John and Kathleen.
They're all here. The Snob Nation is here to come out for us. And actually, guys, just so you know, if you're not a part of it, this is our last live show. Just out there, like on our YouTube page or anywhere else. We're moving behind a Patreon exclusive for the lives.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, so if you're not a part of the Patreon, which we just put out a brand new tiers, perks, the whole nine, go check it out. See if it's something you want to do, maybe support. We appreciate you. Appreciate all our patrons. But we're moving exclusively the live show every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. to behind the Patreon. Everything else, like, you will still be able to, like, right after the show, you will be able to watch it on our YouTube channel. You will be able to listen to it on all podcast platforms.
Yes, and you will be able to find us in all the fancy places as per usual. Just make sure to hit us up for that on Patreon so you can keep up with our live action, right?
And says Patreon Live, including Betting Bros. And no, you're still on YouTube. You go back.
But he did say that he likes the German, Casey. So if I can bring him back for a moment for you, yeah.
He does. I was looking for that.
Do you like this? This is nice, yeah. It is a bit of a turn on if I get real close. And I say, please, Dan, I wonder if I could ask you a question. It's a simple question. It's simply, what are you wearing right now?
I feel like he's wearing a sweater vest and nothing else.
Oh, that sounds delightful, like a nasty teacher, a naughty teacher. He must be whipped into submission so he understands what he has done, which is wrong. But teaching the children the way you do without discipline.
Yeah, when Casey goes full German, it borders scary. Like, it doesn't start off that way, but when it gets there, it's like,
I
oh,
try to
man.
start as like a professor or like from a Freud. I'm trying to do a Freud, and then it just turns really into uncomfortable, like, whoa, dominatrix stuff. I really think that's what I should do. I should just do that I should record hours of that, like, as Dan says, like an ASMR. Just
I have no doubt that if you started reading public domain books in different voices
oh yeah.
and sold it to their publishers, I bet you they'd buy,
That'd be funny.
because you recorded it. It's all set. We could do it.
Hey, take it or leave it.
If it pays the bills, it pays.
That's right. That's why I've got my foot channel getting ready to open.
You know what else pays the bills before we get into the topics? Entertainment Earth.
Yeah, they do.
If you guys are looking for the awesome when it comes to collectibles, make sure you jump down and use Entertainment Earth's website. They have tons of great stuff from anime, Transformers, Super Mario Brothers that you guys see, all these great characters. Oh my God, that's a new one. I need that.
Oh,
Sorry.
is that
It's the reverse
Starhawks?
Spider-Man.
Monstar. So I was a
where?
huge Starhawks fan.
Oh, there he is.
Monstar bottom left. Man,
Dude.
that's fantastic. So yeah, Entertainment Earth showing up again, time and time again, with some absolutely fantastic collectibles. So head on over and get some of your favorites. Oh man, is that the Jessica Jones? Dang.
Yeah,
all
it
right,
is.
well,
Oh no,
we'll be here
Tokyo
all-
Revengers.
okay.
Keisuke Baji statue.
Okay. Well,
Dude.
go on over and check out and see what they've got for you.
Absolutely. And guys, if you use our affiliate link down below, it will take you there. You'll get 10% off your order. And if you order $39 or above, you get free shipping and 10%. And it really helps us go a long way. So thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. Clickety click, click, clack.
He says, yeah, sadly, I mean, not the promotion, but the YouTube level. Well, I can be on YouTube, but I don't think I should be drinking. Actually, Dan, if you're interested, and I'm sorry to do this during the podcast, I meant to reach out to you earlier. I have an idea for a show for you where you can still incorporate everything, but not have a drink. And if you want to talk about that, let's do it. Did you guys ever watch Jason the Wheeled Warriors?
No.
Was it kids on wheelchairs just fighting crime?
That would be pretty cool. Was it wheelies from Return to Oz? Because those things were creepy.
I'm not laughing at kids in wheelchairs, by the way. That was not why I laughed.
No, I was trying to walk past it in case you were.
No.
No.
Because
I mean, how about Murder Ball? They will jack you up, bro.
Oh yeah,
those guys
100%.
will hunt us down. I don't want to be on the bad side of those guys. You're out of your mind.
I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing. All right. So my mind immediately went to Mac and Me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
and just that kid in that trying to fight crime, I imagined, and like just getting pushed down that cliff again.
Or what is it? Naked Gun 33 and a half, whichever one it was, where OJ Simpson goes down the frickin' stairs.
Oh my God,
hilarious.
dude. I heard they had Cocaine Bear. Well, listen, go watch our review.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The review was fantastic. You'll have to see what I said about the movie there.
That's true. And he did have a lot to say, and it was all important. So go watch.
I think he believed me.
Case, I want to talk about Marvel's Phase 4, if you're up for it.
Absolutely, brother man. What do you want to discuss about this most fantastical time in movie history?
I think we can both agree that among fans, movie fans, especially Marvel fans, MCU fans, it has strongly been the consensus that Phase 4 was not enjoyable by many. And a lot of haters, and these are the hater side of it, say it was downright terrible and that Marvel was dying.
Wait, Phase 4?
Phase 4, which is what just ended. Ant-Man is Phase 5. Ant-Man
Okay.
Quantumania is phase 5. So everything after Endgame, which started with what was it, Far From Home, Spider-Man Far From Home,
Yeah.
until Wakanda, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, it was, and this one is Black Widow through Hawkeye. Is phase 4.
No, phase 4 starts with Far From Home.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, everything after Endgame was phase 4.
Oh, okay.
So they were kind of setting up with it in that sense. I don't think a lot of people think of it like that, but what they did say, like after Endgame, it starts the rest of the
That's
phases.
fair, yeah.
And that was one more to kind of, it was more for pushing on from phase 3 and the previous phases before that. So it wasn't really pushing us into phase 4. It was just kind of an introduction into it.
Fair enough.
So really, if you want to think about phase 4 in a whole, it starts with WandaVision, then the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, then Loki, Black Widow, What If, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, Eternals, Hawkeye, No Way Home, Moon Knight, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, Miss Marvel, Thor Love and Thunder, I Am Groot, the short series that they did, She-Hulk, Attorney at Law, Werewolf by Night, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. With all of those and phase 4 kind of being, it feels a little bit attacked. I wanted to look at it and talk about the good things that came out of phase 4 and like what our opinions of these things are.
Okay. Well, I think phase 4 was a wonderful phase. I think after moving on what we had to move on from, it did a fantastic job in so many ways with the giving us closure on the original characters, helping us move past them, helping us understand their pain, using that pain to further a whole lot of different stories, to open up the multiverse. I think phase 4 went full comic book. That's the issue I think people might be having with phase 4, is it is more of a comic book. This is they have jumped the shark and pushed their line, so they just kept going. The Eternals was kind of a bust. It's not enjoyable, but I haven't rewatched it. I've pretty much rewatched everything else that came out of this. I think the problem with phase 4 is it fizzled at the end. I don't think there was a lot of pop. I don't think there was a strong finish to phase 4. There wasn't that capper that made you go, hell yeah, phase 4, thanks, goodbye. We didn't get that at all. We got the Guardians of the Galaxy special, which was awesome, but that's not the way you say goodbye to that phase.
And in fact, if and to kind of agree with, not kind of agree with your point, I think if they were going to end phase 4, it should have been with the introduction of Kang. It should have been included Quantumania. My biggest issue with a lot of people and how they feel about Marvel, it seems that they really didn't like phase 4 because their expectations weren't being met, especially after No Way Home.
Yeah, well, I mean, that I don't know. The expectations are too high. People stopped enjoying it and wanting what they wanted. You know what I'm saying? It turned into this whole, well, all the fanboys of phase 3 who came out of it not getting what they wanted just doubled down and being bitter and not getting what they wanted. There were still grumblings over WandaVision, which was probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest thing to come out of phase 4. There were grumblings over Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And my problem with that is you don't even finish the damn series yet. We're on episode 3 and you're already complaining. Like, if you don't want to watch the show, don't watch it. Don't nitpick at every little thing. Did you enjoy what you saw? Did they put on a decent product? No? Okay. Do you think maybe they'll answer some of those questions that you have that you seem to be bitter about? Maybe. Give it a chance. So I'm over those grumblings. If you don't want to watch it, don't freaking watch it. Okay? And don't be upset that it's not happening exactly the way you want it to happen. The same issue I have with Star Wars.
I mean, that always comes about. That's always, and I don't even pay them mind anymore, because honestly, like they're ruining everything for themselves and trying to bring everybody else down with
like The Last of Us. People are homophobic and they're all bitter about it. And it's
I don't want to do the soapbox thing for this stuff, because I don't want to give them. I don't want to give that to them.
That's fair. No, let's keep being funny.
Yeah, and it's because like when I was thinking about phase 4 and I was thinking about this topic, I thought about a lot of really good things that came out of phase 4 and what it was. And the fact that it started as a mourning of everything that we had seen and had been changed from the beginning, from the first 3 phases. And it grew into this thing that's like, oh wow, it's not just our world of heroes anymore. We're in the multiverse.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
multiverse didn't get here quick enough for a lot of people. I don't care. I kind of dug it.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought about it on a character basis.
Okay.
And two, and I'll bring up these 2 and what I thought about with them, and then we can kind of get into the others because I really want to see what your opinion on this is. So I took Loki from his first season, and I took Thor from Love and Thunder.
Okay.
And those are, Loki was, people seem to really like it. And they enjoyed it with where it was going and stuff like that. So, and they're really into season 2, but a lot of people argued it's not Loki, it's a different Loki, it's this, that, and the other thing. Now, when I think back to who Loki was throughout all 3 of the first phases, this is a guy who became a bad guy because he was in Thor's shadow.
He wanted power.
Exactly. But it was really about overshadowing Thor, because if you look at it, he wants to impress his dad above all else.
Yep. Even though it's not his dad, he still doesn't care. He still wanted that, like, look at me, I did it kind of satisfaction.
Yeah. And then, but he turned and he changed who he was specifically for Thor. If you go back and look at it, he's not different when he's interacting with everybody else. But for Thor, what Thor thinks of him and how Thor regards him as a loving brother, he was willing to change for him. He pull his pranks, of course. We know who Loki is, but
well, I mean, it also took a while because, I mean, even when Loki was still stabbing him and murdering him, he still loved him. Like, that's the cool thing about his stories. He always loved his brother. You just still stab him and go, "Oh God, I did the wrong thing," but it would never kill him. That was the kind of the line.
That's a great point. My biggest thing with that was the new Loki that we get is he comes from the beginning when he's in his ways. He sees this life and who he became more of a heroic figure in all of this, and he sees how he did it. But the thing I like about Loki and what they did with him in the first season is they put him up to a mirror, many mirrors actually, and they allowed him to change for himself.
Yep.
Which is not what we got in the first 3 phases.
No.
And I think it made that character much stronger to do that.
I'll agree with that. Absolutely. I think it gave him a whole breadth and a new pool of things to play from. And Hiddleston's such a fantastic actor that I want to see him just play it.
Yeah.
And he gets to have fun in a role that's to play a god who's being ridiculous in all space and time. Have fun, So with Owen Wilson, who's probably a pretty rad guy. I don't know him. He seems nice.
He does seem nice. Seems like a guy you kind of want to have a sandwich with.
That's what I'm saying, man. If I met him at a cafe and we had some tea and just hung out and chatted for a minute, it'd probably be pretty dope.
Yeah. Now, to go back to Thor real quick and his character development through it, and what impressed me about Thor Love and Thunder with him was that who was Thor originally? Thor was a guy who was confident, arrogant, bit of a narcissist, who learned his lesson from that, but he had to be forced to do it.
He had to lose a lot, man.
Yes. Well, even before that, I'm just talking about the first movie.
He still lost in the first movie. You know what I'm saying? He still had to lose stuff. So yeah.
Oh yeah. But I mean it from a point of view of like, yes, you're absolutely right. He did lose a lot even in that first movie, but all of that loss brought him to becoming worthy. And then the rest of the time was through all of the death that he had to deal with and endure, and the depression he clearly went through during that time, to see most changes. I've always said that, like, I think Thor is the most a character changed throughout that entire phase 1, 2, and 3.
I agree with that. Yeah. He was the most growth, sure.
And
Cap was always Cap. He's always Cap. RDJ, Tony Stark had to deal with, we got PTSD, but he was still always Tony Stark.
Well, I would disagree with that in a little bit. Only that Cap and Tony did change, as where Cap changed to adjust to the world he was in.
A little
realize-
bit. He
Yeah, a
still
little bit, yeah.
once he realized he could go finally back and live with, his adjustments were all faking it basically. He was
Mhm.
acting the whole time because it's what he was supposed to do because he's Captain America
Yeah.
and he's supposed to be that guy. So
Mhm.
when he actually changed and when he stepped up and when he was like, nah, I'm gonna stay back in time and be with the woman I love.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how much he really changed.
I
I think he
I
would
would say
fit
that's
right back into that world.
I would say that's a huge change though, because if you remember from the beginning, I know you know this, but I'm saying it for the audience. The whole thing was he felt he needed to join the fight to give his all. And by the
Yeah.
end of it, there's a guy throughout you're right. He was the guy who was in the fight, but little by little, he would start making decisions he would make the right choice
Mhm.
and do the right thing. But he was adapting to the society he lived in.
It's fair, but I mean, he even went rogue from Shield and the U.S. government because he realized they were going the wrong way.
Well,
You know what
like
I'm saying? So he
that's
never. It's still him not changing. It's him continuing to fight for his line of justice and what is right. You know
well,
what
it's
I'm
not.
saying?
But they show you it's not his line. It's the right choice. And everyone always comes around to it that he's making the right choice. The only choices he didn't make that weren't right and it blew up in his face were when he didn't talk to Tony about Winter Soldier and Bucky
Mhm.
having killed his
Yep.
parents and going in that route, he was becoming more he was getting to a point where he was willing to give up fighting and go back to his time because he realized I'm not the Captain America that everybody needs right now
Mhm.
anymore.
Yeah.
And I can appreciate that because that was a good finality for the
Oh,
actor.
of course. Yeah, he was done, and it was
Yeah.
also a good way to say, yeah, Cap doesn't exist anymore in this type. There's been too much subterfuge. Everything was running in underground and BS, and
Mhm.
now there's, things falling out of the space that gods are falling out of space and wiping out the planets. So yeah, no, not cool.
And with Tony Stark, I would argue that he changed immensely, but not in personality. It was
That's
more
fair.
he
That's fair. I mean,
adapted his suits.
he was not the guy who was going to make the sacrifice play.
And he
Cap was
did.
right in the beginning, and then he does the
And he
ultimate.
only does so by finding that love that he didn't have in the beginning.
Yep, very true.
And I love that aspect of it. So like going forward and thinking about Thor, the other like of the big three, when we finally and we've seen him through his depression, seen how hurt he was, and by the end of Endgame, he's going away with the Guardians because he needs to find out who he is.
Mhm.
That made me appreciate the opening of Thor: Love and Thunder more because a lot of people are saying he's goofy, he's silly, and he's just it's not the Thor we know. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, he's
He
not
is
going to be the same Thor.
he is Peter Quill.
Yeah.
He is adjusting his personality to Quill. Why? Because ultimately we find that Quill is still the one everybody looks to.
Mhm.
And it's not Thor. So Thor held him in high regard.
Yeah.
Took his words true and like went through it. So he had to go through that heartbreak of losing yet another person who was willing to give up her life to be Thor. And I would say he changed insanely. Like by the end of that movie, he is not the same as he is in the beginning.
No, he's King Thor at that point. He is, the man that Odin knew he would become.
No.
I think. So
Yeah. So that's my arguments and that happens a lot in this. And I would love to hear more from you about other character changes and other positive things that, from MCU phase 4.
So yeah, phase 4 was a lot of fun for me. I mean, we got the Hawkeye was one of my highlights, man. I keep going back to this, but I've always loved Hawkeye. He's one of my favorite comic book characters. He's someone I've always really enjoyed the stories of because he's a dude with a bow and arrow around super people. It's awesome. I mean, everyone always mocks him like, "Oh, what's that guy doing?" It's like, yeah, the hell is he doing? He's outrageous. He's the crazy one.
Mhm.
So he's always been one of my favorites. And he was played fantastically by Jeremy Renner. I mean, I fell in love with him in Thor. I immediately was like, okay, cool, that's my Hawkeye. I'm down.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
this with Kate Bishop was so good, man. Was Haley Steinfeld?
Seinfeld or Steinfeld? I'm not sure. I can't
Steinfeld?
remember at the moment.
Steinfeld.
I think it's
I just enjoyed it, man. It was also really loved Yelena Belova. Like Florence Pugh crushes that role and just makes me want to see her. I just want her to chew time, man. Just take all that screen time. She deserves it. She's earned it. She's fantastic. I love the way they interacted. Phase 4 guys held a Sam Raimi Doctor Strange movie.
Mhm.
So probably one of the best parts and highlights of all of Marvel for me. This is my number one. Period. Dot. We get Strange becoming full Strange. Like now he's the Agamotto. He is the Strange of the comic books. That's so overpowered that can basically see all of space and time. I love this Strange because he's a jerk.
Yeah.
Because he's more of a jerk now. When he gets all of his power, he becomes a bigger jerk because he'll just pop in randomly on superheroes and be like, probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But do whatever. Doesn't really matter to me. I see 40 different ways. Whatever. And it was just bail. He's such a jerk. Like
Good
I
luck,
loved
yeah.
it so much. Yeah, good luck, kid.
I will, and they did such a great job. I really did enjoy that movie. I love the horror element to it.
They did, yeah. The horror side of it was fantastic. They bringing in the different characters that they brought in. We got Professor X, so we know mutants exist in some universe and some multiverse here. They opened up a lot of doors really well. It was fantastically done. To talk about Hawkeye one more time too, Kingpin. We got Kingpin back, so knowing that the tie-in there for Charlie Cox's Daredevil was great.
Yeah.
You know, I was a big fan of that. Let's see, Phase 4. One of the other highlights for me. Oh, She-Hulk. We got a comic book rendition of She-Hulk. That's who she was. That's who the character was. I couldn't have loved it more.
You know
it
what?
was absolutely fantastic.
The hate that show got, and we've seen some very recently, which drives me crazy, is the thing I think bugs me the most is all that hate comes behind how are you doing this to She-Hulk, and it's like this is literally it. This is what she does.
Go read She-Hulk. This is who she is. She's just absurd, and she breaks the fourth wall constantly. She did it before Deadpool, y'all. You know, let's not. She was a goofy comic book character who was also a badass, and then every time she joins a team, she gets kicked off because she sleeps with the wrong person, or she winds up getting all boozed up and messing stuff up and breaking shit because she's a jerk. She's kind of an asshole.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons I love her. She gets her mouth gets her in trouble, and then she's in damn trouble. You know, I'm looking at this again, and Shang-Chi was probably the best of the movies to come out of this.
Even more than Doctor Strange?
Well, Strange is my favorite. Strange is absolutely my favorite. I will watch that until the day I die. It was so good. but I think, bang for my buck, Shang-Chi was the best movie made out of all of these movies. I think it was the best story. I think it was the most concise, and it was a really cool action story with some beast mode kung fu. So, yeah, I think Phase 4 gave me one of the better movies of the MCU. Not best of the MCU. I think the first 3 phases still hold some place there.
I agree with you. And yeah, I would agree. Looking at this, looking at the list of Phase 4, oh, Shang-Chi was just so good.
Yeah.
You know what? I might have to back off that and say Spider-Man No Way Home, in my opinion, was the best movie of all that during that phase. But it's not like it's really only gets the nostalgic notch that puts it up. Because Shang-Chi is really good.
Oh yeah, Shang-Chi is fantastic. I just think story-wise, I think it was done super well. And look, Spider-Man No Way Home was beast. I mean, I got Tobey Maguire again. He was my first Spider-Man. How cool is that? Yeah. We got our Spider-Man, man. That's one of the reasons I was in love with Kirsten Dunst for so long. It's upside down kisses and cheerleading. I was a big fan.
That's very fair. Oh, cheerleading! I just got that. Bring it on. Yes, that's how slow it takes me to get to the draw.
You'll get there eventually. I believe in you.
Thank you. But I also like that in this, like a lot of people seem to hate it because it's like, oh, there wasn't enough story or pushing towards the next big event. But you got to remember, a lot of these characters were not coming back.
Exactly. This is a lot. Half of this season or phase in Phase 4 was wrap up.
Yeah.
And I think that wrap up to hand off the baton, a lot of people struggled with the baton handling because they didn't like the people the baton was being handed off to.
Yeah.
Because look, we got our fan service. Phase 1, 2, and 3, that's ours. Phase 4 is the goodbyes.
Yep.
And goodbyes are hard. It's tough to look and realize that this is a goodbye. Jeremy Renner gave us a Hawkeye goodbye, speaking to that Black Widow plaque. You know, we got an entire Black Widow movie in which introduced David Harbour and Florence Pugh in some fantastic roles that I can't wait to see. But it was also saying goodbye to ScarJo. That was bittersweet as all get out because she's been amazing. She's been in since Iron Man 2. You know, this is a huge deal. So yeah, it was a tougher phase for that. Some of the handoff is going to younger actors that are, you know, paving the way for the new crew. Ms. Marvel being fantastic. I'm
Mhm.
so freaking stoked about that. And me and my daughter loves it. Like, that's where it's at, man. That's some good stuff. We've got some good new blood in there, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do. But yeah, it's not for us anymore. I
Yeah.
think we got our fan service. I think the old crony folks, we either decide we like it and stay on board or jump off. And that's cool. There's lots of good stuff out there. So
Oh
I'm
yeah.
excited for where they're going with it.
And they've added so many elements that are really going to be strong going forward. So I like phase 4 to me. Is it the best of the phases? No, of course not. I mean, phase 3 alone was just like on an epic scale. But I would even argue I would even argue to a point that it was almost as strong as phase 1. Because
Okay.
there were some things in phase 1 you're kind of like, people seem to forget, like the first Captain America, a lot of people lambasted it.
I mean, I loved it. That's
I
a
did
World War
too.
II movie. It's a straight World War II movie. The first phase, every single movie is its own genre of movie. Thor is a Shakespearean melodrama. You know what I mean? Like, go back and watch that. That is a Shakespearean drama directed by Captain Shakespeare himself, Kenneth Branagh. So, I
And
mean,
every-
every single one was different. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. But like Joe Johnston directed that first one. Joe Johnston is famous for movies like was it Rocketeer,
Mhm.
stuff like that. You know, like he does movies like that, and it was fit really well for the character. And then that second one, like with the Russo brothers, like every director they got in those phases really understood what Marvel was trying to do.
Exactly. And they were able to align the characters perfectly to keep them on track. And plus, I mean, let's be honest, there are certain things that hurt this phase that are out of the control of any one of us. You know, we lost Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah.
And that was huge. I mean,
Mhm.
I couldn't wait for more T'Challa.
I know.
That sucked. That really sucked. So automatically that movie is already a little bit down for me because I mean the first 15 minutes were a funeral. Beautiful funeral, by the way. I'm not putting it down in any way.
No.
That was a heck of a send-off. But it's still down. It's still sad. And that's what
Mhm.
phase 4 was a lot of. So I get the mixed emotions. We want to watch these to be happy. But also in our comic books, there were a lot of deaths. Like there were a lot of funerals in our comic books. Hawkeye had a couple. A lot of people, pretty much every X-Men that I loved died at some point. So
Poor Jean Grey.
oh my god, Marvel Girl, Dark Phoenix, regular Phoenix, White
her through the ringer.
Phoenix, confused Phoenix. It was terrible.
I know we went on about
Scott Summers and then the clone of Scott Summers. It was a whole thing.
Oh, God. Poor Psylocke sitting over there. We should all just be paying attention to her.
Oh gosh, she's got her Cyberblade. Ugh, jerk.
I like the Cyberblade. Yeah, we talked about phase 4. I think we both agree. It's a good phase. We enjoyed it. Brought us a lot of stuff that we really liked. I want to move on to your movie that you want me to fix.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Let's do
What have
this
you
then.
chosen?
Okay. It was hard. But I'm actually going with one that I think can be fixed. I legitimately believe this can be fixed,
Okay.
but I don't know how. So I want us to play Can You Fix It with Mick Manhattan? This week's movie is, what year was this? 2012's Battleship.
Oh. All right. How do you fix Battleship? 1, don't make it. No.
I saw that coming.
How do you fix Battleship? Battleship was a movie where I don't know what the studios were thinking for a while there, where they thought like we can capitalize on board games for some reason.
Yes.
Who would turn down an epic battleship movie where there's huge battles going on at the sea?
Right.
And you could do that. Now they throw aliens into the mix. Fine. I don't know where in the board game that exists, but whatever. That's where I think that you fix Battleship, because when it really comes down to it, it should have been more war games than the Michael Bay Independence Day type of style that it went with.
Agreed. It should have been some sort of rogue break-off faction of some sort of group of ships rather than aliens, and then buzzsaw aliens just so Peter Berg can show off his cool alien effects.
Yeah, but even then, like what I would do is I would stick it, if you want to put it at aliens, because basically all Battleship was is the precursor to what Pixels ended up being.
Yeah,
and it
you know
still
what?
doesn't work.
hmm
Because I can fix that movie too, but we're not there. We're talking about Battleship at the moment.
Battleship.
So with Battleship, the thing is, you didn't give a really formidable opponent with some backstory and life to it. You should have either made it another country or added an element of why are they attacking. It can't just be we're attacking and we have a battleship and we can take them out. That's not how it is.
And then there were other aliens that happened to have landed here hundreds of years ago that now they're rising up. Cool.
Which is basically War of the Worlds. You know, like,
Yeah.
so it was somebody sat in that room and said, and Hasbro or Mattel, whoever makes the game, came in and said, we want a game based on Battleship. Everyone loves it, and we want to see it. And then the executives were like, deal, thanks for the money. And then they went out and they just were like, let's take things from all these different movies and make something terrible. Whereas if you had just followed a formula and asked the questions, why are we incorporating the Navy? Why is the battleship the most important thing? Where are we at? Like, you could have turned this into almost a post-apocalyptic, and I'm not talking about Last of Us type post-apocalyptic, but like something happens where borders are being ripped apart, things like that, really tell this tale. And the navies are what are keeping everything going and safe.
Nice. Or do you even have one specifically hit an EMP blast? So more the advanced ships are out, and you can still even have the old battleship come in back into play and be useful. Like, sure, you could have that. I'm into that. I get it.
They should have been more looking at like shows like The Last Ship.
Yes.
Stuff like that. And why? Because now you have a movie called Battleship. The game, the most pivotal thing is the battleship. But you didn't make it that way in the movie. What you're saying, you made it more of a MacGuffin, like we need this thing because it's the only thing that's going to beat this. And that's not the case. And then you add a whole bunch of beautiful people in there and no real acting. And why do I say war games? Because if you go and you look at war games, it's Matthew Broderick down to it. He is playing somebody else, a faceless thing. If you had just done that and focused on the ships, we got 5 ships left, all these different types of ships. We got a sub, things like that. And as they are trying to defeat the enemy, are one by one being taken out, leaving the battleship and its crew who have maybe the leader on there, the admiral that's kind of overseeing everything. And it's the one that they want to keep the safest the most, but it's also coming down to their last ship, and they need to win this or it's game over.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Good one. Good put.
So I just
That's
think that
curious.
Yeah, I think if you took that and put an element into it where it's more espionage thriller, maybe not espionage, but you know what I mean, like that it's almost in tone like Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, I see where you're going. Yep.
You know, and played that you can add
battleships hunting each other instead of aliens.
Yeah. And you know what? Another movie that would be really good to kind of base it on is Fury.
Okay.
Fury with
Okay.
ships. You know,
Actually, you know what? I would watch the heck out of that if you did Fury
Mhm.
with ships, because it's, that's back in the day when there was Midway and all those other
Mhm.
naval battle movies that came out after World War II. That would be fantastic to see something like that. Now, I do have another question for you. In this scenario, do
Mhm.
you change the cast?
Yes, Taylor Kish is
Cardboard.
he's box office cess. In the pool of cess. He is
Yeah.
box office toxicity. He doesn't work. I liked him. I liked him in Friday Night Lights.
Mhm.
I think he's a good actor, but he just isn't getting it done. So, like, as an executive, I'm not casting him. Plus, you need somebody a little more charismatic. And if
Mhm.
you're going to make it a naval he wasn't even an officer. He was just a sailor. I think in that.
I
if
think so.
remember.
Yeah, I
Or
believe so.
yeah, I forget what he
No,
was.
he was Lieutenant Alex Hopper.
Okay, so he was a lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Yeah.
Makes no sense. And of course, Liam Neeson's in there, and the whole daughter aspect, and it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
You need
So
to make
you'd cut the love story, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I
No
mean,
Brooklyn Decker necessary.
if you're going to add a story, and I hate to say it, I really do, because this is a movie that needs to be fixed, and I can fix this too. But I'm not going to do it because we're doing this at different times. If you're going to add a love story element to it, not the first half of the movie, but the second half of the movie, make it more like Pearl Harbor, and that hurts me to say, but where it almost is like, the one thing I'll say about Pearl Harbor and the love story behind it, it's almost like a Knights type of story where he's courting.
Yes.
And they're doing, and I
Yeah.
like that element, and I think
I
that's
do
the only
too.
way
I
to
agree.
take
It's
that.
like Knights. It's like a Knight's Tale, something along those lines.
Yeah.
It's got that same feeling
It's the
of
courting
interacting and trying to the wooing, and who doesn't love the wooing part, and who doesn't love to say woo.
Yeah, very true. So, like, I would change it in that direction. Again, I wouldn't make it like they did in Pearl Harbor. Trust me, I know everybody. Don't do that. Like even Dan saying, "Don't
Dan's
do it."
already at it.
You take
Oh
that
man, David
element-
Gregory fixed it. Cocaine battleships.
I mean,
in.
just not, yeah, I
Cocaine
mean, that would definitely fix
everything.
it. And I like that too. Adding the smugglers element. You
Oh,
can
man.
even make it, in this world that's like where it's kind of like maybe they're just trapped. Maybe it's just a battleship trapped somewhere. But I like the idea of having the different ships and they're being taken out one by one by maybe smugglers or something along those lines. And it comes down to the battleship. I think it would also be awesome to make it come down between a sub and a battleship.
That could be interesting. That could be very interesting.
So,
As long as the battleship has depth charges and a helicopter, I think they'd have a chance.
So what do you think of my movie? Did I fix Battleship?
That's a really good question. I'm going to say anyone other than Taylor Kitsch automatically gives it another point. And this is oddly not because I don't like the man. I think he's a fantastic actor. I think they do a great job. I didn't like him in this role at all. I think he was a drag on this. I think Rihanna outacted him. And that's not saying that she's a terrible actress, but this was early in her career. So
That's for sure.
I think we can put it that way. Liam Neeson is unnecessary in this. I would rather have someone more. If you're going to cast someone, this thing was shot too light. Okay, there was a lightness to this. So I think you could have swapped him out pretty easily or changed and made it a darker movie overall, just tonally. I think you fixed it, buddy. You made this a movie that I would much rather watch because you took the aliens away. And really, that's the only thing that sucked so hard in this that I would have dealt with old paper cardboard there, Mr. Kitsch. So,
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, even especially after John Carter or whatever, you need to like change that up.
which was another one I looked at because that is the #1 biggest box office flop. And I contemplated that one because I enjoyed it, but I realized why it sucked at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like it was disjointed as hell. They just did not do anything well. And it's unfortunate because all the pieces were there. I hate when you see a movie and all the pieces are there and you just can't quite get to it. And that's why I have my best friend, Mick Manhattan. He's the guy who fixes movies. And tonight he fixed a battleship.
Join us next week. I wanna get into our final topic of this evening. We've been talking about it's kind of a polarizing topic at the moment. And
Naked penguins.
naked penguins are never You got me.
Oh, what?
You got me on that one. It was really good. I'm gonna give you credit.
Thank
I so no, the polarizing topic I'm talking about is it's the changes that have been recently announced to be made to Roald Dahl's books, how they're going to remove words like fat and other things like that that have negative connotations in today's society, and people don't want to see them. And then, of course, the James Bond novels written by Ian Fleming, their publishers have come out and said they're going to make changes based on certain ethnic not slurs. I don't know if there were slurs in it, but the way the articles I've read were more like words they use to describe different ethnicities.
That was demeaning.
At the
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Which was I understand that. It wasn't a slur as much as it was just not a nice thing to say, not a nice way to say something.
Yeah.
So saying you could say that guy over there or that jerk over there. You're not technically slurring, but it ain't nice to say.
But I will say this just to amend anybody who's read the novels, and maybe there are slurs in there. I am not saying there are no slurs. I'm saying I haven't read them, and I'm only going based off what I read in the articles and what they were removing. They never mentioned slurs in it, so I'm just
I'm going to come right out and say that this is BS, and you don't touch art, and that's the way it came out, and that's the way it is, and you leave it be. Period. Dot. You do not censor. You do not edit. You do not alter. Once it is what it is, it is. You can put out another version that does not have it, and I'm okay with that. But you better still be printing and having circulation the other one. Like, that's not okay.
Yep. And Dan puts it really well here too. If you have to stand on a ladder to see what your neighbor is doing next door in order to complain about it, you are the issue, not the neighbor.
Bingo.
Completely agree. Here's where I change a little bit. Now they're removing verbiage from the books. I don't believe in that. Keep the books the same, because you're right. The art should be immortalized, and it should be a test of what the time was when it came out.
It's like it kind of reminds me of someone coming out and saying, "Hey, let's change Ulysses so it's easier to read."
Well, it's actually funny you mentioned that, because I'm a little bit different on it when it comes to abridged adaptations, things of that nature. Because now, like, and I know you have these too, but like we have the whole set downstairs of the all the classics, every classic read you could think of, but they were edited and abridged for more of a younger audience, for like our kids, like 10 years old and so
right.
And I'm talking about the Three Musketeers,
I had
Robert
those.
Louis Stevens.
Yeah, I had those when I was a kid. I had Moby Dick. I know exactly what you're talking about. They were great. I mean, that old Alexandre Dumas was pretty fantastic. I tell you what.
And that I agree with. And the reason I agree with it is because at that age, kids need something a little easier to read to get into it. And
I mean, I'm not picking up Lamort de Arthur at 7 and thinking I'm King Arthur, because that's not quite how that works. I want to read a comic book that's the story of it. You know what I mean? Or Robin Hood. I'm not reading The Adventures of Robin Hood. There's so many different ones that I'm not going to pick up until much later. So there should be a bridged or easier kids version, sure. As long as you definitely mark that as that's what it is. This has been edited. This has been, put clearly that that's what it is. Do not attempt to show it as the artist's work. That's where I struggle with, because that's what it sounded like they're doing in the Roald Dahl stuff, and I'm not okay with that.
And that's and actually brings me around to that. What you were saying is like, so I'm okay with that if you are making it for a younger audience to introduce them and go on, because even when Tommy read the young adult version, not even young adults, like kids version of Three Musketeers, which I love, and the Count of Monte Cristo, which is my favorite. He went on, he read it, he grew a couple of years and said, I want to read the actual versions now. I want to read, I think I'm ready for them. And
Exactly.
and that's the perfect thing. That's what it should all be about, not offending somebody, because
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, I
Well,
mean,
and
we can get into that, but
let's be honest. I'm certain there are parts about, Robinson Crusoe you don't want the kids reading when they're, trying to get into that story, because doesn't he talk about like stuff on his janks? Pretty sure that was the book where he talks about stuff on his janks.
it was, I can't remember now. Was it Robinson Crusoe or was it the
Swiss Family Robinson. One of the two. I doubt it's Swiss Family Robinson.
no, but what was it? It was
I could have sworn it was Robinson
Looking at-
Crusoe.
the heart. They made a movie about it. And it was based on Herman Melville's Moby Dick, like the true story behind it or something. I thought they made
Oh yeah, the Chris Hemsworth White Whale one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought there was a book along those lines too. It could have been that, but even like, it's
Maybe.
funny you mentioned that, because out of all those books, Tommy's favorite is Robinson Crusoe.
Get out, really?
Yeah, it's actually
That's
funny you
awesome.
mentioned that one, because he's read that book a few times, and now I'm thinking he's getting to a point where it's like, read the real one because you like it so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
No,
so
and just real quick, no, Dan, not like the cannibals. The cannibals part, that I want to train my daughter how to eat human flesh so she can survive the apocalypse and the food shortage.
you know what? That's very true. That's why Casey's going to make it, and I'll be dead in the first 3 days. But like, when we're talking about these books now, they're taking things out to. Honestly, I think they're changing them and making a controversy on this so they'll sell more books. I always think that's what businesses most think.
I mean, I don't think that anymore. I just think people are small and
Yeah.
dumb and need to go fight something because they just feel like fighting and arguing with people who are going to be more passive about it, because they look at you and go, really, this is a point you're going to bring up? And then they just drive it into the freaking ground. And it's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Pretty terrible.
And I agree, and it bothers me, because it's like, even with like the adventures of was it Tom Sawyer? No, it was Huckleberry Finn.
Huck Finn? Yeah.
And Jim, the character of Jim in it. And no, I will never say that word, but there's been a lot of arguing for the fact that it should stay in, because this is a testament of what the times were, and this is a character who goes down very famously, as one of the major characters just in general when it comes to reading, and a pivotal character in the story. So when you change and you remove things, you're removing the hardship. Like, having that character named that, and I've seen this talked about, it shows, without really getting into it, the hardships he faces every single day.
Every day. When he wakes up, that's his life. And that's part of what the story is being told of. The Adventures of Huck Finn are actually to be the tale of, everyone around Huck, to see what life is like. It's almost like what do you call it? Like a view into that time period and what people were like, because you get a full gamut of running into a bunch of different folk. So that's one of the things that I love about that story. The Adventures of Huck Finn are supposed to be life through his eyes, but it's life at that time. And I think anything that has historical reference in that and refrain requires and must remain as is. And people who dare to attempt to challenge and censor and edit that, it's just horrifying at this point, because they're just trying to wipe away things that they're not comfortable with. But that's not okay, because just because you're not comfortable with reality doesn't mean it's not real. Just because you're pissed that train is coming right at you doesn't mean the train's going to stop coming at you.
Yeah.
And I'm so frustrated by entitled humans who believe they have a right to go out and just make things harder for other people. It's crappy.
I agree with you to a point, and it's funny that you mentioned that, because to tell a story that just happened yesterday, we have this place in the town I live in that the boys and I would go get our haircut at. Old fashioned. It's like a hipster type place, but it's an old fashioned type barber shop. And I dug it. It was always like, they did the straight raise, they would everything. They did the whole thing. Well, my wife goes to bring our oldest to get his haircut for picture day, which was today. So this was yesterday. And she's there at like 8:30 in the morning. And not many people there. He's getting his haircut. She's sitting there. And the owner is talking to his customer at the time, and they're talking very loudly, and they're talking about things that you may not want your 10-year-old to hear. And a lot of it had to do with like prostitution and stuff like that. Like the guy went away on a vacation, and he was talking about his experiences and they're both homosexual men. And that doesn't come into play here. I'm just saying that because it comes into play on their end, like
setting the scene. Yeah, I got you.
Whereas Mary had no problem with any of it except the prostitution, because it was very wildly being thrown out there. Like, so this prostitute, and talking a lot about acts with sex toys and things like that.
Right.
So Mary went up to him, just said, "Hey guys, listen, my 10-year-old is here. I would just like, I don't care what you're talking about. It's just like when you talk about prostitution, that's not something I really want to explain to my 10-year-old at this time."
Yeah.
And I think that is a perfectly reasonable way to say that.
Yeah, because you're asking like, hey, for my sake, could I please not have to explain this terribly uncomfortable thing to my child who I'm trying to protect their innocence as well as their ability to grow comfortably. So yeah, no, I've always been on that level. That's a great way to approach that. Probably the best way to approach that, honestly.
They got real shitty with her.
Of course they did. They're shitty people. You can already tell.
They ignored her. They gave her dirty looks the whole time for the rest of the thing. And it was almost like she was really worried, because she's like, I don't want them to think that like I'm homophobic or anything like that with what they're talking about. It was literally just the prostitution and the things that he was saying he was doing with prostitutes. And that to me, we talked about it. She told me, she was just like, yeah, I really don't know if I can go back there after the way the owner treated her.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, we're done. We're not going back there.
That's easy peasy.
Yeah, if you want to have that and you want to treat customers that are coming in there, and we went in there pretty regularly. That's where we got our haircuts. And that guy could be in there every day. I don't care. But like, if you're going to do that, you could have at least said, okay, yeah, maybe we're going to kind of talk about it, but maybe we'll be a little bit quieter. Sorry, whatever. If you cannot understand why a 10-year-old shouldn't be listening to that, you're the asshole.
We're in a very desensitized nation that really doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. That's, I mean, that's really what it is. If you ask people, sometimes they're just purely defiant because they want to do the opposite, because people love opposite land, because it makes them feel special, because they want to argue and they want to feel something, because maybe they have an empty hole in their life where there's a void and they can't fill it with anything. So instead, they're going to needlessly cram down hate and being vile and brutal and aggressive and nasty and just mean-spirited towards other people, because they can never find true happiness and joy in their own life. And it's a sad, unfortunate set of events. And that's why I've taught River, when people are jerks, laugh in their face and walk away.
Yeah, that's
there's nothing you're going to be able to do except increase stress in your life. And guess what? It's a message to you, my friend, and to all of you, my friend, Snob Nation. The extra stress ain't worth it. Walk away, laugh, ignore it. It's not worth it. Civility is dying. So don't put yourself in a situation where something might become uncivil unnecessarily.
I know.
Don't let your headspace get filled with garbage. You're too good for that. I love you. Be cool.
Couldn't have said it better myself, so I'm just going to leave that one. So I gave you the soapbox back.
And you did. Thank you.
Right with it.
I'm on the verge of 40, man. I feel like this weird old wisdom professor thing is coming over me hard. It's really strange. I kind of love it.
I'll tell you what, we should have a segment in this, but you have to promise me one thing.
Never.
It's like Stan's soapbox, but it's gonna be Madman's box.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? And I'm gonna give you that. You should, on like an episode when like if you have a rant and it's something like that, do it. Let's make it a part of it. But you have to make it funny.
Okay, that's fair.
I
have to find a way to circle back.
I can get really deep into it, and I completely understand that.
But yeah, sometimes I don't realize that the joke I'm trying to make is 10 minutes away when I start the thing. You know what I'm saying? I just get on a roll, and I'm like, all right, I'm definitely going to be able to wrap this up with this huge joke. And then I look at your face and I'm like, it's been 3 minutes and I'm nowhere near this joke.
I'm like, where are we going with this?
Yeah.
You have to rule of threes.
Yeah. 36 and 9s. I guess.
Remember beating a dead horse when I would just go, no,
Oh
rule
my
of 33s. We'll be back around soon.
Yep.
And
Rule
then like
33.
I would say it like the 40th time, and there would be like the little bit of chuckle, and I'd be like, told you. But it still never worked. Like it would just piss
It was
people
never
off.
worth it. It would just wind up horrifically I mean, it did derail once or twice. It was like there were some times where it was like, really, bro? We were on a thing.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh my god, my segues. Oof.
Your segues were dope though. I loved how absurd your segues. They were so bad.
It was an immediate left turn in a car in New York City, and there was no street. There was no street to that left.
Nope, it was an alley where you got stuck in, and we were just a car wedged in the alley with your Segway.
It's like you guys having a conversation, me driving, and like, oh, let's go through that department store. It's like, why?
And here at Macy's,
I always hated that Christmas decoration. He says, unfortunately, the ones that suck are the loudest one.
Yeah,
it's because the ones that don't suck don't want to be irrational. They don't want to be. They also don't want to be like Dan said, uncouth.
That's why I've reached a point where also this whole philosophy professor thing I would like to become, but there's also another part of me that wants to just turn like Jack Lemmon and just be an absolute prick to those guys. To anyone who's a real prick, I want to be a bigger prick. Like, louder and crazier and more obnoxious. But for love.
For love.
For love.
I think every time somebody is just a dick to you, you should just start singing that Bryan Adams song, Everything I Do It For You. Just see every reaction.
Actually, it'll just be a random Bryan Adams song that cuts like a knife.
What's the other one?
Thinking about our younger years. You're freaking heaven, man. That's what's up.
Oh, about the woman.
Summer of '69.
No.
Have you ever really loved a woman?
Have you ever really loved a woman? There it is.
From Don Juan DeMarco with Johnny Depp and Marlon Brando.
Have you ever really loved a woman? That's how I sound. I sound like Bruce Springsteen singing.
Unborn children in a you know, you really have. Oh, it's too much. I don't want to go too far.
Go higher. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, it's 10:13. We're kind of winding down, guys. A couple things I do want to mention before Casey signs us off. One, we are again. This is the last live show out in the open. We're going to be we're going to be Patreon exclusive live. Our 6 tiers are now available, so if you guys would like to join up, go check out the tiers, all the perks that come with it. And there's more every day. I think every day I add new movie news and stuff like that. And as we've been getting on media lists, a lot more has been coming out. So if you guys are interested in that type of stuff, that's on there as well. We have the Snobby Awards coming up on March 12th.
Oh man, we're a couple weeks away from one of the most amazing and exciting, electrifying nights in all of podcastdom. That's right, folks. It is the 3rd annual Scene Snobs Presents the Snobby Awards for all of our favorite independent podcasters. We are super excited this year and can't wait for all these fantastic nominees to be appreciated, to be heard, and to be who were nominated. So pretty stoked. Big winners.
And we will announce the nominations coming up in the next few days or so. We just have to get the judges' decisions and ratings back and calculate that. And then we will be live March 12th, 2 p.m. It's the only award show worth watching that day.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be announcing all the winners and stuff. So join in. We
may even have a slap.
Try to make it a lot more regal. Slap. Oh my God, are we doing this in person?
Oh yeah, baby. You know it.
Kid run up and just slap me in the face.
Yes.
Keep my lovey's name out your mouth.
Keep my mother's name out your damn mouth.
My God, all I said was, "What's for dinner?"
No, your boy would do that.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that. Also, we have a new show starting next month. It's our Warp Factor Fiction. It's our Star Trek show where we analyze in chronological order all of the viewable television and movies to come out in the Star Trek franchise.
That is right. Going all the way through from beginning to end, we will be hitting Star Trek, beginning with Enterprise Season 1. We have started it, and we are excited about it, and we are stoked to continue on this fantastic journey as we begin with all of you beautiful people. So come on and find out about your favorite Denobulan and check it out
Yeah,
on our
100%.
Patreon.
It's going to be a lot of fun. So that's a Patreon exclusive show. We will be covering Enterprise Season 1 next month in 2 episodes, the whole season. And then, of course, Season 2 will follow, and so on and so forth, all chronological. It's going to be a lot of fun. And so with that, guys, go check out our Patreon, like I said. Also, if you want to join our Discord, join it tonight, because that is becoming Patreon exclusive as of tomorrow. The links for everything are down below. You can go check them out. And all of our sponsors, everything like that. We have more coming as well. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. There's been some new stuff with Carolina Fear Fest, which is May 26th through 28th. You can go check it out and see the guests that they have. They just announced Jennifer Banco. She's going to be there. So just tons of fun stuff. So I have nothing more. I'm going to give it off to my buddy Casey, and we'll go from there.
Well, my friends, it's a pleasure as always, and thank you for joining us. Hopefully, we're able to bring you a little bit of joy in this hour. And 17 minutes. We went long, folks. It's really a great time. I'm so happy you all tuned in, and hopefully you'll be joining us on our Patreon to continue live. If not, you can always check us out, as this is a podcast and anywhere you get your major podcast platforms. I appreciate you, and I'm always grateful for this. I'm grateful for the time I get to spend with my friend Mick. And remember, throughout the week, until we see you again, please, my friends, be kind to yourself and be kind to each other.
And as always, I can't say it better than myself, so I'll just say good night.
Hey guys, Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. Tim, Paul, Stacy, Matt, Aaron, AJ, George G3, Chris S, Dale, Chris H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jason, and John W. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation Discord channel where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And remember to embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snob Nation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up thereafter. We have great shows like the Scene Snobs podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking for great merch, go over to the snobsmerch.com store. Use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything, stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. I think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are The Scene Snobs. Embrace the absurdity with us, and we love you, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care, everybody.
Right?
Yep.
Yep. So, it's wonderful, man. The Batman fandom is awesome.
Yeah, he introduced me to Ben. I had no idea who they were, and we were going to. I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
We were going to interview Felissa Rose for a live, and
he couldn't make it because he's going to see bandmates, so I got to do it by myself.
Yeah,
You know what? I
it was
thought
awesome.
you're really gonna appreciate this. I started a series of what I call video reaction collaborations. They're on the MCU's Bleeding Edge YouTube channel. It's on our playlist of Bleeding Edge reactions. Right. Where I basically what I do is I get other creators in, right? And I introduce them to the band. And we bang out 3 or 4 reaction videos together, and I kind of like host moderate, right?
Yeah.
The most people I've ever had is 5, right?
Okay.
You know, sometimes I'll just have 1, sometimes it'll be 2, it'll be a woman and a man, but I've had everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have diversity on the Bleeding Edge. We do. We have inclusivity, but it's not forced, right?
Yeah.
People, black people. I have a transgender regular guest on my show. I do, right? And I love her to death. She's an awesome guest. And you know what? She's good people. She's a good guest. She communicates and whatnot, and she's loyal, right? You know what I'm saying? And I respect the shit out of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? If you're good people, you're good people.
Good people,
right?
good people.
That's right. So we have all kind. We got Wakandans on all the time, constantly, right? You know, we got you know, Andrew's Mexican, half Mexican, you know, and whatnot. We got Hispanics. We've got lesbians. I got a random crackhead one time off the street.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I put him in the series. Yep. I asked him what he thought of the song, what he thought of the, you know, the music, whatever, whatnot, and he was smoking crack, so he didn't say anything. You know, so
not until the crack was done.
Yeah, he was waiting for the crack high to end, right?
Yeah, once you're done with the crack, then you.
It's so short. Yeah, he was like, nah, man. Nah, you slide like. Nah.
Well, man, I love. Oh my goodness, I love the vibe, and I've seen some of your stuff, and it's been a lot of fun, man. Everybody, I really think you should go out and check out the MCU's Bleeding Edge.
That's right.
Check out their channel. Make sure to subscribe and follow.
That's right, and start a petition to make sure that these guys come on the damn panel on the Bleeding Edge and whatnot. I'm telling you, force them.
I love it. I'm in. Let's do it.
We love it.
Hey, you guys are not my best friends.
We're in, brother. Welcome, Jeff. Welcome.
I can always talk some MCU for sure, and others, and plenty of other things.
Hey, guess what? Don't tell anybody about. I'm good people too, bro.
Yes, you are.
We have a lot of fun.
We've definitely noticed that. We appreciate you, buddy.
We're gonna have to bring you back on, and talk about some more of this, because we have a lot coming out.
Oh, jeez.
I want your opinion.
Listen, honestly, the way I feel right now is like this. You know, when people come on the show, I want them to have fun. That's all I care about. Yeah. At the end of the day, I want you to have fun, right? People don't understand why I like to talk vocally on the phone about collaborations and all that stuff and whatnot. It's simply because I want people to come on the show and have the best time that they possibly can, right? So I want to know what they want to cover, right? If they have any ideas on the show or whatever, how they want, you know, anything they want to add, I have no problem, you know, extending the collaborative process to all kinds of places, right? You know, depending on whether or not you're like at a point level of IQ level of like crackhead Whitney Houston, or like, you know, or you're like, you know, me, or like you know what I mean? Or, you know,
everywhere in between. Or
that random crackhead guy, right? You know what I'm saying?
Random crackhead guy, yeah.
No, so at that point, you know, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to fuck you up like that, but
no, it's hilarious.
Yeah. No, isn't it nice? You know what? It's so freeing. I get these creators that come on and whatnot, they never get to have fun on their shows. Right?
Yeah.
And they come on my show to have fun.
Yep.
Right? That's a compliment.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's definitely one of the best ones you can give. We always want to be welcoming and, you know, caring, considerate, and super stoked to have gotten to meet you and have you on here, man. This is awesome.
I'm just humble. I'm just always humbled just to have an opportunity to guest on shows and whatnot and everything, and have the collaborative process and share the wonderful MCU and the fandom and all this fandom stuff. Andor, right? I can't wait. I already can't wait for you to tell me about Andor when you finish.
I will, man. Listen, you tell me.
We should do a show. We should do a show and just we'll do like a 2-hour season recap together or something. We'll all get together and, you know, we'll blast one out.
I'll finish it. He's watched this. I'll finish it up.
I love it. So we'll happily get into it. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you'll have us, man, just let us know.
That'd be great.
Be there. We love it, and we appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us for a little
Oh,
while.
stop it!
Thank you so much. This was awesome.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, guys. I really appreciate it, and thank you out there, everybody in the fandom, whatnot, and everything. Please support these guys, right? You know what I'm saying? They're good people, right? They make good content. I have actually checked their stuff out and whatnot. You know, I I do my best with it. I'm busy. I'm a busy guy.
Oh,
I am.
hey, no, we all
I
try
get
to
it,
just
man. I
do
get
as
it.
much as we can.
No,
you
but
know?
I do.
We do appreciate it, so
I
thank you.
do. I just don't always get in the comment sections or say anything and whatnot. I just
Yeah,
kind of just
same.
chill.
Oh yeah, no, I
Sometimes
get
I'm
it.
just doing laundry, listening.
Yeah.
I
I
pop it on the TV and I just chill out.
Nah, I don't want to. Once I start going, I talk too much sometimes, whatnot, and everything. Sometimes I'm better off to just shut my mouth and just watch. And you know what I mean? No, I had a blast, guys. It was really fun. If anything,
thank you, man.
honestly, it's just like when I do my shows, I can keep talking to you guys for another 3 hours. I love it.
Same,
Oh,
man. It's
absolutely,
fantastic.
man.
It was a good conversation. It's always a pleasure.
I can't wait to have you back on. We're gonna gear it up, and we're getting ready soon. We have tons of other shows we'd love for you to join in on.
Yeah.
Come out. And if you want to have us, we'll be there with bells on.
No, I don't want you to. I want you to come on the bleeding edge. No. Hell no.
Okay, that's fair. I don't.
And further this dialogue, no. Let's
Why crazy talk?
we can't have that, man. No.
Why would we have fun?
You know, no. That might we couldn't do that because that might actually spread, and more people might be like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should look at Phase 5 a little different, and maybe I should try to be a little lighthearted about this stuff, and maybe I should just chill out a little bit and whatnot, and take a breath and be like, you know what? Shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It'll get better.
Try
right?
to be
You know?
entertained. It's coming around where it's getting there.
That's right.
It's gonna find its feet, and it's getting there. you know?
Yeah. And no matter what happens anyway, no matter what disease you get or what the fuck happens, if Shuri and Ironheart come together, they can fix it. They'll cure it.
They do exactly.
Right?
They're fixing diabetes all over this nation.
Hey, if you want to know, if you really want to know the most in-depth, crazy aspect of Phase 4, honestly, really, in real life, last thing I have to say, Wakanda Forever was so surreal to me when Shuri and Ironheart were in the lab and they were talking about T'Challa's DNA. I swear to God, that was all that woke stuff. Is that the She-Hulk, man? Oh my God. That was the first. It was the first time I'd ever seen the left-right political divide in the fandom and whatnot. It was crazy. Yep. I lost a guest over the series. I lost a guest. Yes, really? I lost a guest over She-Hulk.
Wow.
Legit. Wow. Two. I lost two guests. Right? I lost my longest tenured female guest over She-Hulk.
Wow, really?
Right? Yes. Yep. Literally. Yep. Well, and I had elevated her. She'd been moderating shows for months. Right? Renee, Loki's mom, moderated her first show last week. She did the Last of Us episode. It was her first show. She moderated.
That's awesome.
That's how I take care of my people, man. I elevate them. I want them to, I want to support them and let them have shots. But no, I'm in there sitting there and I'm watching the movie with my son and I'm like, don't tell me they're literally going to create a freaking baby without a man right now in a lab. Are you freaking serious? Is this actually going to happen right now? Are you telling me they're going to take it to that level? Seriously. And I was contemplating it in my mind. And I'm not even joking. This was not a joke. I viscerally thought it was about to happen in front of me. I was like, wow, this is shocking. Right? I asked my 12-year-old son at the end of the movie, I was like, hey, what'd you think of it? He was like, it was terrible.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
I was like, you know what? You're right. It was a fucking joke.
Do you think they should have recast?
Yeah, they should have.
Yeah.
That's not what I thought at first.
Right.
But on a show, again, the power of these shows and the MCU ethos and all this stuff. Some guests on a show on the Podcast of Champions one time during the conversation and whatnot, they persuaded me all of a sudden. I've been totally against the recasting T'Challa. Look, this man right here is one of my two heroes in my life, right?
Yeah, he's amazing.
Thomas Sowell, right? And Chadwick Boseman are my heroes, okay? Right? And I don't give a shit what color they are. All I know is that Thomas Sowell is a fucking classic. He's a legend. I love economics. He writes good books, right? And he's a dope guy. And the dude was a Marxist, man, at one point, and then he became a conservative. That's crazy. But this dude here just had essentially was a fucking warrior, man. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? This dude was a real man.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, I really enjoyed his performance so much on everything he was in. But
come on.
And I think that's where their fear sort of came in with the jumbledness of having to rush things after COVID and stuff. I really think it came down to oh damn, how are we going to find anybody who kind of commands the room when he's in it? No, I'm not saying that they can't. I'm not saying that.
Look, you know it and I know it. We all know it. Those of us who understand acting and movies all to get on top of the MCU too, right? And then whatnot and everything and all that. Chadwick Boseman was born to be the Black Panther.
Mhm.
You feel me?
Good
He was, Jesus Christ literally coded him to be the Black Panther.
Said
right?
you kid, you're the
That's
guy.
right. That's right. And you know what, man? I'm telling you, nobody could be a better Black Panther than Chadwick Boseman. There's no one that could do it.
There's and the fact that his career built up to black idols.
Yeah.
Such as, Jackie Robinson.
That's what kills me is that we lost him so young, and he could have been such a great role model for young black kids, man, young black men, young black boys, right?
Yeah.
That guy had some serious heart, man. He was a warrior, right?
Yeah.
He had a fighting spirit in him. Right?
Yeah. I think and I do agree with you. I think that shifting it the way they did, and I really liked Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I thought the performances were great. It just seemed kind of predictable in certain areas.
Yeah.
It was kind of going that route. And for me, I was like, like Jason says, he thought it was a masterpiece. I wouldn't get on the masterpiece train. I would say it's a great movie, but it pales in comparison to the first one.
I enjoyed it a lot. Like, I thought it was really a lot of fun and it was good, but the Namor and the sub people didn't have a whole lot of.
Oh God, please don't even start with that.
They just weren't as there wasn't enough to them. You know what I'm saying?
Please don't go there. Don't go there. Don't get me going.
Right,
what was his name in that movie? What, Tutu or some shit? Come on, man. Come on. What the fuck? Come on, get out of here, man. Come on now.
The winged serpent.
Stanley, when Stan Lee heard that in heaven, he was like, "Are you goddamn kidding me?"
This is how we do it. This is the perfect time for signing off.
yeah. Probably before we get too much trouble.
Seriously. That's right, baby.
We're both gonna push each other and be hilarious, but terribly offensive.
I told you how I infect people and everything and whatnot. Exactly. Before you know it, like before you know it, you're talking shit and you're busting balls and like there you go.
The madman started. But Jeff, I want to say thank you so much for coming on the show tonight.
Appreciate it, man.
See you with us. Hopefully we can get with you again, collaborate soon. We'll be talking about it and see if we can get on your show. You can come on ours again. So let's do this because I can talk MC night.
Keep going.
Did I finally earn my actual vocal conversation?
Yes, you know what? You will get it. It is not that I don't want to talk.
Thank you, brother. I'm glad.
Yes, to talk to
him. Can I have my Boy Scout patch that allows me to be able to do that?
Get to talk to him. We're best friends.
Almost everybody, even my wife will call me, and I'm like, I'm in the middle of something.
I'm too busy right now. Just
send me a text, and I'll get to it as soon as I can. And she knows because she'll call me and then immediately text me after. So I just know. I don't pay attention well enough. I still have about 10 text messages on my phone and on the messenger. I
want to compliment you guys because just like us, I want just to make some more credit to tissue. You guys don't gaslight anything when it comes to the MCU and Marvel, right? If it's bad, it's bad. Right? If it's good, it's good.
Like you see it.
Right?
I will say this about the MCU. There is nothing ultimately that I just didn't like or hated.
Love and Thunder.
There were parts
I really enjoyed. I enjoyed it. I could still enjoy it.
It's not a great story.
Dark World's a better movie.
I'll agree with that, but Dark World is a better movie. It's just darker. It's the dark MCU.
But Dark World was the worst film in the MCU. So what does that make Love and Thunder?
I would say worst. I would say it was the weakest. So Thor has definitely got a tough line after the Kenneth Branagh masterpiece.
Yeah,
that was the first one.
Like for me, I walked away from that and I'm like, listen, I love Ragnarok. It was the right amount of silly and action-packed drama and stuff to it. And then you went into this and it was like just pure silliness. And I was like, there's aspects I really enjoyed to that. They did not do Gore the God Butcher.
Oh God! No, if it was up to I got the way that and look at how they treated Christian Bale. I mean, seriously, if I was him, I'd be pissed.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Man.
You got that caliber, and you don't really give him depth at all.
No, they made him into a clown. Yeah, even though he was a clown, and where was the God butchering? Right, like you've got all this talent. You got this talented actor, right? This freaking great actor to play this villain that could be great. And you do nothing with him.
And what bothered me about it was because if anybody read the comic books, it was he and two other Thors from two different timelines came together to fight him. And
Didn't
you
Beta Ray
did
Bill
that-
too?
But no, Beta Ray Bill
No.
wasn't. It was a
They
younger
shoehorned
Thor. It was
him and
King
everything,
Thor
so.
from the future.
Right, King
But
Thor.
my problem with it is you could have done that and added that element of messing with timelines.
And then we would have gotten more
And
used to
it
the
was-
multiverse.
Well, you guys do know, you do know why they did why Taika did what he did with Christian Bale, right? It's very
No.
simple. It's because literally he's so selfish, right? That all he cared about was what he'd already he wrote this movie and had this plan during at when Ragnarok came out. He already knew what he wanted. He already said it. And he laid it all out. He's already that he was going to do exactly what he was going to do, no matter what, and he did it. And I'll tell you, and you know what? There was just no room for Gore at that point.
Yeah,
That's
It-
true.
his-
He wanted
his-
to have his playground. He wanted
Nope,
to have
yep.
his big story.
Yep.
So, yeah, I
That's
get it.
all he
Yeah.
cared about was the bullshit, whatever bullshit he wanted to cram into it. He didn't care about the
That's
villain.
No, that's fair.
I agree.
I have no respect for Taika Waititi.
I would disagree with you there. I have a lot of respect.
No,
for
I have respect for him, but not for Love and Thunder.
No,
No,
okay,
I
that's
get
fair.
that.
Yeah.
But I like his original stuff. I like when Jojo Rabbit was great. You know, he does a lot of What We Do in the Shadows. He does so many great things when it's his that he doesn't fit into franchises.
Has any other actor other than Hemsworth ever actually come out and flat out said something that as an actor in the MCU or actually the MCU flat out said, "I'm not going to play this character again"? If right, like I'm not happy with how this has ever happened.
I mean, I don't think that's ever happened.
I
Not
don't
that I'm
think so,
aware
no.
of now.
There you go.
I love Chris Hemsworth, but he's going through some stuff. So, like Disney canceled they pulled him away from his shows, canceled the show while filming because he got hurt, and they're like, "No, we need you for Thor." Yeah, so I'm looking forward to him showing up as Hulk Hogan eventually in the biopic. But
Yeah,
that's
that'll
just
be
me.
interesting.
That's right. No, and most definitely, at the end of the day, look, as far as Phase 5 goes, we've got a lot of optimism there, right? There's a lot of good stuff. Yep.
Tons to keep going forward and looking forward to.
Kang
Listen.
is a great follow-up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you know what? And that's a great start right there. We're breaking down on I would say one thing. It's not this is kind of a plug, but on Sundays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, every Sunday we're covering Marvel right now, and we're doing a Phase 5, Phase 6 preview installment series. And that's all we do on Sundays. That's all we do, right? Unless something supersedes it, right? Like the Ant-Man 3 review, right? That's why we have 3 shows a week, so that we have that flexibility. Or I do anyway, since I do everything. And Cyber just records.
Yeah, ours is later.
Ours comes later. We have a show on Sundays, but it's after yours.
Yeah, so
if you ever need anyone,
Yeah.
Really? Really? What time is it?
it starts at 8:30 p.m. and it's,
Wow, that's awesome. Wow, so we could probably do some connective stuff with that and everything and whatnot. That's cool.
I like it.
Have y'all ever done it? Have y'all ever done an interconnected series before at all? This I want to ask you just the one time, then I'll get out of your ass. I promise. I'm long-winded. I'm sorry.
No.
Have you ever? I love doing them. I love putting together interconnected series with other creators. I love doing it.
Oh no,
We'll have to carry on with that.
that's
I like that,
100% an MCU move. So it works for
Yes.
me.
Right? Exactly.
I love it. I want to say again, I appreciate you coming on, man. I really look forward to collaborating with you more. It's been fun talking to you, and I promise I will get on the horn with you. That's just so crazy, man.
Hey, I understand, man. I do, and I'm not sweating it, man. You know, I don't dwell on the small stuff. I don't. I had a great time with you guys. This is probably, honestly, changed my energy for the whole night to where, like, I'm probably gonna have a better night because I came out with you guys.
Oh,
man, that
thank
means
you.
the world.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
dude. That's fantastic.
That's a great compliment,
yeah,
man.
it is. That's
Yeah.
huge.
Thank you,
Appreciate
brother.
it, man.
Yeah.
Guys, make sure you go check out Jeff's show. He is True Knowledge. The MCU's Bleeding Edge. The links are down below. Go subscribe, follow.
Check them out.
Check
Press
'em out.
buttons. Do stuff. And hang out. And have a great time.
But if you're into PC stuff, don't watch us.
wrong
I
place.
think
Wrong channel.
our audience will probably be pretty cool with it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't worry.
Yeah, right up your alley.
But no, I appreciate you again, man. Thank you so much.
man.
And
It's great having you, Jeff.
yeah,
I'll appreciate when I get that threesome with Rogue, Storm, and and Jean Grey. So
I still haven't answered which versions.
Yeah. We'll
Oh,
get there.
wait, I want the animated versions.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Definitely
Good man.
animated
Good
road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Night, buddy. Appreciate you.
Night, Jeff. Thank
Thanks.
you guys
Peace.
so much.
We
Take
will.
care, buddy. Guys, that was awesome.
That
Jeff
was
is
a
a
great
lot
time.
of fun. His
Yeah.
show is a lot of fun. Go check out his channel. But yeah,
Casey,
It was a lot of fun, man.
sort of made it.
Yeah, a lot of good coverage, a lot of good times.
Lot
of
comments.
stuff. I had a blast talking. The problem is now I want to keep talking about that.
I know, I do
But
too.
it's late.
That's why I was like, oh, you
And
know
it's
what?
time
This
for
could
me to
forever.
go because
Yes.
it's Mardi Gras time. We only have an hour and 52 minutes left before we have to give something up.
Not me. I don't do that.
Well, Catholics do.
I'm from New Jersey. We do.
Aren't you guys Catholic? You went to a Catholic high
Yeah,
school,
but I don't
right?
pay attention much.
Oh, fair. So you can just claim ignorance in the Catholicism?
Don't the priests?
Hey,
All right, guys. Listen, thank you again so much. We really appreciate you watching and listening. Thank you, Jeff, for coming on the show. Again, go check it out. The MCU's Bleeding Edge is down below. We'll be back next week. We are not going to have Snobs Nation Morning Drive live show, normally 7 to 10 a.m. on Friday mornings, because I will be in New Jersey.
Yeah, Jersey bound.
Yeah. For kind of a abrupt cause, it's, I had a death in the family, so I got to go.
I was trying to bring it up. What are you doing?
I'm bringing them down. If
Fair.
we're going to Catholic Ash Wednesday tomorrow, bring them down.
That's valid.
So
yeah.
they're not partying. Get your
Yeah.
cocaine in now. It's
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
Oh, get yacked up now. Yay.
And don't eat any meat. But I want to say thank you guys for joining and watching, listening. Please, listen to the messages that are coming up because we have a lot of stuff. But I just want to let you guys know our Patreon, our 6 tiers are live now. We are moving behind the Patreon live wall. So if you want to watch our live shows, go check it out there. Join up on our Patreon, but it will be available on YouTube after or on all podcast platforms, like we said. The only other thing I will say is we are going to have a couple of exclusive shows coming out on Patreon, like our Warp Factor Fiction.
Getting super excited as we begin our chronological tour through history of Star Trek, beginning with Enterprise Season 1. So get ready for that coming up in the coming weeks for our Patreon folk.
Every month, we're going to have 2 episodes. We follow a season in chronological order, like you said, of Star Trek all the way through. We're going to be watching the movies as well and everything else. So join in for that. It's going to be a Patreon exclusive. You can watch it there. Guys, thank you again so much. You guys are all awesome. I'm going to let Casey take it away. But before I do, make sure you pay attention to the messages. Make sure to rate, review us. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Everything else, if you can. We truly appreciate it. It helps us go a very long way. Thank you very much. Casey, take it away.
We appreciate it as always. And thank you, my friend. I don't ever thank you enough for all the amazing work you do and how much you put into this and what we get out of it with the incredible Snobs Nation and the people out there. And we love y'all. We appreciate y'all. So remember to be safe out there. Enjoy your Fat Tuesday. Laissez les bon temps rouler. And overall, be kind to yourself and be kind to each other.
He knows way more about this than I do. Night, everybody.
Hey guys, Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. Tim, Paul, Stacy, Matt, Aaron, AJ, George G3, Chris S, Dale, Chris H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jason, and John W. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation Discord channel where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And remember to embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snob Nation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up thereafter. We have great shows like the Scene Snobs podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking for great merch, go over to the snobsmerch.com store. Use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything, stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. I think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are the Scene Snobs. Embrace the absurdity with us, and we love you, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care, everybody.
Time. Welcome, everybody. It's showtime. The Scene Snobs podcast showtime. Hey.
I'm just enjoying this.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I enjoy
Welcome to the Season Podcast.
When it comes to you and I talking, I can go back and forth with you, no problem.
Yeah.
But when it comes to pauses, I'm like, oh, okay, he's done.
Well, I do feel like I take a dramatically long pause. Like
Sometimes.
it's just shy of a sit. You
I'm
know,
just
I
not
try
good at
to.
timing it. I'm like,
It's
I'm
one
like,
of the beautiful things that makes us work so wonderfully.
It does. It's true. And you know what? We are here. It's Tuesday night again. Welcome everybody to the Scene Snobs podcast. I'm your host, Mick Manhattan, joined as always by my partner in crime, Casey, the Madman Plot. Welcome to the show, pal.
Thank you, my wonderful friend. It's a joy to be here as always, and wonderful to see your smiling face. So, how you living, buddy? Happy Valentine's Day, friendo mine.
Happy Valentine's Day, buddy. I am doing all right. Not too bad. We had a bit of a hiccup this weekend, I would say, but we're stronger than ever. If I would say
Always.
so myself.
I absolutely agree. I think that's the strength and unity of friends. That's what friends do. When we are pushed to our extreme, we recognize in the other, you know what? This isn't me. My friend's going through something, and they'll come around. They'll figure it out. And we always do.
And vice versa. Yeah, I mean, always. That's a good point. That's a great point of friendship. I like that. Especially for Valentine's Day. No, that doesn't work. None of my puns work for this. I was going to say it's Valentine's Day, but we're not gals.
I mean, in my heart, I am.
All right, whatever. I like some flowers.
I can't wait to be just a 63-year-old gardening woman.
That would be hilarious. I'm thinking of you like long hair and a ponytail, but it's all gray.
Oh, absolutely, with a nice big bee hat on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, overalls.
I can even see you in like a one of those safari type of hats.
Oh, well, I mean, that absolutely. When I'm sitting out front with my tea. Yes.
With an engraved like trough in your hands.
Yeah, a trowel. Always have my trowel around.
The trowel, yeah.
I mean, I could drink a trough of tea. That'd be interesting. A bit gluttonous, but I'm down.
Nobody accused me of being bright. Let's be real. Right? It's kind of
you know, you shine bright like a diamond, just like Rihanna said.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. We got some stuff to talk about. Some stuff happens, and
yes, it did.
It's causing some fun. But before we get there, let's say, hey, Chris is here. What's up, Chris? How you doing, pal?
Evening, Chris.
And
good to see you, buddy.
The John Ross is here. What's up, buddy?
John, wonderful to see you as always. You magnificent human being, you. We had a glorious time last night over on the FSF Popcast doing the Star Wars RPG. He is our game master, the one and only.
Love it.
So
Love
we
it.
survived again.
That's awesome, man. That's very cool. It's like I always see it pop up. Mondays are tough for me to watch anything. In fact, I think I talked to you afterwards because we recorded something, and I had just gotten done because my computer's acting wonky. My laptop's fine, but I was being lazy and I did it down here. I just got done like converting to MP4 a video I had just edited. And I was like, it was like my head was just thumping at that point for like 2 hours for 2 videos. Yeah. And I was like, if I just go get my laptop, this will be done in 20 seconds.
Right.
But what are you going to do?
But instead, power through. We're men. We'll get it done the way we set out to do it.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter if I lose a leg and my family. I'm getting through Oregon.
Just jump right through. Just get into it. But we did.
That's what happened in Oregon Trail. If you think about it, like you wouldn't even care. You'd be like, I mean, yeah, we're gonna lose the kid, maybe wife. Fine, I'll get a new one. Going to Oregon, folks.
Whole show, 1883. is Oregon Trail.
Really?
Oh, Stacy says Facebook is glitchy.
Boo to Facebook. Hi, Stacy.
Everybody else seems to be watching on YouTube. I wonder how we're doing there. Isn't editing just so? Yeah, no. I try to avoid it by doing a lot of live shows.
That's fair.
Yeah, you can only do so much. So when it comes down to season where we do more of the recorded stuff, I'm like, here comes the fun. But had to zoom on over here. What's up, Stacy? Thanks for joining in.
Glad you did, our friend.
So we watched Super Bowl. Lots of fun stuff happened. We watched the Rihanna halftime show, which you just had mentioned. And collectively, I don't know why I thought anything different would ever happen, but collectively, everybody lost their minds over Rihanna's. Either they loved it and they thought it's the greatest halftime show of all time, or they hated it and think she's an antichrist.
What?
There's so many. Usually, I mean,
but she even did the red, white, and blue thing. It was all America themed. Like what? People, man.
Listen.
I get it. People just want to hate. They love to hate. They live in tearing others down, and that's Bum City, man. Whatever. Screw that noise. We don't need to keep talking about them. Rihanna was amazing.
Rihanna was amazing. Well, I mean, just remember, it's the Boomer clan and the Know Nothing generation. So we'll get through it. It'll be fine. They'll be gone soon.
Oh my God.
No. Some of them. No, there's lots of. I don't really pick on Boomers as much as I do as the Know Nothing generation that just really dismantled everything, then went to war, and it's like Rudy Giuliani in the 90s.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we went to war, and all of a sudden we're great. We're the best superpower because we have the bombs.
Absolute number one. That's all you got. We got the bomb, just like Dennis Leary says.
That's
in
actually
I'm an asshole song.
My speech right there. I use that for profiling purposes. So the ones who have the crisscross red, white, and blue, just get off at that moment, and they're like, screw this podcast. And then all the
You're just weeding people out.
Weeding them right out. Just like, see you later. I don't need you here.
I mean, I was a fan of Rihanna's show. So, all right, what else do you want to talk about?
Well, no, I do want to kind of talk about that, but I want to talk more about the technical side of things and just what they did this year, which has never been done before. I love that they're instituting drone work for the camera work. It looks amazing.
Yeah, agreed.
That platform with the dancers on them and under it was astounding.
So cool.
Like a lot of people were comparing it to last year's, and I was like, it doesn't hold up the same. I mean, listen, I love all of those hip hop artists. But there was such a show here.
Yeah. Agreed. And it was a beautiful show. It was one that I don't understand why people are upset about when you have one person putting on a great show. Everyone's like, oh, they're so hell-bent on wanting more. Yeah. Like, I don't want to just see one person or the one artist I'm here to see. They want every potential artist. They're like, give me every single one. I want the MCU of artists. I need every single one, and I have to have them now. And it's like, man, Rihanna was incredible. You don't need more than Riri. And plus, there were two up there. Whatever little Riri is.
True.
The zygote now.
And now she was pregnant during it. I dug it. I thought she did a great job. Her songs, her voice is fantastic still. I mean, I haven't heard her in a few years, other than Rise Up, which is a great song.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
But like a live show, I haven't heard her in a long time, and she still looks great, sounds great. The show was fantastic. And I'm not going to blow smoke because I usually say that the shows suck every year.
I mean, there's a lot of them that have. Yeah. I mean, I'm well on record saying, like, Aerosmith, as much as I love them, that wasn't a great show. Yeah. I love Aerosmith, but I mean, The Who, why?
See, I wouldn't mind it if it wasn't demanded that it be such a huge thing. Like for me, Rihanna's show, like I like what you said. Like I like that there was only one artist, came out, did their thing. Like it wasn't like remember what was it? The who you just said them, Aerosmith, when they were on.
Yeah.
Was it NSYNC came out, Britney Spears came out, like
somebody, yeah, it was insane.
A ton of people, and I'm just like, why? Why do we need this right now? Like, I would rather just listen to Aerosmith
Mhm.
or any one of the other ones.
Yeah,
but, like,
anybody, it's fine. Pick one. Just pick one. I don't. Or if you're gonna have one, you can have one more. If it's gonna be a neat, like they're coming out because they did a song together. If there was a collaboration, so if Eminem had come out, okay, that would have been an interesting choice for national television Super Bowl halftime to have. I don't know, Monster.
Yeah, it might not have worked. I mean, that's
Probably-
it happens, but
Probably not the best idea, but I mean, still, I'm down. I'm open. Let's see it. No,
No,
she was great, and the drone work, like you said, has been really cool. The platform, this whole stage work they did, it was the same thing with The Weeknd when he did the Super Bowl halftime show. I loved that one.
so did I.
It was
and people
great.
hated it.
I don't understand. But how much more entertainment do you need? Do you want someone to be slaughtered in the middle of the show? Are you waiting for something to fall? Do you want the set to be destroyed? Have someone die, and then you go, "That was a great halftime show." Like, I don't know anymore where people's minds are. Just enjoy the dang thing. And if you don't, okay, would you lose?
Right,
Because what
right.
it's in a 7-8 minute show. Get over yourself.
That's the best thing about it is it is a 7 or 8 minute show. Go to the bathroom. Go get something
Right.
to eat. Go grab another drink. Go have a cigarette. Shut up.
That's in fact the rules I will institute in my home if I ever throw a Super Bowl party. During this halftime show, if you do not like it, please do the following. It's just a list of that.
But it goes for the bad ones too. Like if they're
Mhm.
really bad, do the same thing because maybe
I've
somebody's
done
enjoying
it.
it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the deaf really enjoy those shows. They're real big fans.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I or bring back marching bands. Just shut up and bring back marching bands.
Okay, there you go. I'll take a marching band. Oh man, a marching band extravaganza. That would be wonderful.
I mean, listen, I'm not one of those old people who are like, bring back the marching bands because it's what it was. Like, no, I don't care what it was. I care more about I care more about marching bands today seem to be doing such epic things.
Mhm.
With their movements and stuff, and like how they recreate movies in some of them, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Like that's a spectacle. If you want spectacle, get a marching band that does that. It would be amazing.
It'd be, well, I mean, all of those dancers are a spectacle. I don't understand how much more. Or if you're gonna have huge cheerleader or dancer shows or whatever you're gonna do, like maybe just don't have people and just have it be the marching band and the dancers again.
Yeah.
Because that's awesome. Synchronized movements like that are cool.
I would love for a national sort of survey to go out, and we just ask every American, what would you like to see in the halftime show, and what would you not like to see, and they spell it all out for you, and then put them all together and do that. Because I bet a lot of them are going to be very similar,
Mhm.
and I bet you it's just going to end up with probably a white woman singing and not moving.
I'd be willing to bet that that would wind up with a response larger than the national census. I'm pretty sure more people would let us know what they want in the Super Bowl halftime event than people come out to vote in most of their elections. But it's important stuff. So we should probably plan to break ground, working on getting that traction for 2024. So that's one of the big things we're here for.
Just you and I going door to door all over the country. We'd like to ask you some questions about the Super Bowl halftime show.
We're interested in what your thoughts are. What would you like to see reinstituted or maybe never return? No, it would definitely not be what you think it would be. I guarantee you we wind up with circus. I feel like enough people would write in circus. We would get circus. Fire eaters. That would be awesome. Oh man, a monster truck show.
The horrible people are like, bring back the elephants.
Oh God. Hey, where's that Siegfried and Roy? They still's around. Let's get done.
We should just bring Paul on for an episode and ask him nothing but circus questions.
I'm in. I love finding out about it. It's such a wild thing. Like, it's so cool.
I needed you the other day, and yesterday actually. I can't believe I'm going to admit this on the podcast, but I had a farm question. And I always have a farm question. I got to
Okay.
come to you. So
Yeah, man, what you got?
I couldn't remember if a lamb and a sheep were the same thing.
Hmm.
And I figured it out because I looked it up. I couldn't remember. As soon as I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
It's a logical thing to look up. I mean, if you can't remember, sure. River asked me that the other day. My 10-year-old
she's
needed
10.
clarification, so it makes sense.
That makes sense for her. I'm going on 41.
Look, everybody learns different things at different times. You know a lot more about the city. If she had questions about the city, you'd be like, "How do you not know that, kid?" And then push her.
How the hell do you not know how to get through a city? You're 10 now.
You got to learn these things. Jeez.
Oh my god, dude! I've never eaten a sheep. I can absolutely say I've never eaten a sheep, but I have definitely eaten a lamb. And now that I know what a lamb is, I feel kind of bad.
Oh, I mean, I don't know why the babies are the most delicious. Yeah, the veal, the lamb, it's so succulent and tender. It's amazing.
Oh my god.
I've also so we've been doing this weird thing at work in the office where we always have a movie playing, right?
Okay.
So we've been having these movies currently. We've been doing trilogies that aren't trilogies. So like Terminator, probably could have stopped at 3. We would have been fine. Alien 4 was one of the worst movies ever. As much as the character Ripley was better, and I agree with that. Ripley was a good Ripley. The movie sucked.
It did suck.
I did not like it.
I did suck. I will agree with you. But I still watch it when I watch them all back to back.
Totally fair. I get that. And then the other one that I watched was which one was it? What did we get through? So this one anyway was Hannibal. So we did Silence of the Lambs. What was the second one? Hannibal, which is amazing. Rewatch of Hannibal, man. I forgot how really good that movie was.
It is a good movie. It just
really
gets
enjoyed
outshined by Silence of the Lambs.
It really does. Silence of the Lambs still top dogs it. And then Red Dragon, which is phenomenal as well. On rewatch, I should say it's way better rewatching it now older. It's a better movie.
It is a great movie, and everyone in it is great, but I still prefer Manhunter. Maneater. No, Manhunter. Maneater's different.
Manhunter? Okay.
Manhunter with William Peterson and Brian Cox played Hannibal Lecter in it.
Oh, that's interesting. I love Brian Cox.
And Tom Noonan played the killer in that Ralph Fiennes took over for.
Oh, okay.
It's very good movie. You should watch it.
Very cool.
Very good movie.
Needless to say, though, I'm really in the mood for meat. So recently, I've just been incredibly hungry. What?
Well, you're in luck. Stacy says it's puppy day.
Oh, it's puppy day. Good. All right, good, because the hunger is strong. And I mean, after watching Ray Liotta's brain, which looked delicious, I'm a little bummed, especially what he was tossing it in there and sauteing it with. Oh, come on. Get out of town.
Sitting there staring. Ugh.
Yep. Just Starling is what backcountry poon. It's so great, man. He's just ridiculous.
Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. Ray Liotta.
Did he die when we went down for CFF or for Devil's Playground?
I think it was CFF. I'm pretty sure that was back in May time. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, because I remember when we saw that. That was crazy.
That was mind-boggling. Well, not really. I mean, certain people just don't take care of themselves.
Yeah, it's the last movie's coming out in a couple of weeks. Cocaine Bear.
So excited, man. Elizabeth Banks, big directorial business. I love her, man. She's so great. Always as an actress, she's hilarious, super witty. Love her writing. So, Pitch Perfect is amazing.
I 100% agree. I so misread your post earlier today thinking you were doing the State of the Con tonight. Got so disappointed. Well, we're sorry to disappoint you, but we're still here.
Oh, sorry, Chris, man. We don't want to disappoint.
No,
we can mention one of the people who were announced recently for Carolina Fear Fest.
Take it away, my friend.
We have from Sharknado and American Pie, one of America's sweethearts who you used to be able to party with on the E! Entertainment channel. That's right, folks. The one, the only, Tara Reid will be at Carolina Fear Fest, May 26th through 28th. Super excited
to have her. It's going to be awesome.
I am very excited to talk to her as well. She's going to get a lot of Van Wilder questions.
Oh yeah,
I love that movie.
Yeah,
I watched it
amazing.
recently, and as crazy as it is, I still really enjoy it. It was still really funny, really crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I couldn't eat a cannoli for many years. So I'll leave that alone.
Yeah, oddly enough, nothing ever stopped me from eating a cannoli. River tried a cannoli earlier. This weekend, I was like, "Yo, try this, kid." And she's like, "What is that?" I was like, "It's cannoli." And she was like, "Oh, that's what they look like." Because she started doing this whole Star Wars joke, and she's like, "What does Darth Vader get from an Italian restaurant? Only one cannoli." So,
Oh my god.
yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
so
god.
proud.
I love
Dude,
it.
my heart swelled. I was just, it was fantastic. So I ordered a cannoli. I was like, "I'm eating a cannoli," and she's like, "I was like, you want to try it?" She's like, "Sure." She took one little bite and was like, "No, that's disgusting." And I was like,
Jack did that
"Cool."
too. Jack did that too the other night. I was pissed. So I'm sitting there. I love cannolis. My wife got like, my in-laws brought over like a 4-pack of cannolis. Now Tommy loves them too. So I was like, all right, we'll split them. Mary doesn't like them. Jack's not gonna eat them. So I was like, we'll split them 2 and 2 because they're not huge. They're, smaller ones. So I was like, fine. And Jack goes, I want to try one. And I was like, all right, I'm going to eat this as much as I can to leave you just a little bit because you're not going to like it.
Exactly.
And then like I bit into half of it and he's like, that's how much I want. And I'm like, no, it's not. And he's like, yeah, no, that's what I want. I'm going to like it. He put it to his mouth and like, he has strep. Well, he doesn't anymore. Or he's on antibiotics now. But at the time, he had strep.
He's not shedding anymore.
Yeah. He took he didn't even take a bite. He put his teeth up to it and his tongue up to it. And I don't know why I'm doing that in front of a microphone. But and then he goes, you eat it. And I'm like, I can't now.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. See, that's why I was very much so like, all right, Rivs, you're gonna take a little here's a little bite. Like I was just blown away. She didn't like it. I was just mind boggled. Like I remember the first time I had a cannoli, it changed my life. I was like 11, 12 years old. It was the greatest experience. And I forever had to eat tiramisu and cannoli.
I had the same experience. But can you guess? I'll give you, so I was born in 1982, right? It's clearly 2013 and I'm still here. Can you guess the
2013? It's 2013?
2023, sorry. I'm still on last of time.
I mean, I'm cool if it's 2013. We wound back the clock. Great.
I'll take another 10 years.
The spirits did it. They gave me more time.
So I grew up in Jersey. I grew up surrounded by not just Italian people, but Italian restaurants everywhere. That's where we ate. That's what it was pretty much my whole life.
Billy Joel sang about it, for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah. Too much, in my opinion. Well, just a little. Like, I mean, Spain yourself out. Like, there comes a time when he writes a song. He was writing a song later in his life, and I was like, didn't you move out? Like, didn't you leave?
He's already moving up and moving out. I don't understand what happened.
He went somewhere, but he still sings about the same where.
Hanging out with the same uptown girl, even though he was really only like, I don't know, a downtown man for about the first 17 years of his life, 18 years.
Yeah, he jumped on it pretty fast, like legit.
Yeah, he was up pretty quick.
Although I will say something, New York City in the 70s and 80s, if you grew up there, you've probably seen more than anyone else in their life.
No, that's valid. There was a whole lot of lead in the air, so absolutely.
Dude, I told my kids that one day. I was like, yeah, they used to shoot outside my apartment all the time. We thought it was normal. We just thought it was normal. I didn't. I thought sleeping on the floor was just normal some nights.
Yeah, of course. What you do?
But I mean, they weren't shooting at us or anything. But like, you can hear them shooting, and you never know where it's going to go. We didn't know that at the time. I swear to God, maybe a little too long in my childhood, I thought that bullets just went wherever you fired them, and they stopped.
Yeah, no, they just did. They have a little reducer in them, and what they do is they manage to, once you reach that point, they just go, and we're done. Thanks, congratulations, you finished your flight, and you can return and grab us at any time.
And if you fire them in the air, they just never come down.
Yeah, no, they managed to continue going. That's why you have to limit them here on Earth.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have made it as old as I did. Now, mind you, I'm still single digits, people. Don't like, I mean, I figured it out fast, but like for some, but like I probably should have figured it out a little bit more, a little bit quicker. I
think I became afraid of firing bullets because of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So I was like, I don't want to. Yeah, it's like I don't want to hurt these guys. These guys are great. They just leave and never come back.
Dude, they seem.
And I didn't have a tomahawk bullet. He was the best.
Dude, I got this. You know, I order off a Shirt Punch like every other day, right? With their $13 discount.
Truth.
I did not pull the trigger on one shirt, and I'm pissed. And it's they're doing the Akira poster of him walking to the bike, and under it it says Akira, but it's Roger Rabbit walking towards the taxi, and it says Roger on it in blood. And I didn't get it, and I might still. I'm gonna go back and find it, but I was like, "That's a rad shirt."
Yeah, that's a pretty awesome shirt.
I can't wait.
I think you have to get on that one.
I got one with Jack Burton's face on it. It's red and it has gold lettering, and it says, "May the wings of eagles never lose a feather. May the wings of liberty never lose a feather." I dig it. I'm into it.
Oh man, that's phenomenal.
Let's see what all our buddies are doing.
Yeah, let's see what everyone's up to. Hello, Kathleen, you magnificent human being.
Calling us gorgeous. Look at you, lady.
Hey-o.
Jason.
Jason, what's up, buddy?
These days, no one is ever satisfied. Oh, that's probably
truth. Yeah.
Yeah, we're a little behind. Sorry, guys. Also, people forget that if you don't like something, you can turn it off. Just don't watch it. Let it be. Rihanna was fine. No, she was great.
Yeah, Jason, we agree.
One of them
was amazing.
Everyone cries except Coldplay. I've been fairly entertained. My favorite last year was last year, but that's because it was all-time favorite artists together. I only watched the Super Bowl for Rihanna.
Fair.
Marching band. Everybody was in for a marching
Everyone's in on marching bands.
I like
Weird Al. I would be totally down for Weird Al. That would be great.
Jason Taylor says, "Scene snobs for halftime." No,
Yeah.
I have
do it
unless we're doing a podcast for 7 or 8 minutes. I have no discernible talent to be on a stage.
That's exactly what we're gonna do. We're literally gonna get up and we're gonna spend 4 minutes introing ourselves with like fireworks and like people playing guitars. We'll have a band in there just crushing it, and then we'll finally get to our seats. We'll get out there, finish like a good 2 minutes of hellos, some quick one-liners about each team, and then we'll have another minute and then be like, all right, it's time to go. And then we'll have the big finale where we just leave and the band just keeps playing with more fireworks.
I like everything that was said, but I want to improve upon it in one fell swoop.
Sharks?
No. Yes, but no. I say we walk up to the table after this whole big to-do. You sweet chin music me off of the stage, and then that's the breakup of the Scene Snobs.
That's amazing. And then as I leave, it's just it's live being played. I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. Yeah, I think that's perfect.
I love it. You should do that. That'd be great. The cuter the animal, the better it tastes. Generally speaking, rabbit's good. Duck is good too.
Salad, yeah. 100%.
Red dragon, good one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stacey does.
Do you see? Who was the reporter guy? Who was
Philip Seymour Hoffman? Yeah.
That's right. That's right. I couldn't remember who.
Yeah.
He's passed away now.
He was awesome, and his death scene was freaking terrifying. I love that, and I also forgot all about the whole being glued to the chair. Talk about a new fear I have.
I know, right? Jeez, there was in another movie too where Poker Face.
Yep, Poker Face.
Remember Poker Face? That was good though.
Mm-hmm.
It was such an Onion. Red Dragon was great too, but Poker Face was like in sleeper. Like, oh wow, this is much better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it wound up being pretty solid.
Yeah,
and loves Van Wilder as well.
Yep.
Chris Harris stoked saying "Scream Queen in the making" for Tara Reid. She is, man. I hope she continues down that path.
I disagree, but I disagree with a lot of people being called Scream Queen. I think I'm on record as saying so.
Look, you can be on path to it though, or you can be in the making. Sure. I think there's potential for that. And what didn't she do something else? She wasn't Wax House? That was Elijah Cuthbert.
Yes.
Can't remember what the other one.
I mean, she did didn't she do Alone in the Dark with Christian Slater?
I think that was that might be the one I'm thinking of.
Which I mean, does she get Scream Queen? And again, I'm not taking it away, and I don't want to take anything away with her going to CFF. And you're right,
Absolutely not.
Could be the path. And she was in horror movies, and they're like influential into pop culture. So I get it. I'm not putting it down or taking her away. I just think Scream Queen is like that's like a Rushmore type of term. Like I think everybody just gets.
You and I are very much in agreement on this, and have had many speaks. And I agree that like Barbara Crampton, that's Scream Queen.
Yeah.
Dee Wallace, Scream Queen mother. You know, because she's a mom.
Even then, like she wasn't a mom in The Howling, you know. But so like I think she pulls it off, and to be able to say like she's in the Scream Queen world, and yes, you know, she's a great motherly character. I love her as a mother in almost everything, because regardless of if she's going to die or if she's not doing it well, like she's trying to figure it out. Like E.T. is one, you know, single mom trying to figure it out. She does. You know, she's still there. She still cares about her kids' critters. She's still gonna fight for them. She, you know, so she's never like a deadbeat mom. You know.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that.
So you know what? Actually, I'm coming back around. I think Scream Queen mom is perfect.
Yeah, that's where I've always landed on her. But you know, I'm seeing Tara Reid doing some more stuff here. We've got a couple more movies in the last year that I think I want to check out. That probably seem deserve. I mean, Mummy Dearest is looking great. It's got a 2.3 on IMDb, and it's Lou Ferrigno's in it as well.
I love that. I'm down.
Yeah.
Mummy Dearest. Yeah, listen, I mean, I'll put her up there. The Scream Queen thing is the only thing. So, like, if we were to come up with a middle of the road moniker, whether it be for whatever gender, it's got to be, you know, like if it's not a Scream Queen, like if we want to do it for guys who are in a lot of horror movies too and stuff like that, or non-binary. I'm trying to think of what would be a good phrase for that.
Scream Court. When you before going before the king and queen, you generally are held in royal court. That's where you're hanging out. That's a lot of nobility. So they're still of mention. They're of note. They are known, and they deserve some absolute, you know, consideration in those halls. But you're right; they're not there yet. They're in line to be there, but they have not yet achieved. So I would say courtiers. There are a bunch of courtiers. Courtiers.
For me, I like court. I like Scream Court. I'm not taking that away.
Okay.
So I dig that, but I'm trying to think of what a male equivalent to Scream Queen would be. And the reason I say that is because there are many male actors from the past that like Tom Atkins. Where does he fall in that?
Oh man, I mean, he's almost like a
Can we call him
like
Scream
a Duke,
King?
Scream Duke.
Oh, I would put him high. Anything that's the highest Tom Atkins, I think, goes. I mean, think about everything he's been in.
So a Scream King?
I mean, I would think, right? Maybe a Lord, Scream Lords.
Scream Lord. Well, that sounds like some sort of weird emo split off.
All right, that's fair. Fair. The next thing you know, there's going to be a song done by My Chemical Romance about it.
Yeah, that was a Scream Lord. Yeah, that'd be great. Good Lord.
Yeah, for me, I don't know, like where it would be, but like I've never heard of it. Screen Legends. I feel like
Scream
Queen has
Legend.
prestige to it. Legend might be a prestige this type for men.
Yeah, but it's not fair because that feels like putting it above. Because with the, you know, a legend versus a queen, I mean, all queen, no one's above a queen. We all know if you play chess and are, you know, married or intelligent, you just, the queen's rise above. But what would you call the man? That's why I like, I don't know, maybe a screen consort.
I think we should
be the dude.
Oh, actually, but then I would say like the middle of the road might be the consort. I like court, but like consort.
Oh, middle of the road is the consort. Oh, it's so much better.
I like that. So like,
or lady in waiting, dude. Lady in waiting. It's right there. So
Yeah.
the Scream Lady in Waitings and the Scream whatever I said earlier. I've already
Scream Lords.
forgotten. Lords.
Scream
No,
Lords.
not Scream Lords.
Come on, it'd be great.
Not even Scream Lords. Not on board with Scream Lords.
Yeah, dude, that'd be great. See what everybody's saying. Oh, Paul did finally show up after our circus questions are over.
Yeah, of course. Of course, all of a sudden now we need you. When we need you, he's not there. But you know what? He's always in our hearts, just like everybody here. Thank you all for joining us, and happy Valentine's Day, all of you beautiful people.
That's right. Terry did play the disc jockey in Urban Legend.
Boom. All right. So you know what? She's definitely a lady in waiting without question. And she did 6 Sharknadoes.
100%. I'm not taking her out of the horror family at all. I'm just saying Scream Queen to me is like the prestige. It's like,
right.
You had to have made it your life at one point.
You really do. And you have to have, and it has to have worked out in a way where some of those movies have connected with a larger audience. And although Tara Reid does have that on the way, there's just more audience yet to really grab. Plus, think of most people, how they evolve and have been through different tiers of horror movies. You know, Dee Wallace has been a lot of different types of horror movies.
Yeah, true.
So, you know, Barbara Crampton, a lot of different types of horror movies. So
she's definitely on Scream Queen for me. Oh yeah, that's right. She was the best as Bunny Lebowski. She was Bunny Lebowski in the movie.
That's she was
should
fantastic.
show her
Getting
our
her nails
scene.
done. Oh yeah, I think she'd love it.
Then she's gonna look at me and be like, "How'd your head end up in the toilet, stupid?"
If she sniffs your face, I will forever love that woman. She will hold a special place in my heart. So we gotta show it.
Loving this relaxing at the end of the day, listening to your story. Thank you. We're trying to be a little more chill today. I think we had a long weekend, so it was like we're gonna be chill. We're gonna talk and hang out.
This is the first time I've been home in almost 48 hours, so I feel pretty good.
You're like Ving Rhames from was it Don Goody when he's like, Don, I'm pretty sure I left my front door open when I left home, and that was 14 months ago. And I'm not sure, but I think my stove might be on. Like
100% me. That is, I am there.
14 months. About to continue this Valentine's Day festivities, but wanted to say I love you both and happy Valentine's Day. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Love you, Paul. Thanks, pal.
We said we want to have you on and talk some circus. Talk about the circus.
Absolutely.
Derpy's here. Derpy says, "Hi, I'm Kevin Feige. I like money instead of storytelling anymore." Then he also says, "Hi, I'm Kevin Feige because DC is better than Marvel, and Phase 5 is going to be as cringe as Phase 4, starting with Ant-Man 3." I'm looking forward to it. I'm seeing it Thursday.
Yeah, I'm going to see it Thursday as well. Super stoked. Hi, Derpy.
No, I'm not going backwards. I'm going to
No, you need to go hang out with Sam, or just ignore the keyboard and turn us up and put us on the big screen. Make sure all those things happen. Then go hang out with Sam. Trust me. We'll sing later. It'll be beautiful.
I will say this: if you go get your tickets for Carolina Fear Fest weekend passes, and what do you call it? VIP passes, which is what you should get. Trust me.
Oh yeah, we're part of your VIP experience.
It's going to be amazing. There's a promotional running till midnight for 10% off. So I forgot what the code is. Go to the Scene Snobs Facebook page or anywhere else, because we posted it everywhere, and find out the code, and then hit the link.
It's a treasure hunt.
It's a treasure hunt. Yeah, we're sending you on the Scene Snobs scavenger hunt right now.
Yeah.
Are you calling me an okay princess, like an Oklahoma princess?
No, okay, princess. I don't know. I feel like there's two connotations I feel from what Chris's comment here. It's either okay princess as Star-Lord or okay princess as Han Solo. But either way, that's the way I'm reading that. Okay, princess. Okay, princess.
Okay, princess. So who's seeing Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, or Titanic remastered? I'm not seeing Titanic. I will see Ant-Man on Thursday. I can't wait. Of course I'm going to see Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is probably going to happen Sunday. We should do that Sunday.
You want to do that? I'm down.
I think we should do that Sunday.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to a hockey game over outside instead of Ant-Man, I think. I get it. You hate Ant-Man. I'm going to see it. You're not going to talk me out of it. Paul Rudd is a delight for 2 hours. Like, even if the movie isn't fun, which it's going to be. I'm sorry, but it is. And DC's not better.
And
Not
still
right
the
now.
best father.
It's
Still the best.
it could go there. It's
It
just
could
not.
go, there is a
quite
path. There's a path that it could go on, and it's plausible. It's
And I have
possible.
faith.
Yeah, and I'm not going into Quantumania sitting here screaming, bells, whistles, and honeys. I'm excited because Ant-Man is my favorite character. They have done a very good job. And when I say that, it's because he's become my favorite due to the father-daughter story that they have.
Yeah.
So I'm easily swayed by that, tugged at the heartstrings, and yeah,
That's absolutely, yeah.
it's
we
beautiful.
talked about that
I'm a
earlier.
big fan of what they did and how they've done that. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be all that great, but I'm also just stoked to go to the theater. Ever since we did Knock at the Cabin, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a movie theater.
Wait, what are we going to see on Sunday? I thought we were doing Winnie the Pooh.
We're going to do Winnie the Pooh. Yeah.
Oh, I thought we meant for a second. I'm like, wait, are we seeing Ant-Man on Sunday? I was like,
No, we're going to see it
we're
on
gonna see it on
Thursday. I doubt
Thursday.
I'm going to go see it twice. I want to go
That's
see
right.
something else.
you should call it a work sick and come see it with me.
Oh, God, if only I
I
think
know.
gods would smile upon me.
Kathleen says, I spent my day moving a twin bed into the kiddos' room and putting together my Mills new bed, mother-in-law's new bed. That hopefully, listen, all due respect, I can't read those words. I'm a little too out of it, but I believe you. So that's all I'm saying. And I only pulled one muscle moving a 170-pound bed frame.
Boom, super
Super
mom.
You are super mom. We're gonna give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
job, Kathleen.
Kara is Scream Princess.
Okay. See, I feel like
I'm
Scream
like a
Princess
royal.
though. Yeah, but when I go to the princess thing, I think of like kids. You know what I mean? I've always done that. I don't associate it with, she's a fucking 90-year-old princess. I don't get that.
Here's why I think it should be more gender fluid when we come up with a name. Let's face facts. Bella Ramsey identifies as non-binary. So where would they fall into? So we need to have something like the cohort or the court or something like that adopts you into
Consort.
Consort, not cohort, consort. Sorry. Listen, I
You're
couldn't
good.
even read all of her comment. Like I'm not gonna remember a word we said 15 minutes ago.
Speeding through.
All I'm saying is lower your expectations. No. I'm going
I've learned it. I've learned in life, Derpy, if you set the bar exceptionally high, then everything will fail you and you'll never like anything. So you know what? I've set it to the moon. That way, my secret is I'm always disappointed.
Well, actually, I did want to ask you about your low expectations. Are you excited for the new Batman movie coming out?
Yeah.
I think the Flash is in it. And Supergirl.
Oh God, I don't want to watch that movie. Like I'm so conflicted. Every 30 minutes I change because then I'll think of like, it's Michael Keaton. It's my Batman saying he's Batman when he says I'm Batman, and he does the whole thing. And then when they do the from behind shot and it's the ears from the cowl, and I'm like, that's my dude, that's my bro, that's my dog. Of course I want to see it, but Ezra Miller's in it twice. Side by side. I have no desire to go spend money on that movie. I'm not gonna.
But he's such a small piece of the overall part.
This is one of, I get it. I do understand. They're going to reset it. This is a vehicle to get into the new James Gunn universe. And at some point, it will be on a DVD that I find on the side of the ground. And I will pick it up. And then and only then will I go watch that movie.
I'm going to tell you this. You know what? I get that. And I shouldn't have argued it because you didn't say that no one should go see it.
Absolutely not. I'm not saying that at all.
You don't want to spend your money on it. And that is, in my opinion, perfectly reasonable. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, no, I think it looks like it's going to be freaking awesome for the Michael Keaton sake. It's my Batman. And I would rather forego seeing him on the big screen just because I don't want to invest money in that property.
I just don't get how that guy, Ezra, kept getting work. He sucks as an actor.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, man. I was so bummed to see him again. And I was just like, what? Like, because I remember seeing him in the first Justice League, and I was like, I tried to go in with an open mind, You were there with me. I was like, I'm going to give it a chance. I was like, we're going to see how this goes. And it was awful. And he was awful. And then I saw the Snyder Cut, and I was like, okay, they definitely gave Batfleck some love, and I appreciate his Batman a lot more now.
Yeah.
Which I thought I would. He's not a bad actor, but Ezra Miller still manages to just suck the oxygen out of the room. So
Because I think that's the biggest thing. When you watch the Snyder Cut, like they did the Flash really wrong in Joss Whedon's, because
oh yeah,
it didn't make sense. Like all he was doing was pushing a car full of people. Like that was what the Flash was good for in all of this.
And he was a bumbling idiot. Like, come on.
Yeah. So watching that and then watching the Snyder Cut and seeing that they gave him so much more, and he was the one that actually saved the day in the end to be able to separate, just because of the Speed Force. I dug that. Now, did I appreciate all of the shots and all the scenes of the Flash when he wasn't talking? Yes. Because there's really nothing else other than it was like, I'm getting the Flash running. He looks cool. Whatever. I
it was awesome.
Love that suit. It looks a lot better in this new movie.
He did. There was a lot of lightning. There was so many sparks always flying off of
it. It was
metal
too. It like had a lot of metal to it. It just didn't make sense.
I don't know. It didn't feel like it would have come from Star City, but what do I know?
Fair. Wait, is he Star City or is he Central City? I think he's Central.
No, he's Star City. I thought he was Star City.
I thought, what's his name of Star City? Green Arrow.
Or Lantern. Right? Is
I
Green
don't
Lantern
remember.
Star City? No, because Green Lantern's the one by the coastal city.
Coastal City is Green Lantern, isn't he?
That's Green Lantern. Right.
So I think Star City is Green Arrow, because I remember you failed the city and it was always Star City.
Okay.
I think it might be Central City is. It's obviously ridiculous because they all have cities. You know, like if you're not in New York City, shut up. Like seriously, that's it.
Because they're all made up, and it's so ridiculous. Like Metropolis is the only one that could be a metropolis.
Right? And even that is just a fancy word for city.
Metropolis City. Oh, well, City. All right, cool.
Gotham City, Central City, Star City, Bumfuck City. Like whatever. Like there's just cities everywhere.
City. Well, there's in there. What is the island of Amazonia? And they've got a city there.
Thermoscare Paradise City, I think it is, or something like that.
Yeah, see, there you go. Hey, Paradise City. At least they have Guns N' Roses. That's right.
I like how and where did Superman grow up before he moved to Metropolis? Fancy word for city. Smallville.
Yeah.
So if you're not city, you're Ville.
Yeah, well, that's also weird because the farmers grew up in the dwarfs, so they went hardcore back in those days. They were like, yeah,
oh my god,
they have 3 tiers. That's it. And of course, Gotham is where everything just got broke, and no one wanted to fix it.
I remember when you told me how corn gets pulled every season at the end of every harvest or whatever, and I just didn't believe you. I was like, wait. Wait. You guys just walk out there and pick it all? And you're like, yeah, it takes like 3 days. And I'm like, that's not humanly possible. This is clearly going to take 10 years. Like, it's so much. Like, and then you have to carry it back.
Yeah. No, it's 2-way trip. Yep, round trip.
Oh my
God. You're lighter going out there, a little heavier coming back.
You're like the postman of corn.
Yeah. True. Yep.
Jason says, in my opinion, with the Flash is I can move past Miller because of all the people involved. There's so many people over the other one. Dude, you like everything.
No, I agree with this, and I completely understand. It's very Spock of you, and I'm with you, and I love you and appreciate your ideas there.
Yes.
For me, I'm gonna Kirk this one. I'm just gonna go hardcore emotion.
Then that's not. And then who am I? Because I'm legit just like I'm just going. I'm
Scotty.
Bones doesn't give a shit.
Bones doesn't care.
Bones will just go.
Well, it's not the worst thing that can happen to me.
Bones would go watch the movie and be like, "You piece of shit."
Maybe cursing him the whole time. Look at this trash.
I listen. I'm excited to see Geek back for sure. I'm excited for Well, I guess we can say it now. It keeps coming out. So to spoil it, this is a small spoiler for the new Flash movie. If you don't want to hear it, I don't care. It's George Clooney is going to show up at the end as Batman. So we're going to have another Batman. It's going to be George Clooney. So take with that. Do what you will.
They're multiversing the Batmans, which they always should have. And I think, as we discussed previously, I am excited to see if the Batmobile from George Clooney's era does have nipples on it. I'm pretty sure.
Dude, you told me when you explained to me that, like it's like ribs and like it has this, and it's like supposed to be him, an extension of him. And I'm like, does it have any fucking nipples on it? It's just like.
It's got to. There's got to be some circles on either the fins or like maybe the taillights, like taillight nipples. Like, and if he shows up, he better bring bat nipples. Because if he doesn't come with bat nipples, I will not accept this as a movie going. John Wass understands saying bring back the bat nipples.
It won't be him.
He had them for 2 movies.
2. And you know what? The crotch shots, the butt shots of Alicia Silverstone, the nipples, none of that bothers me as much as old ass senior citizen Chris O'Donnell playing Robin in the movie. That guy had an AARP card when he put on that costume.
Maybe he'll come out with a rascal this time instead of a bike. Robin will be on one of those sweet little battery carts. Me, you see the shopping malls like, hey kids, I'm gonna get ya. Watch out, crime fighters.
And that was the funny thing. Remember back in the day when I talked about Keaton having a Robin, and like, they were talking about Michael J. Fox, and they were talking about Marlon Wayans, and I'm like, none of that works.
Yeah,
I was still like, none of that works. Like, you need to have a kid. That's what the whole dynamic is, and it works perfectly.
Yeah, or a younger one. But that's the thing. Or do Nightwing. Exactly. I think Chris O'Donnell's Nightwing would have been awesome. I would have loved to have seen that, honestly. I think that would have been a much better. That would have added something to it. Even Nightwing nipples, like that would have been better ad.
Like people, it's funny because nobody says anything about that other than like they didn't like those movies, which I get, but they don't dislike the fact that Robin's in it,
right?
But then they lost their minds during The Dark Knight Rises. It was like, you should go by your real name, Robin, and it's like it was a nod. I was like, that was nice. That was nice of Nolan to throw it in there. After 3 movies, the guy's clearly going to become Batman. And they nodded it like, it's Robin. Okay, cool, whatever. But you have nothing to say about old potato ears the same age as George Clooney when they made that damn movie? Go to hell. I don't want to hear it. Stupid old man Robin stepping in and just being like, hey, how you doing? Like, I would even... No, I'm going down.
Keep going. Let it out.
I would have even accepted if he had moved in. And, so he moves in, he brings him into the fold, he's Dick Grayson, and he's like, I want you to be my sidekick. And by the end of it, he's like, I'm no one's sidekick. And then he goes, and he's got the blue on. It can still be the same suit, but it's the blue. There's no R there. It's just... And you're like, okay, I lose to Nightwing. Then you get to Batman and Robin, and they're butting heads because they're both Gotham City heroes.
Right.
But they still live together, still do their thing. Because, I still don't understand that because he's 900 years old. He could have gotten his own place, but whatever. But
then you could bring in, Abigail Breslin to be the new Robin.
Oh, my God.
Wild.
Do not. Was it Cara Kelly? I hate you. Oh my God, that's like the one character I really hated.
Yeah, man. Or find someone to come in as Jason Todd.
But even then, like, he left. He went to go to Nightwing. He became a cop. Like, you could have written that in, but they're button heads there because they're 2 heroes now. And by the end, he goes off, and now he's Nightwing in another city, like Bloodhaven, or if they wanted to really do it right. Sorry. I know I'm going off on a tangent, but then like he has another ward. Like he didn't adopt any new kid or anything because like he had the falling out with Dick,
Mhm.
right? God, this could have been such a better movie. So now you have Nightwing and Batman both doling out justice in their own city, but butting heads because of how to do it.
Right.
And then you have a much darker Batman at that point, and Nightwing. They come together. They have to fight Freeze. They have to, but like a good Freeze and a good, like, I'm not rewriting that right now, but you go
Well,
through.
Ivy and Freeze were really good. All we have to do is just change the outfits a little bit,
Get rid of
dequantify some of the
fucking
script.
puns. Get rid of those
Yeah,
massive
yeah.
amounts of ice puns and
Honestly,
force puns.
get rid of half of the puns. That's it. Just half the puns.
Wipe them out.
You can keep Schwarzenegger and you can keep Uma Thurman in both of those roles.
You
And
just gotta make them
take
darker.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Just make them darker. Turn down the neon.
But if you made Batman darker, and the only really light character in it would have been Dick Grayson as Nightwing, because he's right. And
I like the idea of Batgirl still being in there, though.
Which is fine, because now she comes in, and keep her fun. She's Alfred's American niece, whatever. I'm out.
That totally works.
Like how old is his sister? Like, how is
No,
his
she's
sister 45
46.
years
It was a
younger than him?
different thing. She was adopted.
So Alfred dies, right? I hate to say it,
Mhm.
but this is how you open that movie. Alfred dies. He gets
Does he
killed.
get shot? How does he die?
I would tie it in some way to Poison Ivy's work.
Okay.
Or the mad
Part of the chemical
scientist.
plant.
Yeah.
The chemical plant. Something finally got her. Out of all the
Something,
things
yeah.
he's managed to survive, to be this old in a city that's bound and trying to kill you, he has made it this long, going to market every day, because Bruce Wayne always needs his fresh shit. So yeah, no, I get it. He's toiled and managed to survive, just skipping past like vats of acid. Finally, I hope a stray bullet gets him.
No, I meant it like something they were making that they were testing out on the Venom made its way out, because the whole point of it was to be mass produced, and it's under and because he dies of this thing, that in the same thing you can have the same sort of thing, because that doctor who's played by what's his name, he played Lionel Luthor on Smallville, John Glover.
No, John Glover.
He was so maniacal. Bane sucked, but it'd be great if, like, you could really work it out. Like,
well,
like,
you can and look, I'll give you this. You can get rid of all the puns and make everything darker. But if you're gonna have Bane, I want Bane from Harley Quinn, who's like, "Oh yes, welcome to Baneton." Oh, the one who, like, they forced to sit on like the little crappy chair. Like,
I got it. You fix Bane a little bit, like, it's going to be different. I know it's not going to be the comic book version, so everybody shut up. I'm trying to fix what I can. Bane, of course, like they said in the movie, is a what is he? He's a convicted felon who's in prison, and they're testing on the prisoners, right?
Mhm.
Poison Ivy's the same thing. She was a doctor who went to jail for accidentally poisoning somebody, and they're testing on her. And like all the different tests turn them into different things. So now we get that with Bane and why he's that way. He breaks out. He breaks her out. They're terrorizing the city, right?
Yep.
Enter Freeze.
Well, and they bump into Freeze during a heist. They're all trying to take down the same bank, and that's when they all link up, and that's when you get their story.
Well, I would make it more Freeze is very successful at what he does. But but it's a mystery. It's kind of like how they treated the Riddler and the Batman.
Mhm.
It's more of a mystery of how he's going about it and doing it.
Okay.
Now Batman's devolving because Batman's devolving because Alfred's dead. His niece comes to town trying to figure out how he died. She's a reporter because we already don't have her as Barbara Gordon.
Barbara Gordon, right? Yeah. So we can just throw in whatever there. Yep.
So I would, keep her as like maybe a reporter in town and just like kind of a guise.
Yeah.
She figures out that Bruce is Batman, decides to become Batgirl to take vengeance or whatever, or catch Bane, or, and Pamela Isley or Poison Ivy. Sorry, it's like all flying through my head. So this is how I write. So just deal with it.
Wonderful. That was great.
You get into that. She's now on a vengeance path with Batman because they both believe the same thing, which isn't really the truth. So now you have Dick Grayson as Nightwing. butting heads with them because he's trying to say, like, we need to do this a little bit different. You know, he's playing the role of detective.
What if Nightwing is okay? If since he's been taken over, Nightwing has been hell bent on finding Freeze. That's where their stories kind of collide there too.
Yeah, because it's a mystery, so he's the one trying to solve it, whereas Batman is just like trying to take it out on crime everywhere. And he's looking for Bane, he's looking for Poison Ivy, and yeah, that's how they cross. Love that. So that's how you go into that. You have Nightwing kind of coming back. Barbara's like, I'm going off to do this, but I'm doing it on my own. I can't go down this dark path with you. At the end, after they have the talk on a rooftop somewhere, I would imagine, he's like, I'm leaving. I'm transferring. I'm going to another city. But if you're going to be here, you need somebody by your side. And I think I know who. And they look down in an alley, and it's a kid stealing tires, and it's Jason Todd. And that's how you roll into the next one. Now you got Jason Todd.
Now you got Red Hood.
Boom. Boom. You could.
I love it.
You should call me in the 90s.
Right? I mean, Jason made a good point that we literally spent more time plotting this movie than the people that made it. I completely agree. We did. That was pretty impressive, bro. I love doing that with you. We haven't done that in a while. It's always fun.
I will say we do it a lot. We just don't do it on air a lot. Like we're always picking movies out and like, all right, how would we fix this? And it just kind of goes.
Sometimes accidentally.
I think it's my favorite is how do we fix this? And then we turn around and we're like, Big Trouble in China. No, we don't fix that. That's perfect.
No, it's perfect. Don't touch. You don't touch what ain't broke, folk.
What's up, Diggs? How you doing?
Hey, Diggs.
Thanks for joining in.
It says, great having you.
I would love to see Clint Eastwood play Robin in The Flash. Ha 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 ha. You might have already gotten him in the 90s if Chris O'Donnell hadn't done a better.
Scott Eastwood would have been great. I'll take Scott Eastwood in most movies. He's pretty awesome.
He would have been great about 20 years ago as a child.
Oh. If they come in and Damian Wayne is 20, you are going to lose your mind.
If Damian Wayne can drive, I'm going to lose my mind. Mind you, I'm not saying that he doesn't drive.
No.
I'm saying he has a valid driver's license. I'm going to lose my mind. That kid needs to be like 11 or 12.
That's fair. If he's coming in. Yeah. Unless they start where he's been there and it's his first full year as Robin.
And that's fine. If they start that, so 13. It's still like 14, a revelation. Sure. He's
starting to get tingles down there, and he doesn't know how to feel feelings, and he's not sure what relationships are, and he just has a sword and father issues, and it's the whole thing.
He's just gonna murder everyone.
It's bad news. It's bad.
How do you masturbate in this Wayne Manor? Alfred is everywhere.
There are cameras everywhere. There's a back computer AI that yells at me if my bed starts shaking too much.
I could. Jesus. The only time I was like, it's okay to have cameras in your room is when Jack was a baby. And even before that, we had it when Tommy was a baby. And it was just a monitor.
Yep.
You know, and then when they grew out of it, like we were done. Like, we don't need a monitor anymore. But yeah, I can't. But like in Batman, he has cameras on every room. Like it's weird.
Everywhere, all the time, and multiple angles. It's not like one. He's got like monitors and sensors. Like when you lay down in beds, he can read your pulse and stuff, and like EKG rating. It's terrifying. All right, it's not okay. It's weird, and I don't like it.
They cast the kid from Omen to play Damian Wayne in the new DCU. He's what, 70 now? Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Perfect. Get him. Damian, it's all for you.
Oh my God. It's Harley. It's all for you, Damian. And she swings down and hits somebody with a mallet.
That's all would be amazing. Hey, Puddin'.
Oh my God. Did you hear about Harrison Ford today?
No, what about him?
So you know Harrison Ford is playing Thunderbolt Ross in Captain America New World Order and Thunderbolts.
Yes. Yep.
He's going to be the president. That's an interesting take.
I did. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. I think it'll be good. I think the way they've tied in some of those other tertiary characters as government officials has been really good. Gary Shandling was a wonderful, ploy on that. Amanda Waller is always good. I know different universes, but it seems to be a general tie-in for most comic books. Now that I think about it, pretty much every comic book.
Yeah, it's kind of how it pulls together.
Who was
I
the
will
last MCU president that we saw on screen? Was that
William Sadler.
Iron Man 3? Yeah, William Sadler. Yeah.
And he played the president. So, I mean, that was what, 2010, 2011?
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. Oh, no, it had to be after 2012. So 2013.
Yeah.
So 10 years
okay.
ago. So it's going to be a new president by this point. And he's been kind of running things since the Sokovia Award, not awards, Sokovia Accords.
Welcome to the 19th annual Sokovia Awards. Here, honoring all the people who managed to survive the death-defying attack from Ultron.
Oh yeah, I will say this though. Doing Valentine's Day and stuff, like I went yesterday. Kind of changed the subject a little bit. I went yesterday to go get gifts for Valentine's Day, and it was, of course, last minute, whatever, you know me. Actually, that's not really true. I don't know why I said that, because I like bought my Christmas gifts in November.
I was gonna say you're way better than most about
But Valentine's
being
Day
ahead of stuff.
suck, dude. I suck at
Like,
Valentine's.
Valentine's Day is a weird one. I even been embroiled with battles and always going, I don't know if I even want to give someone a card. What is that stupid, you know? And of course, it's just because I would give it to myself. And
I'll give you a card.
that
You
would
want
be
a card?
that.
I'm gonna give you a
That
card.
means
You give
too
me my
late
Valentine. Listen, everybody's asleep. You
You
give me
don't-
my Valentine.
All right, well, hurry up and let's end the show. And then we got other things to go on there. Valentine. That's
All
what's
right.
up. All right.
Dinner and a movie, because I'm not a cheap date.
Which means, well, I'll put on my own movie, go make myself some frozen concoction.
Listen, I'm not the one who got the promotion recently. In fact, if anything, I got demoted. We gave my company away.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair.
Hey, why aren't you the president of the company? Because I philanthropy. And that's
Yeah,
it.
philanthropy. Exactly. Please start using that the way you use science. When people ask you, hey, so we've noticed you just give so much of your time to so many causes. Why is that? Yeah, philanthropy.
No, you got to get more indignant about it. Like, we noticed you use up a lot of your time. That's right. Philanthropy. And then just walk away. And then like leave them wondering. Do all of these charity events that we hold, does it count? Am I a philanthropist now? Because I'm coaching other people to give their money.
I feel like we're definitely philanderers. Philanthropy is still on the rise.
I've been a philanderer in years. I don't even know how to get around. I can't.
That's valid. Yeah. I'm still, I wear hats like this and sweaters like this at, 10 p.m. pretty much every night of my life. So I'm not really able to philander anymore.
My baby lies in bed and I'm just like, hey, baby, like my Star Trek shirt. And that's it.
Which is so dope. That's all you need, bro. That's so damn smooth and hot. Like, I'm getting vapors over here, brother.
It's so
feeling that heat.
It's odd. Like, I don't really, collecting shirts and such. Like, I collect certain movies. Like, if they look really cool, I like a cool looking shirt.
Agreed.
I think the franchise that I have the most shirts from is Star Trek.
That's amazing and heartwarming. I can tell you the most shirts I've gone through are from Star Trek, because I still I'll get those uniform shirts. I used to have 6 of them. In my life, I've had 6 of those. I currently have none. I had the 2 red shirts in my life. Those are gone. Oh. A couple of the long sleeve shirts gone. Yeah,
I've been gearing up too. I watched a lot of Enterprise recently to get ready for
Absolutely. I've been watching Enterprise like a wild man, listening to the Shuttle Pod show, which is the Connor Trenier and a terrible person. Of course I would forget his name.
I would not remember.
But the guys from Enterprise, basically.
Yeah.
2 of the guys from Enterprise.
Yeah, it wasn't the English guy and the
Dominic Keating, I want to say. I believe.
I don't remember. I am enjoying watching it. I like the rewatch. I like that we're going in chronological order. I'm excited to record next month. So if you guys are interested and want to watch, we're doing a show called Warp Factor Fiction. and it's going to be a chronological rewatch show of the franchise of Star Trek. It's going to be intense. It's going to be long. It's going to be a lot. But we start next month, and it is a Patreon exclusive show. So make sure you join up on our Patreon. We have links down below and more, so you can check it out.
It will be the beginning of our 5-year mission to boldly go where no one has gone before.
If we do it right, we can do it in like probably 18 months.
I think we timed it out to where it's longer than 18 months. It gets up to the 3-year mark, right at 20 months, I think.
Really?
Because we have
Even
the
if we're doing
movies, yeah.
a season a month?
2 seasons a month.
Is it? No, it's
No, it'll
not
be
two-
a season a month because it's, well, how many
Yeah.
seasons? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I no, because it's more than 18. Because we were going to add the movies in, right?
Yeah, because we are doing the movies, and the movies are
Yeah.
going to be. We haven't decided whether we're going to do 2 a month or 1 a month.
Yeah, that's right. So if we do the movies during that run, because there's so many, so 2 a month would probably make more sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Hey, David,
Yeah,
what's going on?
and
bud?
you'll be able to, reap the benefits. Hi, Dave. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, we're excited for it. So that's going to be a Patreon exclusive show. So make sure to go check that out. We have a couple of other Patreon exclusive shows, guys. To give you the rundown, we have 2 more shows left where they'll be live on YouTube for you to watch, and then they're going to move behind the paywall of our Patreon. We have 6 tiers available now. We've restructured the entire thing, new perks, the whole 9. Go check it out, and we're going to have exclusive shows over there. You get the live shows over there, everything. So yeah, we'd love for you to be a part of it, except for Snobnation Morning Drive live show. That's going to be on YouTube live still.
Mhm.
So Betting Bros, the Scary Snobs, everything. So anybody else's shows are going to be available. So
Yeah, absolutely.
um,
So super excited for all of that to be kicking off. It's going to be a big month. It's going to be a big month, and we're happy for everyone who's joining, sticking around, and still being entertained by us because we love and appreciate you.
We do. And before we roll, say we're going to roll the messages and we'll say goodnight. But I do want to let you guys know we have a new Does It Suck out now, hosted by Jason and Sir Sturdy themselves. They watch Waterworld and determine, does it really suck? And I'm not going to give
so
that
good.
away.
So
and
good. I just love those two together. It's so fantastic.
Oh, they're great. They are so much fun. And the fun part is these guys have a new show on the channel, on the Scene Snobs channel, and it's Horror Night with the Scary Snobs. They are now running our the whole Scene Snobs horror world. We still do CFF. We'll still do the CFF shows. But if there are horror videos out there, they're probably going to be taken over by the Scary Snobs, with appearances by us, of course.
Naturally, we can't stay away.
Yeah, tell me about it, right? Speaking of horror, we have a new episode of Does It Suck coming out tomorrow. We did Valentine's Day week. So make sure to go check it out and see if we liked it. Oh, I messed up on this here. Because your arm is cut off. We're both supposed to be behind the poster. But whatever. You guys get it.
Interesting factor. I don't have an elbow. If you didn't know.
If you couldn't guess, Casey's not funny because his funny bone's missing.
Yeah, my weenus fell off.
That will be out tomorrow. That Does It Suck for Valentine will be out tomorrow. You can just go over to YouTube and watch it. But tomorrow night we got a live special. The Last of Us recap. A few of us are discussing The Last of Us. So
super excited for this. The first recap went super great, and I am amped. After we hop off here, I'll be watching episode 5 just to freshen up and feel right, because I keep falling asleep after the first 10 minutes, and that's not fair.
Be prepared to cry, dude. Be prepared to cry.
Oh man, look, I'm always ready too. That's the thing. There's nothing new there. It's like, no, it's pretty much gonna rip my heart out a little bit. Just squeeze with it, just mess with it. And now after once again watching all these Hannibal movies, it's taking on a new life, and it's probably not so great. So
yeah, that's true. I'm with you, dude. But yeah, so watch us for the recap tomorrow night. Join in. It's going to be live. Talk along with us. Tell us what you think. We're probably going to have a special guest on, but I don't want to announce it until I get the okay. It is not Pedro Pascal, so don't even dream.
that we know of.
That we know of. Thursday night, we have a State of the Con, brand new My Bloody Valentine special, where we talk horror movies. It's sponsored by Carolina Fear Fest. Make sure to go get your tickets now for the weekend pass VIP. Come hang out with us. We're going to be having a lot of special events and things going on there. So it's going to be a really good time.
It's really exciting. And also, I didn't think forward, but I really ought to like buy a gas mask that I can use that's both functional and terrifying like those.
I know, right? Are you my mommy?
Are you my mommy?
And you know what? I'm a proud dad moment. When I was making that, Jack walked up and he goes, "Are you my mommy?" And I'm like,
"Oh, amazing.
Love it.
Yes.
We're so into Doctor Who now, man. They're so
That's great. Oh,
we're on
it's
Smith
wonderful.
season 6. So
Beautiful.
Just watched Day on the Moon.
Mm.
Okay, guys. We oh my god. We have tons of stuff going on. We have great sponsors down below. And actually, we have a lot more sponsors that are potentially coming. So stay tuned for that. Lots of cool things. But I want to talk about Entertainment Earth. It is one of my favorite sites. I order pops off of there all the time. I got the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man pop where he's got the mask and then he's just kind of standing there like, really? They have a couple of new Spider-Mans coming out and other pops. So I just want to show you this real quick, though, because this site is the bee's knees. Look at this. Look at this here.
The cat's meow.
So many great collectibles. Look at the General Kenobi from the Clone Wars. Baby Rocket, Indiana Jones figures. Oh, I love it. And I could get lost in it forever. But if you guys want to
do, my friend, as you do, they're fantastic when it comes to collectibles, bar none, second to none. Fantastic. So cruise on over to Entertainment Earth and check them out.
Yeah, and if you go down to our link below, it's our affiliate link. You can go and check out. You can go get 10% off, and if you spend $39 or above, you get free shipping and 10% off. So make sure to use our link.
Who doesn't want that?
Now, guys, everybody's here saying goodnight and have a great time. We're going to play these messages for you. Then we're going to come back for a very Valentine-terrific send-off by my man Case. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hey guys, Mick here. Thanks so much for watching the show and supporting us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming back and joining in the comments. But guys, I really want to thank you, our patrons who are out here supporting us, helping us keep the lights on. Really, truly appreciate you. Tim, Paul, Stacy, Matt, Aaron, AJ, George G3, Chris S, Dale, Chris H, Dan, John B, Ron, Jason, and John W. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Guys, we have 3 tiers available right now. As of March 1st, we're adding 2 more tiers for a total of 5 with tons of perks. So go check out patreon.com/thescenesnobs. And join our Snob Nation Discord channel where the moderators are keeping everything going and we're having really fun conversations over there and more. So go check it out. It's free to join and just be part of the Snob Nation. And remember to embrace the absurdity. Hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. We have tons of great shows coming out and more. Our lives are over on Patreon, but you can check out the Snob Nation Morning Drive live show on our YouTube channel Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and tons more shows coming up thereafter. We have great shows like the Scene Snobs podcast, Betting Bros, Math vs. Smash, Real Combat, movie reviews, and tons more. We have fun over there, and we think you will too. If you're looking for great merch, go over to the snobsmerch.com store. Use promo code SNOBS for 10% off of your order. We have tons of shirts, mugs, everything, stickers, all different types of designs. We love it. Think you will too. So go check it out and let us know what you think. Remember to follow us on all social media platforms. We are at The Scene Snobs everywhere. You can also follow Casey at Planos21 on Instagram, at Casey the Madman on TikTok, and at Twitter Night on Twitter. Guys, tons of fun stuff and new things coming out every day. So go check out our content there. Thank you guys again. We are The Scene Snobs. Embrace the absurdity with us, and we love you, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care, everybody. See, I'm not good at that stuff. I'm not good at that.
I don't know. You sound great. You did wonderful. We'll work on one together. We'll do a back and forth thing. We got
I
this.
like it. I like it. We can do it. We can
Absolutely.
Do it. All right, buddy. It's that time. I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Thank you for joining us. And I'm going to let Casey take it away.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us tonight on this exciting Tuesday night. I know it's been a pleasure for us, as always, to be able to entertain you for a little bit. And hopefully, you're entertaining your significant other. And the most important person to always love is yourself, first and foremost, because you can't give love unless you feel love. And you can't feel love unless you believe that you are worthy of love. So you are, in fact, worthy of love at all times, my friend. So remember to please be kind to yourself, be kind to each other. Remember, we love you.
Night, everybody.
On Tuesday night. Congratulations, you've made it. We're live. The Scene Snobs podcast on Tuesday night. We're live.
Yeah.
What's the strongest ship in the fleet? And I know fleets. Friendship. Scene Snobs, you guys are great.
Hey, I'm Will Wheaton, and I have just received a dump truck full of gold bullion to tell you to watch the Scene Snobs.
Hey everybody, it's CJ Graham, Jason Voorhees. That's right, Friday the 13th, part 6. And you're listening to thescenesnobs.com.
Scram, McFly. We're checking out the Scene Snobs.
Where's the money?
All right, wait. I know we have to do this, but just give me a minute.
Okay. All right, you ready? You ready?
Yeah. All right.
Where's the money? No. I mean, it was your idea. So
all right,
I don't
listen.
know.
They said Big Lebowski. I thought this would be funny. I don't know if it's funny anymore.
You thought this was going to be funny. I don't know if it's going to be funny. I mean, it's your face going in a toilet. Ready? Like, where's the money?
All right, let me take my hat off first. All right, how about this? Let's try this. I'm going to put my head into it, just see it, make sure it fits.
Okay.
You can put your hand on my back, and then we'll pull it out and see how it looks.
Okay. All right. I think that sounds good. That's a good start. That gets us closer. All right. And then...
Oh, you son of a...